Hello and good morning everybody. Welcome to Brands Hatch, the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. Again blessed with fantastic spring sunshine and a stiff breeze blowing along the Brabham Straight, blowing into the face of the drivers as they come up there. My name's Ian Soman, Marcus Pye alongside me in the commentary box for today's 11 race programme. We had 10 yesterday, 11 more to come before the day, with 4 before the nominal lunch break, although that might be somewhat foreshortened. We're on the Indy circuit today, as we almost always are here at Brands Hatch, and there you can see the weather's set fair for the moment, but there is cloud expected to come in later. We'll see if we see any of that. At the moment it's an absolutely perfect blue sky here, not maybe quite as windy as yesterday, although there's still a fair breeze rattling those flags, as you can see on the top of the commentary box on the live stream. Good morning though, whether you're here at the circuit or watching on 750 Motor Club TV at home around the world. Good to have you with us. So 11 races we have for you today before the lunch break, and we are going to be about 30 minutes late starting racing after some delays in qualifying this morning. 3 red flags in quick succession even. We've got the Tyre Trophy, the second of their 2 races coming up for you very shortly. We've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship and the Toyota MR2 Championship, all 15-minute races. And then after the lunch break we have the first of 2 races for the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship, which qualified this morning. Second and final race of the weekend for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch. Then it's more MX5s and MR2s and Tyres, so 3 Japanese based categories back to back. Then the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, which have just completed their heavily interrupted qualifying session with 2 red flags and a safety car period, and we'll round out the action with the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship at the end of the day. So we have, as I say, 11 races, all 15 minutes today, apart from the 90 minutes Gas Shocks 116 Trophy race. Just having a look to see if there's been any clearing up to be done. I think if it has been needed doing, it has been done now, and we'll be able to get underway very shortly for the second day of racing here at Brands Hatch. We'll hear as well from Joshua Barrett. He'll be down in the pit lane interviewing the drivers after the race and during the 90-minute race for the 116 Trophy as well a little bit later on. But let's now look ahead to the first race of the day, the Tyre Trophy. So first race of the day, second race of the weekend for the Tyre Trophy. There you can see the cars are in the assembly area, ready and waiting to go. Yesterday's race, that was won by Trafford King, his first victory of the season for the 2024 750 Motor Club Sim Racing Champion, runner-up in it in 25. Don de Graaf took second place, very closely fought battle between those two, and it was Dale Wurton that was promoted into the podium after the disqualification of Joe Dalgarno for overtaking under safety car conditions yesterday. So Dalgarno disqualified for overtaking behind the safety car, which brought a premature end to yesterday's race. Ollie Musgrave, John Labella and Andy Stevens completed the top 6 in yesterday's race for these EP3 Honda Civic Type Rs, run to a very tightly controlled specification with fairly limited modifications from the standard. As you can see, the cars are now heading out onto the grid ahead of their second 15-minute race of the weekend, and we can now take a look through the grid. On pole position then, by dint of it being a top 10 reversal of the grid, it's going to be 374 Kai Lindsay, and besides him is number 13 Tom McFarlane. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be 12 Richard Jones and 66 Ross Borman. On the third row, 151 Andy Stevens will line up besides number 83 John Labella. On row 4 of the grid, it's 19 Ollie Musgrave and 15 Don de Graaf, with 42 Trafford King lining up on the 5th row of the grid besides number 74, which is Richard Lindsay. On row 6 of the grid, it's 24 and 10 Jake Johnson and Mohammed Ben Lada. Row 7 is 114 Dale Wurton. He's got a penalty of 5 places because he also overtook under the safety car yesterday, and 46 Shay Kavanagh. Row 8 of the grid is 77 Luke Emmons and 97 Jordan Banks. Row 9 is the 16 car of Adam Huntley beside 26 Lee Rickard. Row 10, with 7 Andrew Idwin and 60 Jack Reynolds, with 98 James Millward and 41 Andrew Cooper on the 11th row. The 12th row, 62 Max Martin and 93 Joe Delgado, with 21 David Walsh slated to start from the back of the grid, although he was a non-starter for yesterday's race. Last year's champion Matt Wilkins and the runner-up Joe Jessup have moved on, so the way is clear for a new champion in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy this year, which is having its 5th season. Previous champions Adam Shepherd, Jake Hewlett, and as we've mentioned, Joe Jessup and Matt Wilkins as well. We're going to get a new name on the Tagiwa Type R Trophy this year. I'll say it was Trafford King who made the best start to the season with a win yesterday, as the cars now head off on their green flag lap ahead of the 15-minute race. I've got Marcus Pye alongside me in the commentary box. Marcus, a very good morning to you, and I'm sure you, like me, are looking forward to all of the racing today, but especially the Type R Trophy.
Yeah, very much. I love these cars. The EP3s really don't show their age, do they? They're just one of those cars that, despite the fact they're, I guess, 20 odd years old, in terms of their evolution, they look so good, and they're well driven, they're quick, and they've got those wonderful engines which they really sing.
Yeah, that's right. It's the K20 engine, Honda K20 engine that these cars all run. Yesterday's race, it was a little bit truncated, unfortunately, with that Andrew Cooper car in the gravel trap bringing out a safety car under a premature conclusion. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, that's the nature of the beast, really, at Brands Indy circuit. These really well matched cars and drivers. It's a very short lap, difficult for marshals to get out and retrieve cars which have strayed. But you know, it is what it is, and I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic day's sport here at Brands Hatch.
Yep, so pole position, that has gone the way of Kai Lindsay in the 374 car. So he was 10th.
Found himself
yesterday.
In the right place.
Absolutely, and it was a very closely fought midfield battle before the red flag. But so it's Kai Lindsay, the Yorkshire driver, on pole, besides Tom McFarlane, who's 35 from Loughborough, working in plant and machinery hire. Been racing since 2023, initially racing in the CNC Heads North West Sports and Saloon Championship in VW Scirocco before switching to Type R Trophy with the DH Racing last season. Second row of the grid, you've got number 12, Richard Jones, who's from Middlesbrough, fabricator, who's 32 years of age. He's been racing for 3 seasons in this car that he prepares with his dad. And then next to him, 66, Ross Borman, quite experienced now, been racing in the Type Rs for a few seasons, having raced in the Clio Championship before that as well. Third row of the grid, we have the 151 car, which is Andy Stevens, the digital marketing agency owner from Congleton, another driver that's in his 3rd season of racing. He's in the ex-Matt Digby car, and he had multiple class wins in the Club Sport Trophy previously. And 83, John Labella, is on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. He's 37 from Hexham up in Northumberland, done some karting, another DH racing car. His father, Giovanni, was a rally driver in the past as well. So cars coming back onto the grid ahead of a 15-minute race. We are something like half an hour later than planned getting our racing underway, so no doubt it'll be a slightly shorter lunch break during the course of the day. But we are all set for the first of our 11 races. It is Lindsay in the white, red and blue car on pole position. It's the green car with the grey trim of grey bonnet of McFarlane next to him. It's the blue and silver car of Jones on the 2nd row, besides the pink and silver car of Borman. The green flag has waved at the back. The race about to get underway. The red lights go on. And out they go. It's a better start from the outside of the front row by Tom McFarlane. Ross Borman's also made a good start as well as they head off up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It, in fact, looks like it is going to be the car that... Oh, and he's spun. McFarlane is spun from the lead of the race. He's gone off to the inside of the circuit. Does he manage to keep it out of the barriers? No, not quite. He's just nosed into the barrier, I can see from our commentary box window. So the leader, McFarlane, off at the first corner. That means Ross Borman has moved into the lead of the race. And it's Kai Lindsay in 2nd place as they drop back down the hill. Of course, you've got some of the quicker drivers from race 1 trying to make their way through the field. There's Don de Graaf in the 15 car.
I think it's Labella up to 3rd now. By the looks of things, the black car with the stripes all over it, and Richard Jones in 4th.
Yeah, as they head along the Cooper Straight into Surtees for the first time. So it's Borman leading from the car that was on the pole position, and the car that was leading McFarlane has got going again, I can tell you. So it's Borman leading from Lindsay in second place and Labella in third as they come up and over the line for the first time.
Yep, there they go. And Ross Borman, the former Renault Clio racer, who has the advantage over Kai Lindsay. Lindsay, oh, and there's a tag between third and fourth place. Labella's been tagged. He's gone round. Someone's gone round the other way. There's a car obscured in the gravel, and I'm not sure.
Oh, and Labella's taken a hit as well from a car that was unsighted coming through from behind as he was stationary on the circuit. There's a huge cloud of dust. That's a huge hit to one of the cars there on the way up to Drizzle. We've got the red lights on. Race being stopped straight away there by the officials with multiple cars.
I think the cars
involved
that were
in that
third
collision.
and fourth touched. Labella spun one way, and then somebody else spun an avoidance and went into the gravel and got jammed up there. There's at least four cars involved, and one of them's ended up very, very close to where McFarlane had been against the barrier before he got going after the first lap. So, drama.
Yes, so several cars involved there. Immediate red flag, of course, the rescue vehicle and the medical crews onto the scene as usual, as is standard in these situations, to attend to all the drivers, check that they're all okay. I can see certainly some of the drivers out of the cars already, but we hope that all is okay. There was certainly some heavy impacts there, but obviously it's going to be a bit of a delay before racing can continue here. We're going to go for a short break now. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, where we've had a red flag on the second lap of the first race of the day, the Tyre Tyre Trophy Race, with 3 cars involved between Paddock Hill Bend and Druids. I think now all of the drivers involved are out of the car, but obviously some requiring medical attention. There is going to be a delay before the race gets underway. A message has been put on the TSL timing screen to say that cars which are forming up on the grid now and the drivers should return to the grid at 12:25. So I think what we can glean from that is we're going to have a pause and racing will get underway once again in around about 27, 30 minutes time, something like that, while this incident is dealt with. I've not had official word as to whether that is going to constitute our lunch break or not, but we'll find out for you and give you more information on that as and when we can. But a serious incident here at Brands Hatch, but all of the drivers receiving the attention and the care they need from the medics and the rescue crew here at Brands Hatch after that incident on the second lap of the second Tyre Tyre Trophy Race of the weekend. The cars involved, I can tell you, were 15, Don de Graaf, 62, Max Martin, and 83, John DeBella. Other drivers were involved in the incident, but escaped from the scene. But those were the 3 cars and drivers that were left at the scene of the incident after a very heavy coming together. So we'll have more racing for you in around about half an hour's time. With the continuation of the Tyre Tyre Trophy. As I say, the second scheduled race of the weekend. Should be 3 races this weekend, but obviously the officials will be just looking at what is possible from the point of view of the timetable now, because we started that race half an hour later than scheduled, and we're having another delay now, as you can see, because of that incident. The other races that we'll be seeing throughout the course of the day here at Brands Hatch. Busy day planned with the 5 Club MX5 Cup due to have its second and third races of the weekend. We've also got the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, the Toyota MR2 Championship, having its first race of the season. The 750 Formulas were out yesterday and produced an absolute corker of a race. We've got 2 races this afternoon for the Freaky Park Sports Special Championship. We've got more classic stock hatch action. Lee Scott took his first win in a few years yesterday, and then more 5 Club MR2 and Type R action before the 90-minute Gas Shocks 116 Trophy Race, and rounding out the day, the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship has its second race, which will be set to be the last of the day here at Brands Hatch, where the blue skies are blessing us, a stiff breeze blowing head first into the drivers as they sit on the grid. Those drivers that are still on the grid in their Tyre Tyre Trophy cars can see the drivers, as you can on the live stream, milling around and chatting to one another, no doubt discussing what they could see of the incident or how they were involved. There's 1 or 2 drivers I can see just inspecting any damage possibly on their cars that they sustained in that shunt coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and heading up towards Druids on lap 2 of that Tyre Tyre Trophy Race. You can see Tom McFarlane, who was the car that was leading into the first corner of the race, then went off at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend on the first lap in a separate incident, then got away. It looks like he's rejoining the grid, and because we're going to go back to the original grid, he'll be able to go back through to the front row once again. So he's heading along the grass now. You can't see it just yet. He's going to appear in your shot in a moment. There he is. Tom McFarlane in the 13 car is going to go back through to the front of the grid with some gaffer tape having been applied to the right front headlamp area of the car. No doubt that's where his car went off into the barrier in the first race. What we'll do, if we can, is take another short break. And as I say, we're due to be underway again, not before 12:25. So we'll come back to you around about then. Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch and this 750 Motor Club race meeting, day 2. We have had one attempt to get racing underway today. Unfortunately, that ended with the Tyre Tyre trophy being red flagged on the second lap of the race after a heavy incident involving 3 drivers in particular. And we will keep you informed as to their progress, but we wish them all well, all of those involved, John Labella, Max Martin and Don de Graaf. We are going to get racing back underway very shortly indeed, for those cars that have made it through. And I think we're actually going to have 22 cars on the grid, because you can see Richard Jones, he's going to pick his way through to the second row of the grid. We'll give you a rundown of the grid in a moment, but also David Walsh now has appeared on the back of the grid. So I think we're going to have 22 cars to take the restart of the race, and we'll get a green flag lap underway very shortly. A reminder, we've got 11 races coming up for you during the rest of the day. It's going to be straight through now. We've effectively had our lunch break already, slightly early, and we'll do our best to get all 11 scheduled races in and their full distance in the next 6 hours until the 6:30 curfew. We've also got races this afternoon for the 5 Club MX5 Cup, 750 Formula, MR2 Sport Specials, Classic Stock Catch, and the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy with a 90-minute race as well. But we're staying with 50-minute sprint action for the rest of the day, including this race, which is for the Tyre Type R Trophy. It's their second race of the weekend. A reminder that yesterday the win went the way of Trafford King from Don de Graaf, who clearly won't be taking part in this restart, and Dale Wurton, who's promoted to third after the disqualification of Joe Dalgarno for a safety car yellow flag overtaking situation. About to get the green flag lap underway, and when it is, we will give you the grid. Oh, in fact, the 30-second board is being shown first, so very shortly we'll give you the grid for this Tyre Type R Trophy race, and we'll pick out the drivers that are not there as we go through as well. Beautiful sunny afternoon now here at Brands Hatch. It's been perfect weekend of spring weather, if a little breezy, but it's been a weekend of good racing so far, and hopefully that will continue. The green flag lap gets underway then, so let's take a look at the grid for this 15-minute race. It's going to be Kai Lindsay in the number 374 car that starts on pole position by dint of finishing 10th yesterday. It's a partially reversed grid. Besides him is number 13 Tom McFarlane. On the second row of the grid, 12 Richard Jones and 66 Ross Boardman, who was leading the race when the red flag came out. Third row, 151, Andy Stevens is on his own because John Labella clearly not taking part in the restart after his heavy collision in the first race, or in the first part of the race. Row 4 has number 19 Ollie Musgrove on his own. Don de Graaf also absent. He was caught up in Labella's initial spin in the first part. Row 5 is 42 Trafford King, the winner from yesterday, and 74 Richard Lindsay. Row 6, 24 Jake Johnston and 10 Mohammed Ben Lada. Row 7 is 114 Dale Wurton. He has a 5-place grid penalty. He also overtook under the safety car yesterday. He's next to last year's Class A Hot Hatch champion, 46 Shay Kavanagh. Row 8 is 77 Luke Emmons and 97 Jordan Banks. Row 9 is 16 Adam Huntley and 26 Lee Rickard. Row 10 is 7 Andrew Idwin and 60 Jack Reynolds. And it's James Millward and Drew Cooper on row 11. Max Martin is not there on row 12 of the grid. Joe Dalgarno is on his own, and David Walsh is at the back. 22 cars on the grid then, off on their warming up lap. Marcus Pye alongside me in the commentary box. Marcus, we obviously wish all of those drivers involved in that incident an hour or so ago very well.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's so disappointing to see a big accident at any point, particularly when cars and drivers are knocked about, and that was a particularly heavy impact as a result of a fairly innocuous tag at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. But as you say, very swift action by marshals and medics, and the drivers are receiving medical attention, so that's good news in itself. But let's concentrate on the race. It's about to reform on the grid with that bandaged car of McFarlane. sitting there on the outside of the front row. That was a separate incident. That was the earlier incident. So in the attempt to start the race, and Tom McFarlane in the 13 car, lucky to be in this one. I think he just caught the edge of the barrier, didn't he, as he went in the tyre wall, and was able to drive it back to the pits. Last lines just coming in, just last pairings.
Yeah, almost all now in position. Still going to be the original 15-minute race distance then for this Tagiwa Type R trophy. Yesterday's race was truncated by a safety car, and then it was flagged early. Hopefully, got my fingers crossed as I say this, so we'll get 15 minutes of racing this time. Green flag's waved at the back, red light's gone on. Race about to get underway. It goes out. It's a better start from pole position by Kai Lindsay this time, but it's a great start from the second row by Ross Borman, and he's alongside Kai Lindsay. He's ahead of Kai Lindsay as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, but he's on the outside line, but he moves across. He sweeps into the lead of the race then. So it's Borman leading, Lindsay second. McFarlane this time has made a more conservative start. He's there in third place, and it's Richard Jones in the 12 car in fourth as they head around Druids for the first time.
Yes, Andy Stevens I saw was trying to sneak up the inside there to recapture fifth, but as they come down through Graham Hill Bend, it is still Borman from Lindsay. McFarlane is next, then it's Jones, and these three abreast down the Cooper Straight there. Some wing mirrors going in a second, but the looks of things you can't all fit through, surely, through Surtees in Honda 6. They've managed to get through all safely.
The car in the middle of that was Trafford King, wasn't it? Yesterday's race winner.
Working his way through.
He'll be one of the favourites for the championship this year, I would think, as we've got Richard Jones going alongside there, the 151 car of Andy Stevens, and absolutely side by side as they go over the line within 0.02 of a second of one another. But it's Borman that's leading by 0.3 of a second. There's a dragging bumper from one of the cars now, the car in I think 6th position, which would make it Mohammed Ben Laden, I think, that's got his rear bumper dragging behind it. Behind him is Trafford King, who's got to try to avoid that now as they head back down towards Graham Hill Bend for the second time in this race. A bit close there between the 24 and 19 cars. 19 is Musgrave, 24 is the car of Jake Johnson. But there's Trafford King. He's made up a place now in the number 42 car. He's got ahead of Mohammed Ben Laden and up into the top 6.
And yes, there's the car, Ben Laden with his rear bumper, akimbo. As they come up onto the straight, that may well be ground off before he gets next. Doesn't slow the car down in a straight line. That'll air brake, but it's got through on the outside there. Oof, a little bit of rubbing there, I suspect, and down the inside from behind by Ben Laden. Looks like it was Wharton.
Richard Lindsay and Wharton, I think, of both. No, Wharton's still trying to get through. He's not done it yet, and the car behind him that's is that 24 car of Jake Johnson as well, the sort of gunmetal grey car. Meanwhile, Ross Borman continues to lead. He pulls out another 0.2 on that lap. He and Kai Lindsay are going away from Tom McFarlane in third place. Still Ben Laden, who raced in the Hot Hatch Championship last year. Still trailing that bumper he'll be getting, if it doesn't come off, the black and orange warning flag. In fact, he is going to get that. I can see on my screen now that's come up. He's going to be getting the black and orange warning flag to say you're going to need to come to the pits and get that taken off.
Yeah, that's right. And there he is, Ben Laden, with the yellow car. Still trailing the bumper. You'd have thought it might have just taken itself off.
It's only just clinging on, isn't it?
Yeah, almost eerie, that, sort of scraping the road. Up the inside comes that's Johnson, so Jake Johnson trying to go through.
And Musgrave also getting past Joe Dalgarno, who's come through from the back of the grid. He's coming down the inside now is Dalgarno. The car in the middle, which is Musgrave, was locked up. Dalgarno, who's managed to get his wipers on somehow, has managed to keep out of the side of him. He's lost momentum, and David Walsh, who started at the back, having non-started yesterday, he's coming through on the inside now as well.
He looked likely to be exploring the grass for a moment, didn't he? Because there was barely room for three abreast out of Graham Hill Bend. I don't think Ben Laden has seen the warning flag.
0.6 of a second the lead for Ross Borman from Kai Lindsay and Tom McFarlane, as you've got the 21 car of Walsh then, having come through from the back. He's up to 12th place, trying to get up the inside now. There's a slower car in front of them as well, which has lost all momentum, it seems, as it goes up the hill towards Druid. This is the battle for third position now. Andy Stevens right with Tom McFarlane for third place.
And the turquoise car, almost Leighton House coloured car of Trafford King, 6th place. Get the impression he's sort of biding his time and not worried too much about it.
He did the
fastest lap.
Yeah.
He's not worried about it because 2 or 3 of the cars that started just ahead of him on the grid, due to start ahead of him, couldn't make the restart. And on consistency alone, as well as speed, he's going to be in a very good position coming out of this weekend if he can pick up another handful of good points. If he can pick off 1 or 2 of them, that would be good.
Kyle Lindsay took 3/10 of a second out of Ross Borman on the last lap, and he's right with the race leader now as they come up towards Druids for the 6th time with 10 minutes of the race left to go. So that gap has narrowed. They're 2.5 seconds clear of Tom McFarlane in third place. He's now busy defending from Andy Stevens. That's allowing the top 2 to get away. It's also allowing Richard Jones and Trafford King to close in. The 2 leaders, though, through Surtees and then McLaren, 2.5 lengths between them as they go. Then here's the scrap for third, which is even closer.
Yeah, Stevens isn't quite close enough to explore any gap going into clearways. McFarlane runs a bit wide, which allows his rivals to close up into the slipstream. We saw how powerful the slipstream was yesterday among the BMWs in the 116 Trophy, and equally so. Oh, and there's been a touch of McFarlane, and that was Stevens, wasn't it? They both careered off the outside. There was a tag into the braking area for Paddock. Both cars beached up there in the gravel.
They are indeed. Those were 3rd and 4th, so that means it's now Richard Jones up into 3rd place. Black flag has gone out now to the number 10 car of Mohammed Ben Lard, because he's been ignoring the black and orange flags. But it's McFarlane and Stevens off, so Jones up to 3rd, Trafford King up to 4th place, and that's why you bide your time, because something like that might happen ahead of you to make the passageway a bit more clear. It is still Ross Borman leading, is about 1.5 lengths clear, but it's King now up the inside of Jones to get 3rd, but just as yellow flags are coming out for the safety car being called, which is no great surprise with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Come through then in the order of Borman, Lindsay, Trafford King up into 3rd place, and Jones is 4th, Lindsay is 5th. Second of Lindsay's, that's Richard Lindsay in 74, 116, Daniel Worton, Jake Johnson, Ollie Musgrave, and the 21 car of Walsh, David Walsh. They are in 7th, 8th and 9th ahead of Delgado.
Yeah, so Delgado, up from the back. So we've had nearly half of this race, but how much more of it we'll get, I'm not quite sure. We'd obviously already had a red flag, so we'll see what the officials do about this. There's not great efforts being made yet to try to recover those cars from the top of Paddock Hill Bend. It's a very exposed position where the 2 cars have ended up. I think the driver's out of the car, the cars that were involved, McFarlane.
It was curious. They touched in braking, and the green car McFarlane went across the nose of Andy Stevens, and second incident in the race for McFarlane. He's had kind of a fraught day.
Car down the pit lane is number 60, Jack Reynolds. He's into the pits. That was the car that was going slowly a few moments ago, so clearly some strife with his Type R EP3. Still, the cars continue for at least 1 more lap behind the safety car. The marshals are down at the scene, just trying to make sure all is safe there. But say the snatch vehicle looks like it's about to make an entrance to try and recover those cars. But I suspect we're not going to see too much more racing. 6.5 minutes left on the clock and 2 cars to recover. I can see one of the recovery vehicles is also heading out or getting ready to head out onto the circuit when it's given the safety car to do. I think perhaps we'll see a premature end to this race though, but the cars continuing to follow the safety car around. Ross Borman is leading, of course, from Kyle Lindsay in 2nd and Trafford King in 3rd, so he'll have had a win and a 3rd place. So I think that will put him into the championship lead.
Yes, a solid lead, won't it? Because Don de Graaf unable to make the restart of this one. He finished second yesterday, and Wharton, who was third, is currently lying sixth in the 114 car.
Yeah.
Musgrave was fourth yesterday in 19. He currently runs in eighth. And the Bella a non-starter in this one. Andy Stevens out of this one. And Ross Borman, who finished seventh yesterday, is, I suspect, going to take the checkered flag for this one, because those cars are immobile there.
Yeah, so it's the safety car heading around. Ross Borman is behind it, and we're just looking down to the gantry, the marshal's gantry beneath us, to see if there's any sign of a checkered flag this time, which it looks like there will be. As you can see, it's being picked up, and the checkered flag goes out, and it's Ross Borman then that wins round 2 of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Kai Lindsay takes second place. Trafford King is third. Fourth place goes the way of Richard Jones. Richard Lindsay is fifth. Dale Wharton sixth. Jake Johnson seventh. Ollie Musgrove eighth. From the back of the grid, a worthwhile 6 or 7 minutes of racing for David Walsh. He's gone from the back of the grid to 9th, and Joe D'Argano from the back of the grid to 10th place. So they both made some ground and picked up some useful points from that. But I think we've only got 19 cars passing the checkered flag. We had those 2 in the gravel trap. We had 3 non-starters, and we had the red car of Jack Reynolds heading into the pit lane as well, the drive from Church Stretton out of the race. So the marshals getting the appreciation of most of the drivers, who are giving a wave to them as they go past on what is now the slowing down lap. This will allow a little bit more time for the recovery crews to get to work, which they are now doing. They're about to head out onto the circuit and get those cars cleared before the next race of the day, which is due to be the 5 Club MX5 Cup. But let's have a look at the results of race number 11, race 1 of the day. It was won by number 66, Ross Borman, his first Type R Trophy win, I think. 9 laps of racing, not all of them full green flag racing, but 9 laps completed. He was 0.923 seconds ahead of Kai Lindsay. Of course, all the cars coming home behind the safety car. 374 then in second place. Third was number 42, Trafford King. Fourth, number 12, Richard Jones. Fifth was number 74, Richard Lindsay. Dale Wharton, third yesterday. Sixth today in the 114 car. Seventh was number 24, Jake Johnson. In eighth place, number 19, Ollie Musgrave. 9th was 21, David Walsh, and 10th was 93, Joe D'Argano. Then it was Adam Huntley, Mohammed Ben Lada, although I think he's going to have a trip to see the clerk of the course after this one, after driving around with that bumper flailing and the black and orange flag being not heeded. Shay Kavanagh, 13th in number 46, then Luke Emmons, 14th. Jordan Banks, Lee Rickard, Andrew Cooper, Andrew Idwin, and Andrew Idwin's stepson, James Millward, complete the cars that got to the end of that race, 19 of them in the end. It's not been plain sailing this weekend so far for the Type R Trophy, has it, Marcus?
I'm afraid not. I mean, I think your stocks will be rising if you're in the EP3 body repair business. But no, it's been a difficult weekend for many of the competitors, but a good win for Ross Borman today. He worked really hard, got the lead from P4 on the grid over twice in this one. And for Trafford King, who's come through to take that championship lead, yesterday's winner, finishing third.
Well, let's go down now to the pit lane, and Josh Barrett has probably got some slightly more elongated interviews than normal.
So we're down here at the end of the pit lane in Park Fermé, ready to speak to happy drivers, because some best results for many. Well done, Ross. I think that's your first win, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Really happy. Couldn't be happier. So.
Yes. Obviously a bit of a weird race in places, but the main thing was the start, and you had to do it twice from 4th on the grid, and they were epic.
Yeah, luckily both starts were really good. So I managed to get a good one on the first one, but obviously everyone had a bit of a pile up, and hopefully they're all right. And managed to do it on the second one and go on the outside, and then managed to hold it from there. Well done to Kai, and he had a good race as well. So
tell us a bit about the track conditions, because there's been a lot of offs at paddock today. Is paddock sort of okay? Is it just drivers making mistakes? Yeah,
it's a little bit slippery. It really is. It tends to, the front end tends to go in, but it's really loose on the back, and it's the same through clearways as well. But yeah, it's definitely a lot slipperier than it has been all weekend. So
a bit strange, really, isn't it? But well done on your first win, and guess now thinking to the last race of the day, which will be on pole, I think.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. If it is, we'll just see what we can do from there. We'll go back, see what the car's like, and then go from there. So.
Well done.
Thank you very
Let's have a word with Kai Lindsay, who I think this is his first podium. So let's have a word. Kai, well done. Second place. Is that your first podium as well?
This is my first ever podium, yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
And I guess that pole position, it's difficult here at Brands Hatch, and just the cars behind just have that much more momentum as they go downhill.
Yeah, there were a lot pushing me and there were a lot of fast cars. Yeah, and it was brilliant. I loved it. It's awesome.
Looked like when the race got going, though, you were able to keep with Ross and give him a right challenge.
Yeah, luckily, we just broke away from the rest of the pack, and I think I was pushing him most of the way around, and we were just racing. It was good. I loved it.
And I think that means the race later you'll be on that outside line, so maybe you can get to the front then.
Hopefully we can switch places, yeah.
Well done, congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to thank my dad for everything. Thank you.
Well done, Kai. And then Trafford King is over here, so let's walk and have a word with Traff, who took third. I can see him, he's speaking to Danny Hobson, his team boss. Well done, Traff, you're sort of the one that managed to keep out of trouble from coming through to get some good points.
Yeah, after that first attempt, we just had to stay out there, really. It was a dangerous game on it after the first one. Yeah, it was good, though. Good race, that one.
And so you managed to progress, like you say, not immediately, but coming through nicely, and that puts you good for the whole weekend, points over other drivers, your main competitors.
Yeah, that's it. Well, like we said with the first one, we had to see what ballast was like.
Yeah.
And it was first time in. But it felt good. The car felt good. I felt good, so we'll see.
You sort of have enough laps there to get sort of used to the ballast, did you?
Yeah, well, you just go for it, don't you? You just drive it and see what happens. It's one of them.
And just speaking to Ross there, Paddock Hill seems a bit tricky today, more than yesterday.
Well, I'm guessing by the looks of things it was. Didn't feel much different,
right.
But it's one of them, innit? People in different cars. It's how if you warm your tyres up in a different way or something like that.
Yeah, it's not just been this series, it's been all morning, so it's a bit weird, yeah.
Right, everyone's been struggling then. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
okay for you.
Well, just drove it. See what happens, don't you?
Well done. You only drive to get 2 podiums, so congratulations to our top 3 in the Tiggo Tyre Trophy. More racing coming up, more make racing coming up, because the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup is up next.
So time for the 5 Club MX5 Cup, sponsored by Massimo Tyres. The car's still in the assembly area, waiting to be released because the circuit's still being cleared after that incident in the Tiggo Tyre Trophy race. It's the second race of the weekend, second of 3 this weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And yesterday's race was won by Oak Richardson. He had a victory by just over 1 second from Michael Pearce, with Roger Chesno making a return after he said about 7 or 8 years to the 5 Club, and he took 3rd place. Tom Holland took 4th. Ben Smiles on his debut in the category was 5th, and Ben Hansey making his return, sat last season out, he took 6th place ahead of Matt Hallam, Andy Bailey, Matt Crozier and Sam Gormer. It was a full grid of 34 cars yesterday. There was indeed 1 reserve as well. It was an oversubscribed entry for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and Oak Richardson it was, who was victorious on occasion last year, that took the first win of 2025. Last year's champion and the 5-time champion in 5 Club, Ben Short, not entered for this weekend at least. We'll see if he appears during the course of the rest of the season, but he is busy, no doubt, running several of the cars in this championship through his BS Motorsport concern, and many of his customers running strongly yesterday. Great championship this for the MX5s. It's been running for quite a few seasons now with the 750 Motor Club, created by Alan Robson First year as a championship was back in 2015, so this is the 10th anniversary. Ben Hansey's taken over the mantle of running it for the last couple of years. And it's for the Mark 1 MX5s that were built between 1989 and 1997. They have the 1.6 litre 16 valve engine. MX5 Racing has been used as the platform for great things for quite a few drivers over the years, and it's a relatively affordable way to go racing as well. You can buy or even build a car for around about £6,000. They run gas professional coilovers, and they have the standard gearbox as well, with discs that have to be of a standard pattern and standard diameter, and Mark 1 calipers have to be used as well, and they run on these Massimo Optima Plus tyres as well. This year it's, I think, a 21 round championship with triple headers at each of the 7 meetings this year. So starting the season here at Brands Hatch, they go all over the country though. They go to Silverstone in May, Castle Combe in June, Carroll Park in July, Snetterton in August, Croft in September, and Donington Park in October. So calendar nicely spread. They have a round basically every month during the course of the season, and you'll be able to see several of those events on the 750 Motor Club TV coverage produced by Alpha Live, or producing the coverage this weekend. Still waiting for the cars to be released. I don't think it's going to be too much longer. The circuit looks like it's clear now, so we'll see cars out onto the track shortly, I think. A reminder that here at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time, over the Easter weekend, Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday, the British trucks are here. Always a spectacular and very well supported event. So British trucks here, plus a programme of support races as well. You can get the details, of course, on the Brands Hatch website, brandshatch.co.uk. Marshall's breaking into a trot there, which suggests that the gate is going to be opened and cars are going to be released out onto the circuit any moment now. And it's going to be a full grid of, I think, 34 cars that we will have for this second race of the weekend for the MX5 Cup. There you could hear the whistle and the arm being waved, and the cars are now moving out onto the circuit. And let's have a look at the grid for this 15-minute second race of the weekend for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. It is Oak Richardson that starts on pole position, number 17, and besides him is number 70, Michael Pearce. This grid, by the way, determined by the result of race 1. Row 2 is going to be 105, Roger Chestnut, and 74, Thomas Holland. Row 3 is going to be 46, which is Ben Smiles, and 40, Ben Hansey. Fourth row of the grid has 44, Matt Hallam, the ex-Formula Fordster, and 95, Andy Bailey. Row 5 is 848, Matt Crozier, and 128, Sam Gormer. The 6th row, Scott Lawrence, 64, Ian Tomlinson, number 9. On to row 7, and that's where we find Zolly Shabai in 168, and 92, Jordan Johnson. 178, Kevin Dengate, and 65, Amy Worthington are on the 8th row. The 9th row, 97, Jack Lawrence, and 29, Mary Barnard. Row 10, Matthew Short in 72, and Stephen Robinson in 68. The 11th row, 41, Alex Quatch-T, and 96, Sam Moody. The 12th row, 23, Martina Ward, and 19, Andrew Beale. On row 13 of the grid, it's Andrew Robinson in number 90, and Paul Barnard in 129. Row 14 is Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher, and 592, which is Adrian Wardley. 15th row, 191, Philip Barrett, and 31, Neil Burrows. 16th row, 5, Glenn Crook, and 26, Isabel Burrows. And then final row, 666, Nigel Holland, and 13, Scott Leach, with the first reserve now being Chris Lover after he was disqualified from race 1 for a technical issue. So the blue car on pole position of Oak Richardson with the yellow stars adorning it. He is a garden centre managing director from Buckinghamshire, 30 years of age, been racing for 3 seasons now and competed in the British Drift Championship before that. Besides him is Michael Pearce, who had that second place finish yesterday, so improving on his best result from last year, which was when he switched into this championship from the BRSCC MX5 Championship, because he finds the paddock more friendly and the driving standards better in 5 Club, which is fantastic to hear. Second row of the grid you've got on the inside there, that's the 105 car of Roger Chestnut, who's had a few years out but returning to 5 Club this weekend, and the 74 car of sometime British GT racer Thomas Holland, with the junior saloon car graduate Ben Smiles on the third row, besides Ben Hansey, a two-time champion in 5 Club. So we're about to get the race underway for 15 minutes of action. The red lights go on and they are about to go out, and they do, and the race gets underway then. They head off up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. It's a good start, and usually from pole position by Oak Richardson, and he's got the lead of the race there. Michael Pearce has lost a bit of ground. He's gone down to second. Roger Cheslow, I think, has made his way through on the inside in that black car with the red flashes on it. He's up to second, then Pearce down to third. It's Ben Hansey actually going to try and get past him into third place as well. Thomas Holland is in 5th. I think Smiles is in 6th place possibly, as they head their way out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Bit of locking up from one of the cars in the midfield. That's the 178 car, which is Kevin Denge, long-time MX5 racer, also raced the M3 Cup when that was a thing about a decade ago with the 750 motor club. But a good start to the race here for Oak Richardson.
Yes, he's got a lead of about 7 or 8 lengths coming out of Clearways up onto the Brabham Straight for the first time in this 15-minute race. We've just got a tad under 14 to go. Obviously that longer lap from the standing start. And it is Oak Richardson who leads Roger Cheslow up on the outside, Ben Hansey and Michael Pearce through Paddock Hill Bend there. You can see the next chasing group is Thomas Holland in the red car. Somebody touches the grass. That's Hansey on the inside as they go through Druids for the next time. Holland leading a train of cars in that chase.
Smiles was in fact down to 8th at the end of the first lap in the number 46 car.
Didn't start well yesterday either, did he? He was qualified well and then picked his way through again.
Getting used to getting these cars off the line. He raced the Saxos in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last year. That was his first step into car racing. He's only 17 years of age from Eckington, a student, also doing some waiting on tables to earn a bit of money to fund his racing, no doubt, turning his way through the final corner of this second lap of the race, chasing after Oak Richardson, who's got a very healthy lead, more than a second, is it? At the end of 1.3 seconds at the end of lap 2. Cheslow, though, has got Hansey and Pearce climbing all over the back of him, and Holland and Hallam not too far behind. I'm just looking at that, but Andy Bailey made up 2 places on that last lap. He's gone up to 7th place in the number 95 car, and there was one off the road there. That was the 46 car of Ben Smiles. So Smiles has made a mistake, and that's dropped him further back down the order now, possibly outside the top 10, as they make their way out of Graham Hill Bend for the second time. There you can see the 40 car of Hansey is now at the head of this group, so he's got ahead of Cheslow. Cheslow down to 4th place behind Pearce as well, and now he's got his work cut out, keeping Holland and Hallam at bay.
Yes, that's right, because Holland's tucked to the inside as they come up onto that plateau, which marks the start of the Brabham Straight, and behind Holland it's Hallam, the Formula Fordster, and virtually bum drafting through there. Very dramatic, but they both managed to displace Roger Cheslow before they get to Paddock in the black car. That exposes Cheslow to the 95 car, which is Andy Bailey.
Yeah, that's Smiles' incident. I think he may have had a bit of a contact with Sam Gormer there as well, which sent him wide and down to, where did he come back? 15th, yeah. So he lost 7 places that lap, unfortunately for him. So he's got even more work to do than he had yesterday. But there's Cheslow, chased by Andy Bailey now, the Mint Alloys man, in the number 95 car, 56-year-old from Flitton. Been racing since 2002. Started out in Caterham Academy, but he's racing with production BMWs and Pumas and production Golf GTIs and all kinds of things. This car built with Brian Chandler, I think, this particular one.
Not to confuse with the Andy Bailey had a Frog Eye Sprite in motorsports in the 1970s.
Different one, definitely. As they are, these two, Hansey and Pearce, they're getting away a little bit now from Holland, it is now, up into 4th place. Hallam 5th and Cheslow in 6th. Smiles made 1 place back up on that lap, up to 14th, ahead of Zolly Shabai, who's making his debut in the 5 Club this season, who this is Brands' favourite circuit. He was keen to race with Scott and Jack Lawrence, having raced with them before.
think that was Tomlinson in the maroon car that was bouncing down the grass halfway down the hill from Druids to Graham Hill Bend. He's picked it up again.
Yeah, there is Tomlinson, who's usually a little bit close to the front.
Yeah, he is. And Ben Smiles is jostling his way back. So he's from Ettington.
Yeah, Eckington in Worcestershire, yeah.
Yeah.
So Pearce right in the toe of Hansey here along the Brabham Straight, pulls out, but no real effect, I don't think, there. If anything, he might have lost a little bit of ground. He's perhaps going to try and get the cut back and carry more momentum up the hill towards Druids.
Yeah, Hansey clipped the curve in the middle of paddock, and that kind of slightly destabilised the car. Let Pearce get a bit closer. Behind them, it's Holland in the 74 car, the red PS Motorsport car with the white checkers over it.
We've not really mentioned Jordan Johnson. He's steadily made his way up from 14th on the grid to 8th place. He's got the best lap of the race now, 58.472. He was the champion 2 years ago. He was a front runner last year, second to Ben Short in the championship. And yeah, black and white driving test plug has gone out to the 46 car, which is Smiles, isn't it, for multiple spins, as it describes it on the timer screen. He's had an eventful race.
He's doing well to running in pretty much the top third of the field, having spun
multiple times. Here is a change going on. That's Andy Bailey up the inside of Roger Chesno, who is going backwards in this race. He was on the podium yesterday, but he's not having such a good run today. If he's sort of changed something on the car overnight that's not quite worked, maybe a little tweak to the setup.
Conditions are very similar.
Yeah.
Same headwind, decent temperature.
There's Jordan Johnson behind him now, that 92 car, the grey car with the white number on the side. So he's looking to perhaps climb into the top 6 before the end of the race. Oak Richardson's lead is still about 1.3 seconds, I think. And he's going to get into traffic, I think, before much longer. There are a couple of slow cars not that far ahead of him. One of them just going across the line now.
Yeah, 666. That's the second of the Hollands.
Yeah, that's Nigel Holland, the 64-year-old from Limpston, a business consultant. In his first season of racing, did track days about 30 years ago. Keen to give racing a go. He's one of the BS Motorsport customers. Pretty much halfway through this race now. There's battle going on.
And Chesno still managing to grimly cling to the inside of Druids.
Smiles was catching it with Gormer again. I think they did have a little bit of a brush early on in the race. There's Nigel Holland being passed by Ben Hansey and Michael Pearce. And Matt Hallam also going through as well in the number 44 car, the driver in 5th position. The 26-year-old from the Devises, an account manager by occupation. Richardson, though, looking pretty commanding here with this advantage of about 1.3 seconds. He's looking pretty good. Other drivers also being warned of incidents now. 128, which is Gorman, and also the 848 car of Matt Crozier as well. So they just need to make sure that they're behaving themselves for the rest of this race, otherwise they might find themselves with a penalty of some description.
Johnson up into 7th place in number 92 now.
Smiles at the inside of Gormer into Druids. He's got his car halfway alongside the 128 car, taking the tighter line on the inside, resting his way around. I don't think it's going to work out for him though there, because Gormer holds on.
Yeah, he'll try to cut back, but they're being followed precious close now by that's Kevin Dengate, I think, in behind them.
Yeah, I think that's right, in the red car. I think it's a former Burkitt relay, wasn't he? Yeah, Kevin Dengate.
BMWs and things, wasn't
yeah.
He, quite a lot of the time.
So he turns his way through, chasing after Smiles and Gormer on 10th and 11th. And they're going to be pretty much side by side as they go across the line to complete lap number 9 of this race, with just under 6 minutes left to go. Still those two side by side. We've also got a battle going on. That's Jordan Johnson trying to get past Andy Bailey as well.
Going on another of the back markers, that's Isabel Burrows, isn't it?
Yeah, 26, Isabel Burrows. Father Neil also on the grid. Just a couple of places ahead of her, actually. Hand out to the cockpit there for Ben Hansey. Not quite sure what he was signalling.
Let's work together. Let's work together and catch him.
The gap's down to less than a second now. Traffic has probably played a part in that. It's not completely beyond the bounds of possibility that they could catch him. Black and white driving standards flag going out for 44 now as well, which is Matt Hallam. As here comes Ben Smiles again, trying to find a way past Samuel Gormer at Clark Curve this time, and this time he has gone through, and trying to follow him is Kevin Dengate, almost with a wheel on the edge of the grass there, and he has gone through, I think, before they can get to Paddock Hill Bend. So get Kevin Dengate taking advantage of the door opened by Ben Smiles there.
I think that's probably what it was. I think Hansey's a little bit enthused by the fact he's closer to the back bumper of Oak Richardson, and if they stop fighting among themselves and just concentrate for a couple of laps with 4.5 minutes to go, there's a possibility when the next cars they come up to lap intervene, that they could make that move and latch on.
There's the gap, you can see it. Still just over a second, I think, between Richardson and Hansey.
Still frantic action in the middle of the pack, which is exciting to watch.
Here's some of it. It involves Dengate. Also there is the 64 car, which is that of Scott Lawrence. He's just in behind. There's a screech of tyres.
Somebody goes round, number 90.
Yeah, that's the 90 car, which is Andy Robinson.
Yeah.
He's had a spin. Behind our commentary box there, you can see that now on the live stream. I think he's going to get going again. He was running in 27th position before that. It's much closer actually between these four now, because 74 Holland and 44 Hallam have closed in on Hansey and Pearce.
Yeah, that's right. That chase group has grown as number 92, which is Jordan Johnson, has made his way now up into 6th place. So good race season he's having.
4 minutes left. Probably time for 4 laps, because they will just get to one.
And there's 92, Jordan Johnson looking up the outside into Paddock. He's not got the space there to do it, but you can see he's got his head down in the cockpit. That goes up the inside now of Hallam.
Yeah, Hallam, whose rear bumper looks like it's a little bit crumpled. Yeah, it's maybe it's the way it's taped on after yesterday, possibly.
It's skirmish.
Yeah, and they're still alongside one another, these two cars, Johnson and Hallam. Hallam had 1 win last year. Jordan didn't trouble the score as far as wins were concerned last year.
But they're still side by side, and round the outside comes the 92 car, which is Jordan Johnson. He's got back past Hallam. It's the 3rd change of place between these two in about half a lap.
Yeah, and this is all for 5th and 6th position. Johnson did well to come through from row 7 of the grid to climb this high. Over the line, Pearce getting close to the back of Hansey, who was taking advantage of the slipstream there. He's to the outside line at Paddock Hill Bend. Will he try and get the cut back and go up the inside on the way up to Drids? He's a little bit too far back to make that work, and he's got to watch out too for Holland, who's going to throw it up the inside, send it, as they say. But he decides better of it. He's managed to pull away now from the next two. Hallam and Johnson, of course, having been battling with each other over the course of the previous lap, leaving just these 3 to squabble over second.
Yeah, they've kind of fallen back as a result of the intensity of their duel.
Richardson now is 1.6 seconds ahead of these 3, and Hansey, I think, he's just trying to leave Pearce behind now, because there's only going to be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one.
Yeah, Richardson looks like he's broken the chasers now.
I would say he probably has. He's been dealing with more back markers as well. He's going to go along with 1 minute and 7 seconds left, so yep, 2 laps to go. Over the line go the chasing group. Pearce still trying to find a way past Ben Hansey. Hansey was a 2-time champion in 2019 and 2020 in 5 Club MX5 Cup, so he's had plenty of wins under his belt over the seasons. That's Andy Bailey now alongside Matt Hallam, and I think they were going past the back mark as well. It was the Andy Robinson car they were going past, so this often seems to happen to Matt Hallam. He seems to start races pretty well and then fall back as the race goes on. He's under more and more pressure from Andy Bailey, and also Roger Chestnut, who who seems to have plateaued. He dropped to about 8th and then he's stayed there. He's not gone any further backwards.
Set Hallam in that sort of Formula Ford mode, going hell for leather out of the blocks at the start and making up some ground.
Chesno trying to make up ground on the inside of Bailey there. He's got an overlap as they come through Clearways and Clark Curve, and they're going to be alongside one another as they come back out onto the Brabham Straight, I think. Can he just find an extra millionth of a brake horsepower to get ahead? He might do. He has done.
That was a good move behind him, though, as well.
And that was Crozier, I think, Matt Crozier in the 848 car that has also gone through, the 40-year-old from Bath in his second season of racing.
Left his braking hellish late and managed to get there purely by being on the right part of the circuit.
This is the last lap, and look, Jordan Johnson now is with Thomas Holland for 4th place. So the red car of Holland, the grey car of Jordan Johnson, looking to climb from 14th to 4th in this race. He's got one more place to go. Only a few more corners to go now for Oak Richardson to make his second race win of the season. He's turning his way through Clearways towards Clark Curve now, and the final corner of the race, but the big battle going on for second place, but the clock's counted down to 0. Here's Oak Richardson now. He's got some more back marker lappery to do as he comes up to the line, but he takes the checkered flag now. Does Oak Richardson to have a second win of the weekend in the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. He's won by more than 2.5 seconds in the end from Ben Hansey. Pierce, Holland, Johnson couldn't quite squeeze out one more place. He finishes 5th. And Hallam, Chesno, Crozier, who had that spectacular finish, getting ahead of Andy Bailey. And Ben Smiles did get back into the top 10 in the end, despite those various incidents during the course of the race. And there's one more race to come later on this afternoon for the 5 Club MX5s with a partially reverse grid. It's going to be someone between 6th and 10th in that race, so between Hallam, Chesno, Crozier, Bailey and 10th place Ben Smiles, one of those will be starting on pole position for the final race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing.
How's that decided?
There will be a ball drawn out of a bag to work out which one it is that is going to be on pole position. Here's the result though for race 12 of the weekend. It was number 17 Oak Richardson, the winner of the 5 Club MX5 Cup after 16 laps of racing. Second was number 40 Ben Hansey, third number 70 Michael Pierce, fourth was 74 Tom Holland, Jordan Johnson was 5th in 92, Matthew Hallam 6th in 44, then Roger Chesno 105, 848 Matt Crozier, 95 Andy Bailey, and Ben Smiles completing the top 10 ahead of Sam Gormer, who had a brush with early on in the race. Ian Tomlinson was 12th, then Kevin Degate and Zoltan Shabai. Scott Lawrence, Chris Lovett, Amy Worthington, Stephen Robinson, Jack Lawrence and Mary Barnard complete the top 20 ahead of Sam Moody, Alex Quatch T, Matt Short, Martina Ward, Andrew Beale, Paul Barnard, Philip Barrett, and then I think probably everybody else, not quite everybody else lap. So Jeremy Lewis, Fletcher, Aidan Wardley and Glenn Crook also on the leading lap, but Neil Burrows, Andy Robinson, Isabel Burrows and Nigel Holland were all lapped during the course of that race.
Amy Worthington could be down winner for the second time.
Absolutely right. So the cars will be leaving the circuit to head down to the pit lane. We're going to have the Race Part 750 Formula Championship up very shortly. There's a big queue of cars. Four field of MX5s trying to get down to the pit lane though. And where we can go down now to Josh Barrett, who is going to speak with our top 3 in the MX5 Cup.
So we're down here in the pit lane. Looks like our race winner Oak Richardson's on another lap. So we'll start with Ben Hansey. Ben, today looks like it's gone better than yesterday for you.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a problem just before qualifying yesterday, so only got out for 2 laps. And with the full grid at Brands Hatch, that's a little difficult to put a lap time together. And as given that 20 minutes before, I didn't think we were going to get out at all. And we had reserves, so I thought that was my weekend done. So, yeah, second go after 18 months out of the car. Ball's back.
Did it feel difficult to get back into it? Obviously not too much as you kept charge through the field yesterday and then out onto the podium.
Yeah, it's time away. Absence grows the heart, makes the heart grow fond, as they say. So, yeah, time away has made me sort of hungry again. Yeah. But, yeah, I felt rusty and I'm bruised in places that I don't get to get bruised in a race car. But, yeah, really great racing. And that's our second session without any safety cars or didn't see anybody parked up. So that's brilliant. Full grid. That's how Mazdas go racing.
Yeah, obviously you've been a big part of this championship and the grid has grown very much so now to a full grid. So talk us a bit about how that feels from your point of view.
Yeah, Alan Robson created a brilliant product, and he spent many years asking me to take it on because he wanted to take a step back. Between myself and Adrian Johnson, we've focused on everybody having a good time across the weekend. We everybody together last night, we all had pizzas, everybody having a natter about their battles off and on track, and yeah, so great to have full grid, everybody's happy. That's what we want, is mates having racing and having a good time and nobody going home with too many problems.
Okay, well done, Ben. We've still got our race winner, so we'll have a word quickly with Mike Pearce, who was third. Mike, third position there for you, and another close race.
Yeah, it was. Again, trying to get past here is quite difficult. I was helping Ben along a little bit just to try and catch up with Oak, because obviously the prizes are at the front there. Had a couple of looks, and a couple of times I had to defend off of Tom Holland, but it was quite pleased with the results. So I've had a second and a third now, so I'm still waiting for the win, but I'm sure that'll come at some point.
Talk to me about the track conditions, because obviously we've had quite a few offs today, and some of the cars out there look really sideways.
Yeah. No problem at all. I think my tyres went off a little bit. It was a bit squirrely towards the end. The track was in tip-top condition, really.
So looking forward to the first good days later now?
Absolutely not. No, I have no idea where we'll end up, but it depends on what number gets pulled out. We'll see, but I imagine the last race is going to be quite chaotic.
Hope not after this morning.
Well,
but well done. I don't think we've got time, unfortunately, to speak to our race winner, because cars are onto the grid for the next race, the race part 750 Formula Championship.
Yeah, second race of the weekend for the race part 750 Formula Championship. Round 2, round 1 yesterday was a cracker. It was won by Mark Windley in only his second race in the Derby MP88. I'm sure Marcus will tell us more about that momentarily. Bill Cowley was second yesterday, long-time competitor in 750 Formula now. And Steve Boother completed the podium in another Derby, the Mark 5B, but also involved in the thick of the action was David Reed in the HRD, and he's back there on the front row of the grid today. Here's how it lines up. On pole position is number 77, Bill Cowley. This grid based on the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday, and besides him is the HRD Mark II, the ex-Dave Hodkin car, driven now by David Reed. Second row of the grid is yesterday's race winner. First time winner it was for number 69 Mark Windley, and besides him is the number 40 car, which is the first of the classic Clubman's cars, which are invitation cars, not racing for points. That's Mike Upton. On row 3 of the grid, it's number 7, which is Steve Boother, yesterday's third place finisher, and 78 Robin Dorr in the Clubman's Diamond car. Row 4 of the grid, you've got Matthew Unwin, number 4, and Jake Doherty, number 3. Row 5 is 17 Richard Rothery and 12 Conway Dorr. On the 6th row, 35 David Winter and 26 Richard Jenkins. I'm just catching up now with the rest of the grid. Row 7 is 28 Alan Bunter and 42 Martin Kemp. Row 8 is 6 Simon Bolter and 52 Roger Watson as the green flag lap gets underway. The 9th row of the grid is 58 Tom Llewellyn and 27 Sue Harris. Row 10 is 11 Hugh Davis and 60 Brian Hunter. Row 11, 18 Simon Gledor and 99 Peter Hackett. The 12th row, 73 Tony Brazier and 56 Matthew Twynham, with 25 Richard Dixon at the back of the grid. Marcus Pye alongside me. Marcus, I think you've been digging into the sort of race win history of the car that took the honours yesterday.
Absolutely, with a little bit of help from Peter Bove, the 8-time champion, who was here yesterday, but is watching it on the streaming today. We've managed to ascertain that that car's win yesterday was its 72nd 750 Formula victory. Peter Bove himself has won 53.
Yeah.
Robin Gearing, who won a championship in the car as well, he won 18, and Mark Windley now has added another. So fascinating stuff for a car that was originally driven by Ernie Frost, and Peter Bove bought it from its second owner and gone from there. So it's been a real fixture, this car, since the end of the 1980s.
Yeah.
Peter Bove been driving, I think, since 2001 in this particular.
Yeah, on and off. It's been, as you say, in the hands of Robin Gearing in that time as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
He won the championship in 2016, and Peter himself won the championship 8 times in all, and 4 times in a row.
2001, 6, 7 and 8, and then
20 to 23.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's top of my head. That's pretty good going.
Yeah, so he's been extremely successful, and hello to Peter, I'm sure he's watching now.
Good to see that in the 60th anniversary of the Clubman's Formula, we've got 2 Clubman's cars on the on rows 2 and 3. Not scoring points, but here is invitees. Mike Upton went very, very well yesterday in the yellow and white Malak. And behind him you can see the silver gunmetal coloured diamond of Robin Dorr, who we know from Monoposto Racing, where he's been running a Vauxhall Lotus for many a long year.
Yes, and other cars as well over the years in that category. Anyway, cars are all back on the grid. 15-minute race, second and final race of the weekend for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship gets underway now. And not a good start, I'm afraid, from the HRD and or the Derby. And now 2 cars have gone spearing off as well. One of them is the 6 car of Simon Bolter. The other is the Clubman's car of, I think, 99 Peter Hackett.
Yeah. Windley didn't get away at all. They all missed him, and these 2, unfortunately, have tangled and clobbered the scenery.
Yeah, red flags flying immediately with those 2 cars still stopped just beyond the start line. I think both of the drivers getting out of their cars, they're okay. Yes, they just were trying to avoid the chaos there caused by 2 cars failing to get off the line. The HRD, the ex-Dave Hodkin car, now being driven by David Reed, and also Mark Windley. So the cars that were 2nd and 3rd on the grid, Mark Windley, Derby, those cars did eventually get going, those 2, but in their wake they've caused a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, Windley did get going till right at the very end. So he effectively has been reprieved by this situation, but unfortunately the white Malak nosedived into the Lucas Oil banner on the barrier.
Yeah.
Drivers leapt out of that, and such a shame.
Yeah, no, it really is. But both drivers out, which is good to see. The 6 car, the Derby of Simon Bolter, and also the Peter Hackett, number 99 Malak, Mark 16 for the driver from Stockport. He's raced all kinds of things over the years. You can see Simon just having a word with one of the medics, just making sure that he's okay, which is absolutely routine after a collision. Just to make sure he is a-okay, but he was out of the car very quickly indeed. Both drivers getting out of the car themselves. And now we have the recovery truck on the scene to try and scoop the cars up. The cars will go back to the original grid because we'd had, well, not even one corner of racing, I don't think, before the red lights got switched back on then. And it will be a possibly slightly reduced race distance. We'll have to wait and see what race control tell us about that. As yeah, so 2 cars here to be collected. We've not got too far to take them. I think they've all got all 4 wheels on, but there's bodywork off the Hackett Malak. I think all of the bodywork is on the Bolter car, but I'm sure there is some damage there somewhere that will need to be checked over before the next event of the season for the 750 Formula, which is going to be at Silverstone in 5 weeks' time.
Of course, at the end of last year, Mark Windley, yesterday's winner, had his debut in that Derby. That ended up in the wall at Gerrard's.
It did at Mallory Park, yeah.
And, but he rebuilt it most beautifully over the winter. But the Malak hit the barrier quite hard on the left, although the nose cone, etc., is still kind of intact and on the car, the Hackett car. Let's hope that it's not too badly damaged underneath the skin.
Indeed. So we'll get the cars re-gridded again shortly. They can't be completely re-gridded because we've got a recovery truck on the outside of the front row at the moment. That will need to be moved before we can get everyone into their absolutely correct positions, but the marshals can at least make sure they're all back into the right order. It will take a bit of doing because there were two quick cars that were 2nd and 3rd on the grid that didn't get off the line, and therefore somewhere near the back of the queue that's coming back towards the grid here at Brands Hatch. 750 Formula, been running since 1949. The first championship was back in 1950. and it was built originally around the Austin 7 engine, Austin 7 Specials, but it's evolved over the years, and it's something that is unusual in motorsport these days, and that allows freedom for the designer and constructor and engineer to put a car together with 1108 cc Fit Fire engine as it now uses. So that's relatively unusual.
I think the car, the Simon Bolter car, the 92J, is the ex-John Harvey car, which is the Derby which had the Fiat in experimentally all those years ago, more than 20 years back.
Yeah, so that was when the Reliant engine had been used for many years, hadn't it?
And that was derived from the Austin.
Yeah. That was an 850cc, wasn't it? It had been pushed out to, and then that was getting long in the tooth and harder to find, more expensive to run, and the replacement was required. And it was the Fiat engine that was settled on, went into Fiat Panthers and things like that. All those years ago. As Marcus says, more than 20 years now since we've made that switch. Of course, we've got the Clubman's cars on the grid. They run the 1600 Ford Crossflow engine. As Marcus has just got up on his laptop the start of the race, so we can see our replay of that in the commentary box in a minute. We can try and figure out exactly what happened.
Try and pick the bones out of it for you.
Yeah, that's right. 754, it's pretty much unique now, isn't it, in motorsport? There is nothing else quite like it left, I would say.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. I've always enjoyed it through thick and thin, and there have been some thin years way back. But there's some good-looking cars. There's some real ingenuity goes into their preparation, and the drivers are inveterate tinklers with the car. They love fettling them and improving them and trying to improve on their own lap times. They keep them for year after year after year, and in some cases, they're driven by family members. Jake Doherty, who did so well last year, driving his granddad's SS, the Bob Simpson Special, and quite an amazing thing. And of course, the Cowley that sits on pole of Bill Cowley. Designed by his long-gone grandfather, also Bill Cowley.
Yeah. Right, Marcus, you've got this replay up in front of you. You can't see it on the stream at home, but in fact, we are going to show it. We are going to show a replay on screen here now.
Yeah.
Describe what's happening, Marcus.
Well, you see, the two cars that didn't get away, as you say, and there was just a brush between Simon Bolter and Peter Hackett towards the back. The Reed HRD at the front faltered. It did get going initially, then kind of faltered. Windy didn't get away at all. And then in the squeeze behind, there was just the merest of brushes between the two cars that ended off on the left-hand side of the circuit, which of course triggered the immediate red flag. They're just out of the window, and I can see them putting the Malak onto the back of the flatbed. We can see that on our screens.
Yeah, the Bolter car's been towed away. So once this is collected, they'll be able to bring the rest of the cars forward. I presume that we'll get another green flag lap. Just having a look to see if I've been notified of exactly what's happening. No, not yet. No official communication yet. We've got 15 minutes on the timing screen again. I noticed they've put that back to 15 minutes, which was the original race distance. So possibly we will be able to get the full deal in.
So look at that. There's a frontal corner damage to the Malak as they lift it onto the truck. I can see that the front right is deranged.
Yeah, so that was, certainly wasn't going to go any further, and we'll need some remedial work before it's brought out again. It's either a 750 Formula round or elsewhere. And the Classic Clubman's cars have been invited this year to all of the rounds, having had that experimental first appearance at Silverstone last year. The car that Peter Hackett was driving is the ex-Colin Ralph car. He bought the car from at the end of last season, prepared by JTM engineering, a 1975 Mallet Mark 16. Peter started racing back in 1978 in a Griffin C74 in Clublands. He's also raced Formula Ford, Vauxhall Lotus and various other saloons and sports cars over the years.
The Griffin was designed by Stuart Rolt, late Stuart Rolt of Scarab Formula V fame and all the rest of it, and made by Andy Diamond, whose later product, the Diamond, is in the race with Robin Dorr.
Yeah, that's right. Robin Dorr, who's from Tewkesbury, a motor mechanic, started racing in 1990. As Marcus says,
Tewkesbury, the hub of monoposto racing for so many years.
Absolutely. Won in Vauxhall Lotus, a Tom's F3 car as well, champion of monoposto 3 times in 1999, 2000 and 2001. He's hoping to compete in 750 Formula and some Club and Sports prototype rounds this season in this 1975 Andy Diamond car, which he professes to not knowing too much about, although he bought it last autumn. That's the car on the third row of the grid, number 78. Just looking at some of the other cars and drivers that are down there. Steve Boother, worth talking about him. You can see his red and blue car on the left-hand side of your picture if you're watching the live stream. The number 7 Derby Mark 5, car built in 1990. It's a car prepared by himself, originally built by Dick Harvey. It's been raced by Peter Slight, Paul Collins and Lynn Owen. Before his ownership in 2019, he won the Class B Championship in 2020. He was second in the overall championship 2 years ago. And
it's in the Works Derby colours.
Indeed, the red and the blue, familiar colours. Steve, who's from near Andover, and now retired, started competing, or competed for some years in the Association of South East Motor Clubs Sprint Championship with multi-class championship titles as well over the years. Who else do we have out there? Jake Doherty we've mentioned, who is a little bit further back on the grid, row 4 of the grid for him. He's 24 years old now, a greenkeeper at Thorney Park Golf Club from West Drayton. He's got a golf handicap of 9, which is pretty good, and the grandson of the 4-time 750 Formula champion Bob Simpson. He was the Class B champion 2 years ago, third in the overall championship last year was Jake, and had some good races, particularly towards the end of last season.
That's a family that's been embedded in 750 since his great-grandfather did it.
Yeah.
Back in the 1960s.
That's right, yeah. Conway Dorr, I think we have out there as well, don't we? Yeah, he's on the 5th row of the grid from Orwell near Cambridge, who runs his local village cinema in his spare time when he's not racing his 750 Formula car. This car he's racing now is the Race Kits Falcon from 2012 that's been run by Ian Barley for the last decade. It was originally built by Rick Collins, who christened the car Poppy. It's red. Conway bought the car in July 2024, so this is his first full season with the car.
The number 17 down there is the Pither Brotherly Special that's won the championship twice on the hands of David Bartholomew, isn't it? And it's also been driven by Ed Pither and Richard Rothery over the years. They were the progenitors of the project. It's won a lot of races over the years. It's a large car with a big flat underbody which generates a fair amount of downforce, and certainly, as David Bartholomew's proved in recent years, when it's out front it's very, very difficult to pass.
Richard Jenkins is on the 6th row of the grid in the number 26 car. That's the Shepherd RR01B, a new colour scheme for this year. Richard, who's been racing since 2006 for the first 12 years or so in low cost, where he had 3 race wins. Been racing in 750 Formula since 2019, but where he's not had a win yet, but has had a couple of second places and a few thirds as well.
Car's in its home county of Kent.
Indeed, and it's also Richard's preferred county for racing in, because Brands Hatch, his favourite circuit, had his almost perfect weekend here, pole and second on the grid, won both races and fastest lap in both races as well. Also the circuit where Max Shepherd, the car's designer and builder, won his first race as well.
Yeah, Max and his brother Guy both built cars, the 750, but Max Shepherd built this car in the past, and it looks from a distance like a sort of slightly scaled down Pilbeam MP43 sports racer.
Right, I can hear klaxons, which I think means 2 minutes ago.
No Sue Harrison note on the grid.
No,
the 27 car.
There are 1 or 2 gaps. I think Simon Gledall is also missing from the grid, for example, as well as the 2 we lost in that red flag incident. Looks like we are going to...
Yes, we saw one going home, didn't we?
Yes.
Earlier on behind a motorhome.
Yeah, I think David Winter should be out there though, looking for see him. Yes, he is there in the 35 car. He's 59 years old, from Cambridge. As the green flag lap gets underway, a retired or semi-retired property manager. Started racing 10 years ago. He's raced in low-cost and Mazda 7s as well. Now racing the race kits Merlin with the Fiat Fire engine, the car built by Martin Kemp. And the Merlin was, I think, originally designed for historic 750 formula, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Which gets underway in a few weeks' time. And you'll be able to see that on Alpha Live as well. So back off onto the green flag lap we have gone for the second time, and we'll hopefully get the full 15-minute race distance in here for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, where we've got lining up on pole position number 77 Bill Cowley, besides him number 33 David Reed, and next up Mark Windley number 69. But of course it was Reed and Windley that didn't get underway promptly at the first time of asking, and indirectly caused the incident behind, with Simon Bolter and Pete Hackett brushing one another and then heading off into the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit, just beyond the start line.
The HRD had an intriguing, it was a hand clutch or hand throttle, or both on it before when Dave Hodkin was driving it, which was interesting. And looking to see this amazing car, the Cowley Mark IV, coming on to pole position. That aerodynamic body that's been evolved over the years, that wing added many moons ago, but it's a car which was originated in 1969, which is quite remarkable.
Certainly is. So a colourful grid of 750 Formula and Clubman's cars heading on to the grid for a 50-minute race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. A few gaps towards the back where sadly drivers have fallen by the wayside, or the cars have at least, during the course of the weekend so far. Green flag there waved at the back. Red lights are about to go on, which they do. A little bit of creeping maybe from the second row, but we're underway now. Everyone away cleanly this time, I think, and it looks like it's Windley that's made a good start from the second row of the grid. Also David Reed away well. Cowley's dropped back to 4th. Robin Dawes up to 3rd place, I think, isn't he, as they climb up the hill towards Druids for the first time. Cowley trying to look back up the inside of Daw. He's back up to 3rd, back up to 2nd, in fact, getting up on the inside there of the 33 car of David Reed, who started on the front row of the grid. But it's Mark Windley, yesterday's race winner, that has the early lead.
It is. Windley first, Cowley is second. Behind them is David Reed. Mike Upton at the start in the Mallock, he leapt forward about 2 feet, then stopped it, and that had to have a second bite at the cherry. But he did get underway, I'm glad to say. And round they come, and it's Cowley back in behind Windley as they come up onto top straight. Windley, having scored his first win yesterday, will be eager to make it 2, and add a 73rd race win to the car's illustrious CV. Reed is going after them really strongly and brake very late going into the hairpin in the yellow HRD.
Of course, he was a non-finisher in the end yesterday, was Reed.
Yes, after contact with from Bill Cowley at Graham Hill Bend.
So we didn't really get to see what he could do for a full race distance.
Cowley's so quick out of Graham Hill Bend. He's up underneath the rear kind of Venturi of the leading car of Windley, and it's certainly 3 for the lead. And Cowley who says that his car works well on half the circuit and not so well on others, has got his work cut out, because here comes Reed. Reed and Cowley set joint fastest laps in quali, didn't they, yesterday?
That's right, yep.
There was no gap there for Reed. As he came up the outside, he found himself boxed by Bill Cowley, and three very, very different types of car. And then the classic clubman in fourth place, number 78 there, that's Robin Dorr, who leads that section. Here's Mike Upton, yesterday's clubman's winner, number 40, the yellow and white Mallock, and he's battling in the midfield. Jake Doherty in behind them. There's Cowley in 77, still leading the chase. His mirrors, though, absolutely full of the HRD. Dave Hodkin, who won the championship back in 2013, I think I'm right in saying, in the HRD Mark 1, from which this car was evolved. So it's a car with good pedigree, that's for sure.
You mentioned Doherty there. He must have dropped back to about 12th from 8th on the grid on lap 1, but he'd climbed back to 10th by the end of the previous
42,
lap.
Martin Kemp is out of the race, I'm afraid. He's had problems all weekend with engine issues.
Yeah, so he's retired, unfortunately. So we have.
Oh, and the leader's coming up on the. Is that the Brazier machine?
Yeah, it is the number 73 car of Brazier, the BFS1, the man from Herne Bay, and yet already he's lapped by the race leaders, who are a bit more spread out on this lap than they were a lap ago. The first four pretty much equidistant as they make their way through clearways that time, and with a gap back to the 5th place car of yesterday's podium finisher Steve Boother.
The Brazier running in that mauve colours,
yeah,
purpley colour, the national racing colours of Egypt.
Yeah, indeed. The number 4 car we were seeing on screen there, that's Matt Unwin in the race kits Falcon, just ahead of the SSF of Jake Doherty. He's going to try and make another place back here along the Brabham Straight, and he's able to do that relatively easily before they arrive at Paddock Hill Bend. A bit further back and see from our window, side by side between Matthew Twynham and and Richard Jenkins for 12th and 13th position. Looks like Twynham has made up a place there.
Doherty's lost that place again on the exit of, or on the climb to Druids. Gone past Brazier. So to see whether Jake Doherty can do the same again next time round on this Brabham Straight in front of us at the start straight here at Brands Hatch. Doesn't carry a lot of speed through Surtees relative to his duelist. Here he comes. This is where the SSF was looking good last time round. A lot more straight line speed on the top straight. This time going for the inside line towards Paddock Hill Bend. He makes it through, but he's not terribly quick out of the corner. If he's consistent, and he is, and he hasn't managed to, hasn't been repassed, that's good. And that might have broken his rival.
Yeah, so
very dispiriting when that sort of thing happens.
Oh,
Cowley's out, he's out in the pits. Cowley into the pits with problems.
Yeah, he's headed into the pit lane. Yeah, he didn't come through at the end of the previous lap, but we've only just picked up on that now. So Cowley, who was yesterday's race second place finisher, wasn't he, is into the pits today. So that means that it's now David Reed second, Robin Dorr up to third, Steve Boother up to fourth, Richard Rothery to fifth in the PRS, and David Winter there in the race kits Merlin up into sixth position. Wendley in the lead has just done the best lap of the race, 53.326, and now leads by nearly 2 seconds as we're continuing to watch number 3, which is Jake Doherty. And yes, he has now broken the toe from Matt Unwin, and now he's up into 8th place. There's Matthew Twynham, number 56, the Motorsport Tour operator from Silverstone, in his second season of racing.
Windley lapping 3/10 quicker than he went yesterday. He set the best lap yesterday at 53.6.
And he's just gone across the line again, and he's gone faster still at 53.177 that time through. And the gap now 2.5 seconds to Reed.
Record goes back quite a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, to 2011. Yeah, Nathaniel Cooper with a time in the low 52s, 52.26 for him. That looks like it's Conway Dorr being passed now by Matthew Twynham, isn't it? So that's for Twynham to get up into the top 10, having started the race, or nominally 24th, but there were a few gaps ahead of him on the grid. But nevertheless, a good drive this from Twynham, who was third in Class B last year in this self-prepared car that he bought only last year. So Twynham up to 10th. So not quite the classic race that we had yesterday, but still some good competitive action through the field. There's that a bit of smoke there from the 58 car. That's Thomas Llewellyn's ADR, the driver from Hinckley in Leicestershire.
Yes, it's smoking quite badly now. I just saw the tail pipe.
So he might be one for the pits as well before much longer. There's our race leader then, Mark Windley, looking for the 73rd victory in that car, his second. The first having come only yesterday. New colour scheme for that car. It's been sort of orange, hasn't it, for many years.
Yes, the mirror's still
There's Cowley disconsolately being pushed back down the pit lane by the marshals. Steve Booth's off. That's on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, I think, and he's back onto the circuit. But well, let's see where he's rejoined. He was
fourth.
Was fourth, but it looks like he's lost a bit of time there. Yes, Richard Rothery now to fourth, David Winter to fifth, Upton to sixth, Doherty to seventh.
Yes, and Doherty's right on Upton's tail now. In fact, he's taken him into Paddock Bend. So Jake Doherty up into sixth place now.
Yeah, there he is on screen. He's just gone past the number 40 Malak Mark 20B of Mike Upton, who's the second best of the Clubman's cars at the moment, because Robin Dorr it is that is the best of them, as he was yesterday in the Diamond. Those don't score points, so you effectively sort of disregard them in terms of the points scoring in the championship. 25 points for a winner, and so forth. 22-20. No fastest lap points in 754. I think it's the only one of only a few championships with the 750 Motor Club that don't award that fastest lap bonus. I don't know why. It's just always been that way, and no one's ever decided that they needed to change it.
Historical continuity.
Absolutely.
Twynham's making ground up towards Matthew Unwin. He's taken a second out of him that time round, just a fraction more actually.
5 1/4 minutes left, so just about a third of the race left to go. Doherty continuing to push on after a slightly tardy start to the race. Dropped back a few places, but he's back up inside the top 6 now.
Nothing quicker than he did yesterday, a couple of tenths.
Yeah, yesterday he had 6 podiums during the course of the season. I don't think he's going to make it onto the podium this weekend, but we may see him back there before the season is out. But a good field of 754 minute cars assembled this weekend, thanks to the hard work behind the scenes of people like Steve Boother.
And the Clubman's cars, I mean, Robin Dorr's best lap is 54.1 today, and Mike Upton has just done a 54.3. So there's only a couple of tenths between those cars, albeit there are 4 places between them, 3rd to 7th on track.
I'm just watching the 4 car of Unwin, and he's been passed by Twynham on the previous lap, so Twynham made up another place that lap into 8th. I don't think he's going to make up any more though, because he's 5 seconds behind Upton now.
And lapping in very similar times.
Yeah. Only 4 minutes left to go in the race. 12-round championship for the race park 754 minute cars. Next out at Silverstone next month, and Mallory Park, Frixton, Snetterton and Croft in September to complete the season. Blue flags waving there at Thomas Llewellyn, the former Indian touring car driver, who's competing in his first UK event this weekend.
Britain's top former Indian touring car
He
driver.
might well be.
Yeah.
I'd need to research that a little bit more deeply. The 56 car of Twynham going through, but it's been a good race for him. He's been lapping in the 54s, and the fastest cars only lapping in the 52, so less than 2 seconds off the pace.
Yes, Twine 54.1. The best lap of the race was a 52.8.
Yeah.
So Windley approaching that sort of. He's in the right second bracket for
Yes.
that record times.
It starts in the with a 2, as the second digit is a 2, I should say, rather than a 3 where it was yesterday. But Cooper's 2011 mark still seems a long way off. He was a very rapid driver, Nathaniel Cooper. There's Doherty in the SSF, climbing up the hill and rounding Druids once again. Being chased by Twynham there, who's 2 cars behind, but only actually 1 position as far as the 750 Formula car is concerned, because the car in between them is Upton, who's not scoring points. And the checkered flag has gone out in actual fact a little bit early. So it's a win to Mark Windley then. That caught us by surprise. Mark Windley takes the victory. Second place has gone the way of David Reed. Third place to Robin Dorr. No, it's not. He's not come through. Richard Rothery has come through in third place. So what's happened to Robin Dorr? Looking to see around the circuit, see if I can see him. He's still not come through. So 4th was David Winter, 5th was Jake Doherty, 6th was Mike Upton, 7th was Matthew Twynham. And yes, what's happened to Robin Dorr, unless it's just a transponder issue, is a bit of a mystery. Marcus is looking around the circuit as well, trying to find him. We'll see if we can pick up on what might have happened to him. He's gone off, I think, or pulled off after Paddock Hill Bend, so possibly just out of our sight.
Just up the hill, I guess.
Yeah.
We can see where the car actually has come to rest, halfway between the foot of Paddock Hill Bend and Druids.
Yeah, okay, so that's, and possibly also why we had the flag a little bit early as well, to allow the recovery of that. So Windley it was that took the victory in what became a 14-lap race. In the end, it was ended about a couple of minutes earlier than anticipated. Let's have a look at those results then. 14 laps completed by the race winner Mark Windley, win number 73 for that car, the Derby MP 88. Second, number 33, David Reed in the HRD Mark II, 6.738 seconds behind. Third place went the way of number 17, Richard Rothery. 4th was number 35, David Winter. 5th, number 3, Jake Doherty. And 6th, number 40, Mike Upton, ahead of Matthew Twynham, who had a good race from the back of the grid. Matthew Unwin in the Falcon. Conway Dorr and Steve Boother, who completed the top 10 despite his off. Richard Jenkins was 11th, and then I think we've got Robin Dorr on the screens there, but I don't think he made it to the check flag, so certainly Roger Watton 12th, Brian Hunter 13th, 14th will be Thomas Llewellyn, and 15th Tony Brazen. I think those will be the only cars that made it to the checkered flag, Marcus.
And 10 of the 18 starters, or restarters, lapped under 55 seconds, so quite competitive. It
certainly was, and Windley within 6/10 of the lap record. Let's head down to Josh Barrett. He's going to speak to our successful drivers from the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
So we're down here after the second round of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship with another win for Mark Windley in this very successful Derby. So let's have a word with Mark if we can. Mark, well done. It's another win for this car. Peter was telling us earlier about how many wins this car's had, over 70 now, and yeah, it's obviously a good one and you're driving it well.
Yeah, it handles a treat. Fortunately a bit of a rough start on this one. Hopefully Simon and everybody's are all alright. Just couldn't get it off the line. It was either wheel spin or bogged, and it bogged and stopped. After that, it was trying to get back in it really.
And I guess it's now a big championship challenge for this year?
It looks like it might be now, or at least a start off. But next round it can all go the opposite way, so.
Well done. Let's have a word with David. David, new car for you this season. It's going well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really crap 6 months for me. My wife was diagnosed with cancer. She inspired me to get this car. And yeah, this is a great result. Hopefully on my way up for the next 6 months. So, yeah. Thank you for all my friends and my son who's in the pits cheering. So yeah, great result.
Well done. The next race is about to start. A quick level with Richard. Richard, onto the podium. It's a great day.
Yeah, been good. Mainly to try and keep myself out of trouble. Didn't qualify so well yesterday, so starting 9th today, there's a bit of work to do. So I tried to get a good start, made it around, keep my nose clean, and it looks like enough have fallen off that I've ended up 3rd, which is a bit of a surprise. So yeah, really pleased.
Well done. That's all we have time for because the cars for the next race are onto the grid. The MR2 Championship coming up next here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2s are already out onto the grid for their first 15-minute race of the day. No green flag lap for these cars, so let's give you the grid. Pole position is number 27, multiple champion Sean Trainer. Besides him is number 84, Neil Stratton. Second row of the grid is number 2, Andrew Baranowski in his sophomore season, and 11 is Adam Lockwood, champion a couple of years ago. Third row of the grid is 82, Andrew Ruthven in the first of the Mark II cars, the first for all Mark IIIs. Next to him is number 78, Jim Mew. On the fourth row of the grid, it's number 96, Aaron Cook, the returning champion, and number 9, Tim Heron. Next up, it's 69, Daniel Bryant, and 53, Scott Edbrook on row 5 of the grid. Row 6 is 37, Dan Sylvester, and 34, Shane Mansbridge. 7th row is 7, Jeff Howarth, and 17, Maxine Nichols. On row 8, it's 12, Aaron Laverty, and 65, Via Aldridge. On the 9th row, 87, Neil Humman, and 79, Jonathan Grimes. Row 10 of the grid has 30, Andy Williams, and 51, Andrew Strange. It's Nick Lear in 36, and Richard Dales in 47 on the 11th row. Row 12 is 20, Patrick Stoner, and 16, Daniel Farmer, and 88, James Crow, and 3, Martin Collins at the back as the final car comes into position. And we'll then get the countdown procedure before the race gets underway. First round of the season then for the MR2 Championship, which has been racing with the 750 Motor Club for something like 17 years now, and over the years it's gone from the Mark 1s being dominant through the Mark 2s and now the Mark 3s numerically dominant on this grid, with a few more drivers having switched across to the Roadsters from the early 2000s over the course of the winter break. But we've got on pole position the familiar sight, number 27, which is that of Sean Trainer, champion in 2024. Before that, 2019, 2018, 2017 and 2015 as well. And he's got next to him the number 84 car of Neil Stratton, also a long-time campaigner in the MR2 Championship as well. Notable that on the fourth row of the grid, we've got the returning champion, number 96, Aaron Cook. He was the champion in 2020, 2021 and 2022, having started racing back in 2019. He's been off racing various other things since then, including historics and Ginettas as well. And he's back in a grey and yellow car that's prepared by himself and his father. Almost ready for the off now, I think. We've had various minutes to go boards being shown. Now the 5-second board is being shown, so the next thing that will happen is that the red light will come on, and 15 minutes of racing for the Toyota MR2 Championship will be underway now. And away they go. Good start from pole by Sean Trainer. Neil Stratton in the yellow and black car away nicely, and from the second row of the grid, Andrew Lockwood in the silver and red car trying to go with them as well, but he leaves a gap on the inside there for the car. I think that was number 10, Andrew Baranowski as well. We'll try and pick up on
Jim Mew's up into third.
Oh, it's Jim Mew,
he went really well from row 3, forced his way up the inside into paddock, and he's now having a crack at Lockwood for third place. But out front, it's Trainer from Stratton as they head towards Surtees for the first time, Ian.
Yeah, Andrew Ruthven in 5th place is the best of the Mark IIs at the moment, and he's ahead of Baranowski, who's switched from Mark II to Mark III for this season. The cars sweeping their way around the far end of the circuit through Clearways and Clark Curve, back onto the Brabham Straight for the first time in this race, and over the line they go. And it's Sean Trainer leading by 0.3 of a second at the end of the first lap. Stratton, Lockwood, Mew, Ruthven and Baranowski having lost 3 places on that opening lap, but pretty inexperienced in getting that new car to him off the line, and also from the inside of the grid, which is challenging here. I think he may well have made up a place though on the way back around. We'll pick that up in a moment. We can see a fight going on involving, I think, Tim Heron and Aaron Cook, getting past him, in fact, as they battle over 7th and 8th position. In fact, it's Heron getting ahead of, that's Rufford, isn't it, ahead of Cook now. Cook in the 96 car, pushing on to try and get past Andrew Rufford. So it's Cook, in fact, ahead of Baranowski, up to 6th place.
Yeah, Ruthven and Heron are the two outstanding drivers in the Mark IIs at the moment. There's the 27 car, Trainer, ahead of Stratton, stretching the lead to 0.6, doubling it then over the first 2 laps. And Lockwood in behind Mew, Ruthven, Cook moving up into 6th place at the expense of Baranowski.
Yeah, there's only, I think, 6 of the Class B Mark II cars here today. I think we've got something like 19 of the Mark IIIs, and just the 1 Mark I of Martin Collins, who's returning for another crack at the Class A Championship. The 2 leaders getting away from the rest a little bit, Trainer and Stratton. Lockwood, who was the champion a couple of years ago, is there in 3rd place in the number 11 car, and then it's Jim Mew in 78 who made that strong stop. But then 3 cars right together. Here they are on screen. Ruthven in 5th, Cook in 6th, and Baranowski in 7th place.
Stratton's looking racy, isn't he? In behind Sean Trainer.
He is.
He's cut the gap back to 0.297 of a second. So 1 and 2 together. Here they are, the yellow car of Stratton, tucking up the inside up towards the head, but he's not close enough to unseat Sean Trainer, the multiple champion in 27. That car, that kind of Martini-esque stripe over the top of it. As they duck down into Graham Hill Bend, slicing through the apex. The car that's running 3rd, that's Lockwood, just bobbing over the curb on the inside, the silver and red car, and behind him Jim Mew.
Stratton in the yellow and black car there in 2nd place. He's pushing Sean Trainer hard. He's 41 years of age, from High Peak, an IT technician. Started racing 16 years ago, 3rd overall in the 2003 championship. And his car prepared by VT Racing. It was built in 2020, this car, with Ian Wallham in the garage at home. Lots of tea was drunk during the build, he exclusively reveals to us. As he is continuing to chase after Sean Trainer here, but this is a good fight, isn't it? This has got Ruthven in the Mark II, trying to keep those 2 Mark IIIs away of Cook, who's a past champion, and Baranowski as well.
Yes, the Mark IIs have a little bit more power, but are heavier.
Yes.
Than the Roadsters.
Yeah, I mean, I think with even drivers, they're probably quite evenly matched cars, aren't they? The Mark IIs and the Mark IIIs, but they have different characteristics.
Sean Trainer didn't give his Mark II up easily, did he?
No, he didn't, and he struggled to adapt to the Mark III and the different driving style when he first had it, which is why it took him a few years, I think, to crack it. It was the first time he'd won the championship with a Mark III last year, having had a few years of trying.
Yeah, a bit more momentum needed with the less powerful cars, but they're smaller as well. They're physically smaller.
Yes,
and probably might be a little bit twitchier in some conditions because the wheelbase looks to be shorter.
Yeah, 88 car has been lapped. That of James Crow. By the leaders as we work now lap 6 of this 15-minute race. Trainer was looking by 0.4 of a second at the beginning of the lap. He's done the best lap of the race as well, a 56.745. Lap record for these cars is a 56.63, which is actually for a Class B car. Jim Davis, 56.83, the record for Class C. So it's underneath that, but it's not underneath the overall lap record for the Mark IIs, because the Mark II is actually slightly faster around here, historically. Gaggle of cars coming across the line now, with Tim Heron, the 2nd car in that group. It's Dan Sylvester that's just got ahead of him on that lap in the number 37 car. I think we'll see him out in hot hatch as well at Donington, which seems to have a good grid from what I hear. And Heron now under pressure as well from the 69 car of Daniel Bryant, who's trying to squeeze through on the inside, and he's done it. So 2 fairly long-time competitors of the MR2 Championship having a good scrap there. And you've got basically half of the Mark II cars right with one another there, because you've also got Shane Mansbridge in the 34 car involved in that scrap.
Oh, the Mark I has come to a sticky end, I'm afraid. That looks pretty hot under the bonnet there, and it's out of the race, which is number 3.
Martin Collins. So he'll be disappointed with that. He's managed to get it onto the grass, but it's not the greatest of positions there at McLaren.
No, the Wolverhampton Wanderer is out.
He will be dropping down the order. There's yellow flags there, of course. The officials will be keeping an eye on that. Here's the two leaders then, heading down towards Graham Hill Bend once more. With Adam Lockwood in close proximity to them as well, but the safety car now out. Slowed up for that, with that car off in a dangerous position at McLaren. Martin Collins is out of the car and looking at it disdainfully. But safety cars now picked them up at the on the Cooper Straight, and will lead them round for another lap or so while that car is recovered. It's going to take a lap or so to do that one thing, but would hopefully get some more racing in here. I can see there's a vehicle already almost on the scene. It's just across the track from Martin Collins' car. So that will hopefully be recovered soon. This is the first round of the championship this year for the MR2s, and it will continue at Silverstone in May before going to Snetterton in June, Anglesey in July, then it's to Silverstone again, different layout, the International Circuit in August, Alton Park in September, and the season will conclude at Donington Park in October. So 7 double header meetings for the MR2 Championship this year. Six cars we had starting this race. We've lost already the 88 car to the pit lane of James Crow. Also have lost the number 20 car as well, which is Patrick Stoner. So he has retired, the 63-year-old patent agent from Bristol, who started racing 10 years ago. He's out of the race, and now we've lost Martin Collins, whose car has pulled off on the side of the circuit. The fire tender has gone to tend to it. The engine compartment's been opened up, but no imminent danger of any more issues, I don't think, although the fire extinguisher is now being pulled off the back of the fire truck. And the recovery truck heading around. More time ticking away, 5 minutes left to go in this race. It's going to take a little bit longer than I perhaps first thought to deal with this. I just want to make sure there's going to be no conflagration before they start to remove that car. Another good way of getting into motorsport, the MR2 Championship. Quite a few drivers have entered through this series over the years and gone on to success elsewhere. 5 minutes left remaining in the race. Yes, first championship back in 2008 was won by Mark Jessup. He followed it up the following year. Zach Chapman won in 2010. James Cross in 2011. Paul Hinson in 2012. He's been a multiple winner of the Burkitt Relay race as well. Matt Palmer won it in 13 and 14. Sean Traynor, the first of his 5 championships, was in 2015. Jim Davis in 2016. Aaron Cook won his first championship in 2020, and the only other different champion has been Adam Lockwood in 2023. So still we have the safety car leading them around, but still the car of Martin Collins yet to be recovered, and time running out for that to happen, I think. Marcus?
Looks a bit that way. The other tender has arrived. Martin Collins is getting back into his car by the looks of things, so I imagine there's a strap being attached, and we may be lucky. Yeah, we may get a quick couple of lap dash for cash.
Recovery crew members, yeah, got in, and yeah, they're dragging it away. So if they can get it off the circuit up the Grand Prix loop, which would be the quickest place to park it
most
for
expedient way, wouldn't it?
And get the fire vehicle off the circuit as well, then we do stand a chance of getting at least one more lap in, I would think.
Right, at that point, it might be as good to just bring it straight back into the pit lane.
I think they'll bring it on the grass as well, aren't they, to avoid dropping any fluid onto the circuit.
Yes, the other tender's gone off to the left onto the Grand Prix circuit, and Martin Collins' car will be clear and in the pit lane with a fair wind by the time the others get here.
Yeah, the safety car is trying to crawl around slow enough, but I don't think it's quite going to be slow enough to make this work to start this time, is it, unfortunately? I suppose by the time they start, they would be clear of the car that's about to head into the pit lane. So we'll see what happens. Black and orange flag for car 10, Andrew Baranowski.
Lights still flickering on top of the safety car. We're down to 2 minutes and 28 seconds, but the car is effectively in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's just not quite going to work, is it? Because they will want it actually off the circuit, and for the safety car to follow in, which has now gone past the pit lane. So I think we'll get one more lap of racing. It will just about be time for one more lap of racing, I think. The safety car now will be able to get its foot down effectively. And yes, it is doing so. But it will only be time, I think, for one more lap of this Toyota MR2 Championship race. It's an exhaust issue for Andrew Baranowski. That's why he's got the black and orange mechanical warning flag. That's the driver in 7th position. He is continuing on the circuit for the moment, though. But he's not going to have time to... Well, I suppose he could come in at the end of this lap, couldn't he, having seen that?
Now we're going to have an interesting situation, aren't we? Because we're down to a minute and a half-ish. They'll be unleashed with any temperature out of the tyres.
Yeah, that's true. Although they don't have a green flag lap anyway, these cars, so they're pretty reasonably used to that. Some of the 750 Motor Club Championships don't require a green flag lap. The MR2 is amongst them. Not really in Sean Trainor's interest, is it, to have another racing lap? But
absolutely not.
I'm not sure he's quite going to be able to string this out. He's a good sport, actually, Sean Trainor, so I'm sure he'll want to make sure everyone gets at least one more racing lap. I think that's all it will be, though, because it's a 56-second lap, and it's going to be less than 56 seconds by the time they get to the line. It's now 58, 57, 56. So yeah, one more lap to go.
But no overtaking towards the timing line.
No. So can Sean Trainor hold on? Can Neil Stratton pull something out of the bag? Over the line they go to restart the race. And no dramas so far. Possible change a bit further back, as I think that was Dan Silvestri in the 37 car has gone up on the inside of Andrew Baranowski to take 7th place away. But that's the only change we've had, although there's a close together up here. That's Andrew Ruthven around the outside of Jim Mew, or trying to go around the outside of Jim Mew for 4th position. And that in turn has allowed Aaron Cook through in the 96 car.
Yes, that's right. So it's Roadster, 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 and then Mark II.
Yeah, and Ruthven trying to get the place back, though, on the way into Surtees, but not able to do anything about it. So it looks like it is going to be Sean Trainor that is going to hold on for this one-lap dash. I suppose there's always the possibility of an error, a mistake of some kind on this final lap, as Mark said, on cold tyres, but he's going to come up to the line to take the checkered flag to win round 1 of the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. So Sean Trainor it is that wins. 2nd place goes the way of Neil Stratton. 3rd place goes the way of Adam Lockwood. Yes, the flag has gone out. I did have to check there. 4th place goes to Jim Mew. 5th place to Aaron Cook. 6th to Andrew Ruthven, who
was
lost
right
that
on
place
his
in the last
tail.
lap.
Yeah, right on his tail over the line was Ruthven. He wins Class B.
I'm not sure everyone has seen the checkered flags. They look to still be going at racing speed, some of them, as they head around. But yeah, certainly the cars towards the back have seen it, because they're waving to the marshals. But I don't think the leaders possibly saw the checkered flag. So they're pushing on for one more lap, but the result will have been determined by what has already been completed. So Sean Trainor's going to, he's going to come up to the line again, and this time he will see the checkered flag. There he goes. So Trainor it is that wins from Stratton and Lockwood and Mew. I'll give you the results in a second. In fact, we'll do that right now. Here they are. 27 Sean Trainor, the winner at the end of 12 laps. He beat Neil Stratton by just over half a second. Stratton in car 84. 3rd was number 11 Adam Lockwood. 4th place to number 78 Jim Mew. In 5th place number 96 Aaron Cook. 6th went the way of 82 Andrew Ruthven, who won Class B for the Mark IIs. In 7th place number 37 Dan Sylvester. 8th was 69 Daniel Bryant. In 9th was number 9 Tim Herron, and 10th was 34 Shane Mansbridge, ahead of Phil Aldridge, Scott Edbrook, Aaron Laverty and Jeff Howarth. Rounding out the field, we've got Maxine Nichols in 15th, then Jonathan Grimes, Andy Williams, Daniel Farmer Andrew Strange, Nick Lear, Richard Dales, Andrew Baranowski, Neil Hurren, James Crow, and in fact we lost James Crow, didn't we? As well as Martin Collins and Patrick Stoner. Yeah, Baranowski did come into the pit lane heeding that black and orange flag in the end. So we've got cars that I think the first three have yet to arrive in the pit lane because they did an extra lap, but they're just about getting there now. We're at the point where we should have been taking a lunch break now, but we're not going to because we served that earlier on because of the red flag in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy Race. So we're going to push on. We've got the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. That's going to be coming up very shortly, but not before we've had a chance to hear briefly from our successful drivers in the Toyota MR2 Championship. So let's head down there now and hear from Josh Barrett with Adam Lockwood, Neil Stratton and Sean Traynor.
So the top three from the Toyota MR2 Championship have made their way down into the pit lane. It's another win for Sean Traynor to add to his long list of Toyota MR2 Championship
and have they been returned
races.
to you? Oh, brilliant.
Sean, well done.
You were there right on me all the time.
Okay, obviously the main part of the race was that first part and you had plenty of pressure from Neil.
Yeah, definitely. I knew there was going to be plenty of pressure, and he doesn't make many mistakes. And so once he gets into a rhythm, I've raced at Anglesey with him in a team, and he just knocks them laps out. So I knew I had to keep on it and not push and make too many mistakes. I made a little mistake, and I thought he was going to have a little go at me coming out of Graham Hill, but luckily we were overtaking one of the back markers at the same time, so it stopped him being able to make a move. But so then I thought just back out and just make sure I get around the corners, no mistakes. But yeah, happy with good start.
New season, another winner. Have you been keeping count how many you've got now?
No, a few I think.
Yeah. Well done, I've done another one. Good luck later. So there's Sean Traynor, our winner. In second place was Neil. Well done, Neil. You pushed him all the way.
Yeah, I gave it a go. I tried a bit of the Conspilius move up the inside into Druids, but it was only half a look. Yeah. Didn't work. Sean's doing this for a while. But no, really happy with that. So, yeah, good start to the year.
You sort of didn't get as long as you'd hoped already to the second half of the race to have a go. Do you think you might be able to get him later?
I may have had a look. Yeah. I don't know whether I quite could get past. It was more a case of trying to force a mistake, I think, rather than actually trying to put a move on. But I didn't want the safety car out because I had a bit of the gap to Adam behind me, and of course that closed right up, and Adam's pretty quick. So, but it all worked out in the end. So.
Well done. I'm going to have a word with Adam now, who came in third place. He's just having a word with Sean. Adam, third position, another typically close MR2 race, I guess.
Yeah, it was pretty close, wasn't it? I mean, I'd lost contact with him a little bit at the start, but the safety car kind of helped that. And yeah, it's good. I could see it all going on in front of me. I thought, well, I'll just sit here and see how it goes. But yeah, they had a really good race. So.
I guess this track suits the roadsters a little bit more than the Mark IIs.
Yeah, it seems to. Yeah, so I mean, it was 5 roadsters in a row, I think. And yeah, Jim Mew's definitely on it this year. So yeah, maybe we'll see some action from him in the second race.
That's a good thing about a new season. It'll way some people improve and get new people into championship and such like.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's obviously been some testing going on at some point.
Your car sort of just as you left it at the end of last year.
Just as I left it, yeah. Repanelled it. No stickers yet, but we will put some on. But yeah, it was a little bit of a last minute dash to get it all done. To be quite honest, a little bit of a test the other week here, but yeah, pretty much the same as it was.
Well done on your podium. So there's our top 3 from MR2 heading out onto the grid. The next race, which is the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
About heading out onto the grid, and they don't get a green flag lap, these ones, so we'll give you the grid as soon as we can, set by the fastest times in qualifying this morning. Pole position has gone the way of number 53, Andy Hiley. Besides him, and that's the wrong grid, but I've got the right grid in front of me, which is handy. 53, Andy Hiley is on pole position in the Kronos, the HR1S. And besides him is number 64, Anton Landon, in the Sienna Mark II. Here we go, this is the right one, I think. Second row of the grid, number 2, Neil Turner, and number 7, Stuart Much. Third row of the grid is 27, Andrew Hayward, and 38, Jamie Bracher. On row 4, it's 24, Marcus Crook, and 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. Excuse me, row 5 of the grid, 30, Stuart Thompson, and 58, Mickey Scott. Row 6, 70 is Trevor Harbour, and 65 Martin Hayward. Row 7 is number 10 Nigel Brown and 26 Alan Robinson. The 8th row 79 Sylvia Much and 199 Nigel Adele. The 9th row 49 Simon Dodd and 21 Paul Barker, and row 10 number 41 Derek Cambley. So that's the way the grid's going to line up. There is a gap. I can see Andrew Hayward is not there. And I'd also be surprised if we saw Alan Robinson, because he was involved in an incident that brought out the red flag. So I think we're a couple of cars down, and 17 starters we should have for this opening round of the 2025 Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, which has a new class structure for this season. Class A is for cars of 330 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, it's in the range 272 to 280 and front engined. And Class D is a new class for 220 to 230 brake horsepower per tonne cars and front engine as well. Class C is still for the MEV XS. The red lights go out, the race gets underway. 15 minutes of racing for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship get underway, and it's a good start as expected from Andy Hiley in the Chronos. He was much faster than anybody else in qualifying, but it's not Anton landed in second. I think that might be Neil Turner in second place as they head up the hill for the first time towards Druids, and round the right hander they go. Landon in the Sienna, the black and sort of turquoise car, trying to fight back and get into second place as they come off the Graham Hill Bend and along the short straight. Not too many Class A cars here this weekend, unfortunately, but good representation in Class B in particular. That's the most well-subscribed class this weekend, and we do have 3 entrants in the new Class D for the less powerful cars, make it more attractive to drivers of such machines. There's the Landon Sienna back up to second place with Neil Turner, the Class B leader, down to third, but Andy Hiley with a big lead of more than 2 seconds already at the end of the first lap. So they're climbing up to Graham, up towards Druids once again. There's the number 7 car. That is Stuart Much. He is the Class C leader in his MEV as the race works its second lap, Marcus.
Yeah, we've got 4 MEVs in the field. I think 2 turbocharged ones and 2 supercharged ones from what I saw. And that is a class that always brings surprises.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how this race unfolds. It's a car that's more well suited to some circuits than others.
And some conditions. They're fantastic in the wet.
Yeah, absolutely. Around the right-hander of Clark Curve they go to complete the second lap. Andy Hiley's in the 52.211 that time through. What did he do in qualifying? It was a 51.3, so he's 9/10 off what he did in qualifying so far. There's the MEV. Behind him is the number 38 car, which is that of Jamie Bracher. He's the 27-year-old until tomorrow from Castle Carey, of Iconic Alloys in his second season of racing. There's Neil Turner, who's in third place, the Class B leader, but he's being caught there by the 24 car of Marcus Crook, the Fisher Fury, and this is the battle for the Class B lead.
Crook came quite close into Graham Hill Bend, and it looked quite threatening at that point. And quick in a straight line, the full-bodied car directs the air over the front wheels better than the cars with the cycle-type wings, such as Turner's. Oh, he got very cross out. He had a tank slapper. He's gone across the road.
I was going to say, kept it out of the barrier
until the very, very last second.
And he just managed to. It was stopped about an inch away from it, but then just as the momentum, I think, took the car into the barrier, he tried to manoeuvre it. So that's a shame, because Marcus Crook, the 53-year-old garage owner from Lowestoft, in his second season of racing, and the Ford Focus ST170 engined Fisher Fury, a car that was previously owned by Ron Vesey and Marcus Roskill. He's dropped down the order as a result of that. So that one I've promoted Jamie Bracher, for example. There's the 58 car, which is Mickey Scott, second of those Class C MEVs.
Yeah, well detached. He's often threatened, or he and Jared Donahue sometimes threaten Stuart Much, don't they?
Yeah, Crook has not yet come through. Still waiting for him. Yeah, he's just gone across the line now in 12th position. So he lost 8 places as a result of that big spin.
1:13 tells its own story.
It does, sort of 15 seconds, or 20 seconds actually, of what he's done, capable of. So he'll try and pick his way back through the field.
Derek Hambley had dramas this morning, didn't he?
Yes.
Numerous spins.
He did.
In that GTM styled car that we first saw here a few years back.
We did, yes, the GTM Coupe 2 for Derek Hambley from Gravesend, so only 10 miles away or something
Around
like
the
that
corner.
from here, yeah. As the fight goes on, there's Turner. He's well on his own now in 3rd place. Stuart Much is 4th, and he's being chased here by the 38 car of Bracher, the Silver Phoenix, a 1999 car. Another ST170 engine in this one, in Ford Race Red, a car that was originally built by Silver Auto Kits for Tony Southgate, so it's the old Tony Southgate car, and he's had the car for 18 months or so, had a full rebuild ahead of last season.
Bridget Smart drove in the interim, didn't she?
That's right, yes. And Jamie, in only his 2nd season, his historic race preparation ace, helped prepare a championship-winning Formula Junior car, and has run a myriad of race cars and a historic racing team in the Masters Historic Series as well. But carrying out his racing in the 750 Motor Club Sport Specials. Very competitive and cost-effective way to go racing with cars with a reasonable level of performance as well. I'll say Class B for cars of 270 to 280 brake horsepower per tonne, so it's quite a lot of bang for your buck.
Highly down into the low 51s. Will he get into the 50s, I wonder, during this race?
It's possible, isn't it? Only just over a 10th away from that now, and he's lap record is a 50.25, set nearly 3 years ago, July 22.
That was the GTM of Hambley.
I think that's the only closed car in this particular race. Have been moves made by the 750 Motor Club to allow other closed cars in, but no one has taken up the offer to bring a Lotus Elise or a Ginetta G40 into the fold. Both of those eligible, and the doors also been open for front-engined bike engine cars to race, for sort of sub 1000 cc cars. The old cars that form the base of the original RGB Championship. Like Simon Dodd, I think, going through there. He's dropped to the back of the field behind Hambley now.
Yes, he looked to be spluttering along a little bit.
Yeah, it did. That's the number 49 car, the Formula 27. The man from Daventry, cybersecurity engineer. That 1987 car. Yeah, we've not seen much of Hiley in this race. He's only actually 4 seconds clear. I think he's probably driving within himself a little bit. Landon's in a 51.7.
Well, he's a wily character, Andy Hiley. He won't want to break it.
No. In recent years, the car has been relatively reliable. It wasn't for a time. It was very quick for a time, but prone to breakage. I think there's some kind of belt or something. It was something that looked for a bit of rubbery. When I saw that bit of debris off and someone ran over it on the proof stuff, it looked like a belt or of some description. That was just on the circuit there on the way into Druids.
Possibly a water pump belt from that Mark 1 MR2 we saw. It was a very hot-looking demise.
Maybe. There's the 58 car. It's Mickey Scott running in 8th position, 2nd of the Class C MEV Exocets. He's trying to keep behind him the car of Trevor Harbour, number 70, who's leading Class D. Looking to be the inaugural Class D winner, potentially. The Cranley driver in the 1.6 litre Caterham 7, which is really the kind of car that class has been designed for, more humble Caterham 7s that not completely without a home, but very welcome to find a home with the 750 Motor Club. Have their own class awards. 24 there is Marcus Crook, who's making his comeback after that big off at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend a few laps ago.
Yeah, 54 flat, he's lapping 2.2 seconds quicker than Thompson ahead of him in 30.
And Hiley has made it into the 50s now, so the 50.9, 50.932. So faster than he managed in qualifying, and within about 8/10 of the lap record.
Yeah, I think he needs to have some competition really to have a real go at the record, doesn't he?
As we said, not a lot of Class A cars here today. We've not got any of the Eclipses, sadly. See if we see any of those as the year goes on. But the likes of Paul Collingwood can certainly give him a run for his money, and on the occasions they compete, Paul Boyd, Clive Hudson as well. Being very competitive. There's another place made up by Crook. He's got ahead of last year's champion, Stuart Thompson. He sealed last year's title in very dramatic circumstances at Mallory Park in a horribly wet finale to the season. But, he did his best to throw it away, did Stuart Thompson last year, but he nevertheless brought the championship title home last year. Points scored within the individual classes in sports specials, but it is partly determined by the number of starters within your class as well, so not such good news for anyone not in Class B, which has the largest subscription this weekend. Stuart Thompson, therefore that is also the most competitive class, so possibly more difficult to pick up points, it's worth saying. Stuart Thompson locking up there a little. There's Marcus Crook, the lowest off man, pulling away from him now. Can he get any more places made up here? Possibly not. He's about 11 seconds behind Jamie Braycher, only 4 minutes left to go.
1.5 seconds quicker last time through.
Yeah, it's not quite going to work for him, is it?
And there is Braycher just going through in the 38 car.
'79 is Sylvia Much, wife of Stuart, who continues to lead the class and is 4th overall in this race. Oh, and the Hambley GTM has come to grief pretty much almost exactly where the MR2 stopped in the previous race. No sign of any steam or smoke or anything else coming from that car. It's just pulled off onto the grass. Looks like Derek Hambley is trying to see what he can do to coax it back to life, but nothing doing, I don't think. So we'll see how much longer we have in this race. There's 3 minutes left on the clock, but the officials might decide to call it a little early.
So it's just gone past us with a pretty nasty misfire. I'd be very grateful for the race to be stopped, I suspect.
Yes, indeed. Hiley has got on to his 15th lap, and he is now 12 seconds ahead of Anton Landon, who was very slow that lap, 54 seconds, but he may have just been taking good heed of yellow flags.
Yeah, I think it was timing.
So he's come across the line second. Neil Turner yet to come across the line in 3rd place in the Caterham. There's a lapped car coming through first, which is the number 21 Paul Barker Auto 2 Gemini, the man from Crew Kern. But Turner it is that has come through 3rd. Stuart Much, Class C leader, is 4th. Oh, and there's another car that has stopped out on the circuit at Clark Curve. Now as Andy Hiley comes up to the line and takes the checkered flag. Andy Hiley wins the Freaky Part Sports Special Championship, round 1 of the 2025 season. It was flagged with just under 2 minutes left to go, with a couple of cars in a dangerous position, I think one of which has now removed itself. So it's Hiley that's taking the win. Landon is 2nd. Neil Turner is yet to come up to the line. He's, still making his way through Clearways and Clark Curve. Stuart Mush is not too far behind him, and I don't think he's going to pass him. And there's yellow flags, of course, which will not help things. But Neil Turner is just off Clark Curve, now onto the Brabham Straight. He's going to come home having won Class B. Stuart Much winning Class C. And Trevor Harbour's already taken the checkered flag to win Class D in his Caterham. So final few cars to come through. A slightly premature end there with the GTM of Derek Hambley having stopped between Surtees and McLaren. There's another race slated for the Freaky Pot Sports Specials Championship at the end of the day. So we'll look forward to that, but we will have a look now at the results of the first of the races for the Freaky Pot Sports Specials Championship. Andy Harley with the win, number 53 in the Quados HR1S, completed 15 laps. Second place went the way of number 64 Anton Landon in the Scion MR2, 12 seconds behind the winner. Third place went the way of number 2 Neil Turner. Fourth was number 7 Stuart Much. Fifth was number 38 Jamie Bracher. And sixth was number 24 Marcus Crook. Turner and Much winning their respective classes. Seventh was number 30 Stuart Thompson. Eighth 58 Mickey Scott. Ninth was number 69 Gerard O'Donoghue, and completing the top 10 and winning Class D for the first time, number 70 Trevor Harbour, ahead of Nigel Brown, Nigel Liddell, Sylvie Much and Paul Barker, with only one more finisher, that being the Simon Dodd car, which was somewhat recalcitrant during the course of that race. So that's all the sports specials for now. We will turn our attention back to Tin Tops in a moment and the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Paul Thorpe's going to join me for that, but first let's go down to the pit lane and hear from Josh Barrett with our successful drivers in the sports specials.
Down in the pit lane after the Freaky Pot Sports Specials Championship, and it was a win for Andy Hiley. Well done, Andy. A new season, but the same result. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, not many here though in class, so that's a bit disappointing. Nobody to really race against, so I've just got to race the circuit.
Obviously a little bit busier because it is a short track, so you had some cars to pass.
Yeah, very busy. Yeah, and some of them don't know you're coming, but that's to be expected because we are going a fair bit quicker.
Anything new with the car this year, or?
Tyres.
Yeah.
Tyres. We've had to swap tyres, so that's changed how the car works. So just trying to get to grips with how to drive it as quick as I can. It's a bit slightly different on how I have to use the car, but yeah.
Is it a little bit less grippy than normal?
I think they're slightly less grippy, but they slide and they let you slide it, so it's just a different way of driving it.
Well done and good luck for the rest of the year. Let's have a word with our Class D winner, which was Trevor Harbour. Well done, Trevor, the first ever Class D winner of the championship, so well done.
Yeah, I hope there's a few more next time, a little bit unrepresented, but no, it was good race.
You had Nigel not too far behind, so you couldn't...
No, it was, we were pretty spaced out, but let's hope we get some closer competition, get that Class D to going. New class.
That's it, hopefully now that people know about it, especially with Caterham, that's what we'd like to see out there, isn't
all
it?
the different, all the different people we've raced with get to know that it's here.
You're going to see more of you this year?
Yeah, I hope so.
Well done on your class win. Let's have a word with Neil, our Class B winner. Neil, particularly first part of the race was challenging with a big challenge from behind.
Oh yeah, Sparks, Marcus Crook. He was coming so fast, and I just glanced in my mirror going round paddock, and I thought, oh, he's a bit quick coming into there. And then at the bottom, I looked in the mirror again, and he was snaking left to right, and I think he did a cracking job to hold on to it. So great, good though.
And Class B again is the place to be where it's most competitive, because I think Jamie was right on the pace as well, so it's going to be another challenging year.
I think he is, and I think we're in for a really, really close year this year in Class B, and poor Andrew couldn't start today. But I think it's going to be a great year. Brilliant way to start, and lovely to be back.
Well done. Going to have a word now quickly with our Class C winner if we can, Stuart Much. Stuart, if we can have a chat to sort of a dominant performance in class there.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun racing with all these others, but we want our own cars to race with us. So we're hoping to get more numbers on the grid this season and do some more racing. But it was good race.
I understand there might be a new MEV coming at some stage.
Yes, we've been developing over the winter a new version based on the Mark III MX5. It's quick, it handles well, a lot more mechanical grip. So hopefully in the next couple of races we should have a couple out on the grid.
Well done. Next race about to start, so I have to leave it there. Onto the grid now, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
And we'll get straight on to the grid for the Classic Stock Hatch Championship, which is going to be having a 50-minute race, no green flag lap here. So on pole position, it's Jason Wood. Besides him is Finn Groom. Second row, that's 41 and 91. Second row is 12 James Hazelhurst and 48 Neil Dudman. Third row, 89 Titch Kelsall and 72 Lee Scott. Row 4 is 58 Pete Osgerby and 18 Darren Bassingthwaite. Row 5, 92 Rick Groom and 4 Ted Cooper. 6th row, 47 Graham Rees and 44 Stuart Cleveley. 7th row, 31 Thomas Lintz, 97 Jack Bradburn. 8th row, 73 Ewan Lenson, 10 Jake Wood. 9th row, 62 Alan Dooley, 33 Ryan Clark, and on the 10th and final row, number 1 Stuart Place. And Paul Thorpe is alongside me once again, as he was yesterday. Paul, good to have for you. I think you said there was a couple of non-starters possibly?
Yeah, we've got Ryan Clark, car number 33. He's not there. He didn't actually make it to the first race. He's got an engine failure. Graham Rees had an incident yesterday at Paddock Hill Bend where his bonnet came up and unfortunately ended up in the kit litter, which also damaged his engine, so he's not there. Rick Groom, who was an innocent party in that collision with Graham Rees, he broke the drive shaft, but Stuart Cleveley, car number 44, lent him a drive shaft, so we're pleased to say that Rick is out there.
Excellent, that is good news. Countdown has been going on beneath us, grid looking good, red lights going on. A 50-minute race gets underway. It's a good start from the 2 on the front row, and an even better start from James Hazelhurst again from the second row. He's moved through into the lead race, but there's contact. That's Jason Wood, who's been speared into. Cars going either side of him, and Alan Dooley having a spin in avoidance at the back of the field as well. But it's Jason Wood who has come to a halt, the man who was on pole position there at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, and I don't think he's going to get going again. Meanwhile, the race goes on. James Hazelhurst is leading them as they come down the hill. Titch Kelsall is side by side with Finn Groom for second place. Jason Wood's car is finally moving out of the way, so I think we're going to be good to continue here, Paul.
Oh, that was a bit of a Constantino effect there. I think the contact there was Lee Scott. He had nowhere to go and inadvertently gave Jason Wood a little tap there. Rather a bit too much excitement for my liking at the start of the race, but at the front there we see that James Hazelhurst, he got second yesterday. He had that really good start off the middle of the second row of the grid, and Finn Groom is in hot pursuit with Neil Dudman. And
we've got the safety car though, which has been scrambled. Even though the car has got out of the way, I imagine the decision to scramble the safety car was made before Jason Wood could get out of the way. He's continuing round, hopefully to rejoin the race. If not, he'll go back to the pit lane. But we might just have one lap behind the safety car here.
Well, amazingly, I mean, apart from the tap and the spin, amazingly, I don't think he got contacted by many people, which is a huge relief. It's always always scaring when you go into that corner and you end up facing the wrong way. And all these cars, we saw that incident earlier with the Hondas. In the Honda race, you're sitting there like a sitting duck on a track, and your biggest fear is that someone's going to hit you. Now, this does give people a chance to catch up.
It does.
We're looking at someone possibly coming to the pits there. I'm just looking down the pit lane now. It is Jason Wood. I think he's ahead on the side of caution. Although the car's moving, he is pulled into the pits. Yeah. So, sadly, that looks like he's a race ender. He really had a bad start yesterday and was trying to improve on it. The front row of the grid is slightly uphill. It's so difficult to get off the line. And the second row has the advantage of getting a better exit from the start and going by, which we saw again today.
Yeah, Lee Scott was the winner yesterday. His first winner in quite a while, wasn't he? He was pleased with that, I think.
Yes, he was. Yes, he's had a bit of a drought on them. Every time he comes out, he's always in the mix, but hasn't been on the top spot for a little while. So that was excellent to see him there yesterday.
So we're watching the cars. That one is the one you want, Paul. The car's going back towards us then as they...
at full speed.
Yeah, indeed. Safety cars pulled in. Green flags. There's a change of surface track now at the first post. I think possibly there might have been something dropped onto the circuit, but it's Hazelhurst. Groom getting up on two wheels there as he clipped the curb. He's gone wide on the exit as a result of that. That leaves the door open for Neil Dudman.
Well, of course, the safety car, that allowed Titch to actually get back with them, because these had definitely got away. And now Titch is back in the mix thanks to that safety car. Has found himself in third place, getting the inside line, trying to get on the inside of the XR2. But the XR2 of Finn Groom a little bit quicker around that corner.
Let's give some kudos to Jack Bradburn, because he's fifth. He started 14th on the grid.
Oh, there he is. I didn't even see that. Oh, what a fantastic. He had a wicked start there. Now, that was a fantastic start.
He obviously picked his way through all of that chaos as well, which is sometimes what you need to do, don't you? Just get a bit of a look on your side.
Yeah, sometimes Lady Luck is with you. He was quite pleased with his performance yesterday, but he's done a few setup changes, and they look like they're paying up. And we've got these 5 cars gently pulling away from the other lot.
Yep, over the line they go. So this is really the first flying lap they've completed. Hazelhurst with a 60.142 lap leads the way.
I see Finn Groom got a bit wiggly as he entered the paddock hill bend there, but he's still managed to fend off Titch Kelsall, as Titch Kelsall has done a little bit of weave, trying to find a way past that Mark II Fiesta. But he's not going to pay it. Neil Dubman's back in the mix, Jack Bradburn, but they're definitely slightly getting away from the rest of the pack.
Certainly are, turning their way through Graham Hill Bend for the fourth time then in this race. The first 4 cars there, Dudman at the rear of that group. Bradburn trying to stick with them, then a gap back to Stuart Cleveley, number 44 in the XR2. He is 6th. 7th is Lee Scott, who was involved in that first corner skirmish, the winner of race 1 yesterday.
Oh, and Finn's got a bet on exit from Clearways. He's looking up the inside of that XR with that XR2, and he's slightly got ahead, but of course he's got to be bearing in mind that 205 has got better straight line speed, and so has the XR2 as they come to the outside, entering Paddock Hill Bend. But I know Finn, he's going to hold his line on the inside and try and make it very hard for that Kessel machine.
Stuart Place is up to 8th position as well, having started at the back of the grid in that new car for him this season, the 106. But look at this fight for the lead and fight for second place. Groom and Kelsall were side by side there. Hazelhurst in the green 205. That's a reshelled car for this season, isn't it? Just about holding on. And now Dudman trying to get an overlap on the Titch Kelsall car as well, as they all as one head down the Cooper Straight, with Jack Bradburn following in behind them as well in the red and white Fiesta XR2i.
It's good to see Jack Bradburn there. We were talking yesterday and he said his weak spot is Paddock Hill Bend. So if he can stay with these people and follow the lines, he can learn it. He's very new to circuits. He's been stadium racing and now he's on the circuits, and he said the hardest thing is actually to learn all these new tracks. So he's now in an excellent position to learn from these faster cars as the 205 and XR2 go side by side yet again, and with Titch Kessel trying to get on the inside, but Neil Dubman's got on the inside of Titch Kessel, trying to take that third place away, and Finn has done it. And Titch is in the kitty litter, but he's back out again. And what a change. I can't keep up. Jack Bradburn trying to go up on the inside of the other XR2i. He's going to hold his place, but of course Titch will have the better line for the entry to the Cooper Straight.
Yes, great classic stock catch racing. This Finn Groom now has taken the lead then from Hazelhurst, who's gone down to second place. He was second in yesterday's result, of course. Third now is Dudman. Fourth is Kelsall. Jack Bradburn's lost out to Lee Scott in the background as well, so he's come through into 5th position. And can he catch these? He's about a second or so behind them, or he was at the start of this lap. It looks like it's less than that now, as they've been battling with one another.
Yeah, well, Lee Scott is a multiple champion, and this is his home circuit. He's very good round here. Now, Jack has got himself in a great position. If he wants to learn tracks, he can learn so much from Lee Scott.
Yeah, absolutely, in the same kind of car as well. Both of them in the XR2i. So, what better professor to have teach you?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't want to embarrass Lee by telling him how long he's been in the championship, but it's been a little while.
It has, and he's won lots of titles over the years. Now there is Kelsall and Dudman side by side. It was Dudman ahead at the start of the lap. He's still just about ahead now, but not for the want of trying on Kelsall's part.
Sorry, I was just grabbing the chair there. I started to panic a little bit. They were getting rather close, but this just shows you certain parts of the track favour certain marks of car. Now Finn is trying to hold his head. He's going to be fairly quick round this one. His problem area is the straight, so he has to take a really good exit off Clearways to keep away from that Hazelhurst machine, as Titch is trying to look on the inside, but no, Neil Dubman has shut that door for him. You ain't going there, he says, mate, keeping the tighter line around the inside. So let's see how they enter the Paddock Hill Bend.
We're following the top 6 here, but a quick word for Jake Wood. He's 11th, so he was 15th yesterday in his first ever race, and he's going even better in this one.
Well, I mean, Jake Wood, he's 18 years old. He's the son of Jason Wood. He has literally grown up in the paddock as Jake Wood. This is his first ever meeting. What a fantastic showing from that young man.
What a fantastic show from Neil Dudman as well. He's around the outside of Hazelhurst at Druids to take second away. Now, can he cling on to this on the way down to Graham Hill Bend? I think he can, Yes, he is. So the B car is up into second and very nearly into the lead past Finn Groom.
Oh, he had a little snoofty down there, but that just shows you getting the inside line for that corner. And what a great move there by Neil Dubman in his B machine. But Titch Kessel still not that far away, and I wouldn't think it'd be that long before Lee Scott would be on the tail end of that train.
Finn Groom's not had a win before, has he? He's had 3rd places. I don't think he's had better than that. Well, he certainly didn't last year. Maybe
I think he had a second at Snetterton.
Yeah, the year before, I think. But not had a win.
Oh, he's never had a win. This will be a fantastic result for this young man. Again, that's another young man. He's, I think he's 20, 21, something like that.
Yeah, 22, I think.
And his dad is Rick Groom. He's grown up in the paddock and just showing his father how to do it.
Well, he's not done it yet, and he's got Neil Dudman, who's also not had a win before either.
Yes, they're going to be itching for that trophy. And there he goes, Neil Dudman. Oh, a little bit of a rub there as they went round the Druids hairpin. Now that's compromised. Neil Dudman's expert and Jason Hazelhurst. And then we've got Lee Scott, Titch Kelsall. We've got 2 people side by side. This is going to end in tears. He's got the Titch Kelsall. Wow, what a move to stay there. But no, Lee got that faster exit onto the Cooper Straight. This is all getting rather tense.
Top 6 as 1. Then you've got Stuart Cleveley on his own in 7th. I think Lee Scott could still win this race, you know. He's the canny old character there. He's been doing this for a long time, whereas the 3 ahead of him have got much less experience than he has. Hazelhurst has won a race before, but Dudman and Finn Groom haven't, Kelsall hasn't, and Bradburn also in the top 6 hasn't.
I can say from experience, when you see that number 72 in your mirror, you're very nervous. You know he will pounce. He would just be waiting for a mistake, and if these guys keep staying as close as they are, that could happen.
Fantastic race this for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. It's Groom leading, Finn Groom, number 91 leading from 48, Neil Dudman 12, James Hazelhurst is 3rd, and Lee Scott trying to go around the outside of Titch Kelsall there.
Oh.
So those two side by side. Who's coming? Yeah, it's Scott ahead at the moment, isn't it, of Kelsall?
Yeah, Titch Kelsall is not making it easy for Lee Scott to look at these first 3 places, but here we go again down the Cooper Straight. Entering this very fast corner. We're going flat out, top gear, about 80 miles an hour around that corner. It's an incredible manage. It's all a little tap there from Neil Dudman saying, I'm here, just let me in. But no, Finn will not let him go. And this actually looks like that's favoured Finn there. I think that tap, I'm wondering if Neil lifted off a bit. And now he's got a little bit of a gap, which is perfect for this straight. As the 205 GTI, it gets its extra burst of speed towards the straight as they come. He goes in for the inside line round Paddock Hill. Now, can Finn hold it round the outside? They're going side by side down this straight. Now, the problem is the hill is going to favour the 205 GTI with its extra power. And now the James Hazelhurst is trying to get behind him as well on the inside of Finn Groom.
So Dudman now leads. It's Dudman leading, Finn Groom 2nd, James Hazelhurst is 3rd. Exactly as you said, the power up the hill favoured the 205. Groom could do nothing about Neil Dudman, who's already pulled out 2 or 3 car lengths as Finn Groom is trying to get his elbows out and keep James Hazelhurst behind. Hazelhurst is going to have a look up the inside to Surtees.
Yeah, there they go. No, Finn has been kicking himself. You can see a little dent there in the wing. There's a bit closer contact than we saw, but he'll be kicking himself. But it's all part of the learning curve as Neil Dudman starts to go away. Lee Scott's gone the inside of James Hazelhurst. Can he get the momentum out? That's a difficult line to take. No, if you take that inside line, you have to get it so right because the car on the outside has the better momentum.
4 laps to go then as they go on to lap number 12 of this race. It's to be a 15-lap race. It is still Neil Dudman leading, Finn Groom in 2nd, James Hazelhurst in 3rd, Lee Scott 4th, Titch Kelsall 5th, Jack Bradburn 6th. The top 6 covered by 2.1 seconds.
Oh, Titch, he's definitely trying to rattle Lee Scott there. He was weaving left and right, trying to make Lee do a go offline, but no, Lee has not been going to be fazed by that, Titch.
Round Graham Hill Bend for the 12th time then. It's Dudman and Groom. And there was 0.6 of a second between them at the start of the lap. It looks like it's less than that now.
No, that's interesting because Finn has managed to stay with Neil Dudman, but James Hazelhurst is just dropping off a little. He's going to be very careful because he'll be in those clutches of that white XR2i of Lee Scott.
Yeah, and he's got Kelsall behind him, and when you're in this situation, it's hard to know whether to defend or to attack, isn't it?
It is. It's very tricky as you get towards the latter stages. Hopefully you've weighed up your competitors over the previous laps, but and there we go. There's a great guy. That was a quick shot there of Alan Dooley. He definitely is the epitome of classic stock hatch. He's just here for a slow drive. He really, as long as he finishes, he doesn't matter. Oh, and Finn Groom was having a little snifty up on the side of Neil there, but he didn't quite have the legs on the top of the hill. But if Finn puts his head down, here he is. Better exit. But he's on the wrong line. He's going to try and get the cut back on the Cooper Straight. I think hopefully for him the 205 go wide. No, he cannot. But he's definitely getting closer to that Dudman machine. But then James Hazelhurst, he's now back on the tail of this train.
Yeah, last lap, Finn Groom did the best lap of the race, 58.911. which was, I think, faster than yesterday's fastest lap of the race as well. Lap record for these cars of 58.32 for Lee Scott, so we're not going to get close to that, I don't think, as we're now coming up to the end of lap number 13, so 2 more laps to go. Can Finn Groom do this, do you think, Paul?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to predict commentator's curse and all that, but Finn, if he just keeps his head down, if he can pressure Neil a bit, maybe he can force Neil to make a mistake. Now, you can see there that the Groom machine come out a lot bit quicker out the corner, but he just lacks the legs, but he's coming on the braking. Oh, don't go too wide, Finn, because James Hazelhurst in that lovely-looking 205 will get on there. No, they drop back a bit. Now we're back at the front again. We've got Neil Budman, got Finn Groom's mirrors. He definitely knows what an XR2 looks like. He's got a better exit. He's got slightly bit of overlap as they go onto the Cooper Straight. This is a fantastic move, if he can make it pay.
And it looks like he has done, yes. He's gone through.
But there's still an overlap there. Here comes Neil Dubman again, under brakes for the clearways. But look at that understeer. You can see Neil is desperately trying to get that car turned in.
Well, one of these two, if they win it, it's going to be the first win for both of those. Hazelhurst, as I say, had one win several years ago at Silverstone. They're about to go on to the last lap. They've dropped Jack Bradburn now, but 5 of them still together. And 5 of them in potential contention. If there's a mistake, anything could happen.
Yes, it could, and you just see the good demonstration there. The XR2 lacking the power, but then getting a lot better under brakes as Finn is looking for that first win, like Neil Dubman. Oh, now we've got Alan Dooley, the back marker. What if this will play? Whether Neil Dubman could get round him successfully.
Yeah, he's just ahead. They'll just about catch him, I think, as they come up towards the end of this race. They probably need not to be distracted by him, though, because they might not catch him before the end of the lap. Around Graham Hill Bend they go, and along the Cooper Straight. I don't think they are quite going to get to him, are they? As they turn their way through Surtees for the final time, it looks like Dubman's going to do this.
Oh, yes, I'm really pleased Alan Dooley if he doesn't. His only goal is not to be lapped, so this could still be good for it. But here we go, Neil Dubman, Finn Groom. It looks like Neil Dubman's just got the legs. Finn Groom's desperately trying to get into the slipstream of the 205, but he's going to lack the legs. I think Neil Dubman has got this.
He's coming up to the line now, Neil Dubman up to the checkered flag, and he takes the win in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship by just over a quarter of a second from Finn Groom, who has another podium finish to add to his collection. Here's a battle amongst the Novas as well. You've got Pete Oscaby and you've got Ewan Lintz there.
He's only 17, Ewan Lintz.
Yeah, you've got him there as well, and Darren Bassingthwaite also in that battle. Ahead of those is going to be the car that takes the check flag, which is Jake Wood. So he comes across the line in 11th place.
His first ever meeting, and he's found himself in 11th position. Oh, that should pick the whole family up, the whole PDC crew. Well done, Jake Wood.
Yeah, absolutely, and holding family honour with Jason sadly eliminated with that incident at the first corner of the race. But a wonderful spectacle and a great advert for Classic Stock Hatch, that, Paul.
Oh, that's what Classic Stock Hatch is about. As I said earlier, there was the Groom machine was Rick Groom machine was lacking a drive shaft. Another competitor lent him that. I see Rick there finished in 9th place. You can be pleased with that. Yes, and you say we've got father and sons out there. It's just what that Classic Stock Hatch is about: cheap, fun motorsport for the whole family.
Where are you next out?
Right, next we're out at Silverstone on May the 11th. That'll be round 2. That's a one-day event, so we'll have 2 races in one day. I'm looking forward to that. I do like the national half. I do prefer it to the international half. It's always exciting. It's one of our fastest circuits. We get up to 110 miles an hour on that very short circuit, but I'm really looking forward to that on May the 11th.
Let's have a very quick look at the results then. Thank you very much, Paul, for that. It's Neil Dudman then that took the win at the end of 15 laps in his Peugeot 205 GTI number 48. Second was number 91, Finn Groom in the Ford Fiesta XR2. 0.268 seconds behind. Third was number 12, James Hazelhurst, half a second behind the winner, number 12. Fourth was number 72, Lee Scott, and the Fiesta XR2i. Fifth, number 89, Titch Kelsall, and sixth, number 97, Jack Bradburn, all 3 of those in XR2i's. Then it was Stuart Place, Stuart Cleveley, Rick Groom and Ted Cooper that landed out at the top 10. Ahead of Jake Wood, Darren Bassingthwaite, Pete Oscaby and Ewan Lintz, and then further back still, Tom Lintz and Alan Dooley, who completed his objective of not being lapped during the course of that race. Let's head down to the podium area now, where we will have a word with our top 3 drivers.
So down in the pit lane with a new winner in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, Neil Dudman being congratulated by one of his team members, and we will try and grab a word with Neil if we can. He's being congratulated now by Finn. Neil, well done, first win in the championship, but that wasn't an easy race.
That wasn't an easy race because I had everybody to contend with. Yeah, it was interesting, very interesting. Never led a lap before, so it was really good to. He got back past and I got back past him again, so I think it was a really good battle. But yeah, it's a bit nervous at the sharp end of things. It's really exciting. But massive thanks to Joe Green Transport for mechanicking me for the day and giving me a pep talk this morning because I wasn't a bit disappointed with 6th yesterday, and everything came good today. We tried a few different gears in different places and it worked really, really well. So thanks to Schaefer Racing and Absolute Alignment for the win. Amazing.
Well done. Have a word with Finn if we can quickly. Finn, second place, so close to the win.
Yeah, that was my first time leading for that long, so very difficult. Just looking in my mirrors the whole time basically. But yeah, Neil got past. Peugeots are just that little quicker on the straights. I kept catching him in the corners, but if you can't get past, there's nothing you can do on the straight for it. So, but yeah, one place better than yesterday. So yeah, well happy.
I guess you might be leading the championship as well. So well done.
Yeah, possibly. I hadn't even thought about that yet. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? So.
Well done, James Hazelhurst was third. We won't get to speak to him because cars are on the grid already for the next race, the 5 Club Race in MX5 Cup.
Third and final race of the weekend for the MX5 Cup, another packed grid of cars, and they line up in this order with the grid partially reversed from the result of race 2. So it's 105 Roger Chesno and 44 Matthew Hallam on the front row. Second row 92 Jordan Johnson, I should say, and 74 Thomas Holland. Third row 70 Michael Pearson, 40 Ben Hansey. On the fourth row it's 17 Oak Richardson, the winner of the first 2 races this weekend, and 8:48 Matt Crozier. Row 5 is 95 Andy Bailey and 46 Ben Smiles. On the 6th row 128 Samuel Gormer and 9 Ian Tomlinson. The 7th row 178 Kevin Dengate and 168 Zoltan Shabai. Row 8 of the grid is 64 Scott Robinson, 62 Chris Lovett, who came from the back in the previous race. Row 9 Amy Worthington, in 65 and 68 Stephen Robinson. The 10th row 97 Jack Lawrence and 29 Mary Barnard. The 11th row 96 Sam Moody and 41 Alex Quatch T. The 12th row 72 Matthew Short and 23 Martina Ward. The 13th row 19 Andrew Beale and 129 Paul Barnard. Row 14 191 Philip Barrett and 75 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. The 15th row number 592, which is Aidan Wardley, and 5 Glenn Crook. The 18th row 31 Neil Burrows and 90 Alistair Robinson and Andrew Robinson, I should say. And on the 17th row 26 Isabel Burrows and the treble 6 car of Nigel Holland. So 34 cars we should have then for the third and final race of the weekend for the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup, with another 15-minute race ahead of us. Short, sharp turnaround after that last classic start catch race, but we're about to get underway once again. Can Oak Richardson make it 3 from 3? He's got to come from 7th position on the grid in order to do so this time. The red lights are on. They go out. The race gets underway, and it's an even start from the two on the front, but it's Matt Hallam that's going to have the lead as they head up into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time from Roger Chesno, who started on pole position. It looks like it's Thomas Holland that's sweeping around the outside. He's going to be level pegging with Matt Hallam, I think, as they go up the hill towards Druids this time. For the first time, Jordan Johnson slotted into 3rd place as well. Chesno from pole has dropped down to 4th position. They're making their way through Graham Hill Bend, and it's Chesno coming back up the inside of Johnson to try and get 3rd position back. You've got Oak Richardson, who's not really made any progress yet, in 7th place, but he has got a clear track ahead of him now as they head through Surtees and McLaren.
Yeah, he's behind Michael Pearce in the green car, who's edging closer to that elusive victory. But out front, it's Holland in the red car who leads the way. Thomas Holland, who has that advantage. It's only a tenuous one at the end of the first lap, because his mirrors are absolutely full of the 44 car, which is Matt Hallam. And in 3rd place is Jordan Johnson ahead of Roger Chesno.
Yeah, so 15-minute race, 1 lap down, and probably 15 laps to go, something like that then in this race. Turning their way through Druids. Quite wide there was Oak Richardson in the number 17 car. He's in still 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place as they work this second lap of the race. 46 is Ben Smiles, the teenager. He's going to lose out to Matt Crozier here for the final position inside the top 10. He had got ahead of him on this lap, but he's already going to lose that position again, I think.
Yeah, you sense that Oak Richardson's just playing it safe, just staying out of trouble, because that's what it takes. You're going to notch points in every race. It's 1 to 2 so far, but this third one looks a slightly tall order at this point, but if he can pick his way forward, and he's got right on the tail of Pierce.
Then, yes, he's right with him, isn't he, Pierce?
Hansey's right behind him too.
Yeah, Hansey lost out 2 places on that lap, and now Richardson looking up the inside of Pierce here into Druids on lap 3, and it looks like the Garden Centre owner has got through, so he's through now to 5th place, Oak Richardson, ahead now of Pierce and Hansey, and behind Hansey is Andy Bailey's now. He's made his way ahead of Samuel Gormer as well. As we've got Jordan Johnson then for up to 2nd place now. He's gone through on the inside of Matt Hallam there on the way into Surtees, and he's trying to stay with Thomas Holland, who's pulled out a lead of a few car lengths.
Yep, Holland looking strong in the red car at the moment, with everyone else embroiled. Oak Richardson trying to bridge a gap to the cars ahead of him, the 3 ahead of him. But meanwhile, there's the tussle for the lead. Holland, Johnson and Hallam. Then it's Chesno and Richardson.
Ooh, a lock up there by Hallam, and that's unsettled Chesno, who spins and gets his rear wheels into the gravel. Could easily drive out of that though, of course in an MX5, and he'll rejoin the race, but well down the order. So he's had a moment that sort of split the pack a little bit. So it's still Holland leading, Johnson 2nd, Hallam 3rd, Richardson up to 4th now as a result of that.
Just easing forward, staying out of trouble. So it's all about the 17 car. Pogo's over the apex curves at Surtees, through McLaren and up into Clearways. Camber falls away on the outside, and well, that was a bit hairy, dropping a rear wheel onto the curb in the middle of that arc.
That was Andy Bailey, wasn't it,
yeah,
in the 95 car, and he was ahead of Ben Hansey, and Hansey's used that because Bailey's lost momentum to try and get back through, but he's not been able to do it. Hansey on the podium in the race earlier this afternoon. 2nd place he took, but not going so well here. Down to 8th he's gone. As the leaders are together now, it's Hallam trying to fight back. He's up on the inside of Jordan Johnson at Druids. He'll fall back behind at Graham Hill Bend, but they're both now putting the pressure on the number 74 car of Thomas Holland, who's been racing on and off in the MX5s for a few seasons now, but I don't think he's yet had a win in this category.
It's interesting that Tomlinson, who's normally much closer to the sharp end, is battling along. He's in 10th place in car number 9, and you normally see him much further forward in Tomlinson. Here come the leaders then, and Holland has been reeled in, and there's an attack on the outside, and it's Johnson who has his transponder, triggers the timing just ahead by 35 thousandths of a second, but back on the inside out of Druids. Lead changes back, and it's Holland who's back ahead on lap 6.
Yeah, I looked away for a moment, and the lead's changed twice without me knowing it. Johnson there just leading out of his cockpit to readjust the mirror, which had no doubt got sort of knocked askew a little bit in the skirmish, but that's been readjusted now, and it's Holland from Johnson, Hallam, and now Richardson with them. So he's been playing this waiting game and is now right with them within 3/4 of a second of the race leader. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well, which is a bonus point of 58.701. It's a bonus point on top of the 100 that you get for a win in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. So potentially not as valuable, but could still be decisive at the end.
It's a bit like a NASCAR scoring system, isn't it?
It is.
A bit odd. And they were momentarily in a sort of a phalanx of cars going up towards Paddock Hill Bend, certainly in echelon, the top 3. And up on the outside goes Oak Richardson in the blue car. He's on the outside of Matt Hallam, and he's going to dive down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. It looks like he's going to get to the apex ahead of Matt Hallam, and Hallam gets out over the grass in the 44 car, But Richardson, I think, has picked him off.
Yeah, looks like he has. So he's up to third now. The top two still at it as well, with a little bit of daylight now back to Richardson in third. And look how Michael Pearce in the fifth place, the green number 70 car, he's caught up with this group as well, and he's taken Andy Bailey with him. He's dropped Ben Hansey. Ben Hansey is half a dozen car lengths behind at the moment, but the top two pulling away from the rest.
Yeah, they're very, very close again, and this time Johnson can't quite squeeze ahead. Richardson after them now.
Here comes Johnson to the outside into Druids, but Richardson with them in the number 17 car, and Johnson will be mindful here of the blue car with the yellow stars, very helpfully, sort of uniquely liveried, so it is mirrors. Johnson will know exactly who it is that's coming up behind him. No, it's not. So he's there. But yeah, Johnson, what's he going to do? I think he's got to keep taking the fight to Holland here. Johnson, of course, has won races before in 5 Club. He locks up massively there, though.
His tyres, he'll understeer as well, which he does. And Richardson saw that happening and thought, do you know, I fancy that. He has to tuck in behind. He needs the slipstream.
Yeah, he'll try and use that along the Brabham Straight. There's 6 of them all in a line now. At the back of that group, it's Andy Bailey, the Mint Alloys car. Those 6 separated by 1.3 seconds or so. And Hansey another second back behind them as things stand. Man who's on second place, or in second place in race number 2 of the weekend, having had a problematic start to the weekend. Richardson with his car halfway up the inside of Johnson into Druids now, but he's going to be on the wrong line for Graham Hill Bend. And again, he sort of backs out of that and stays in third place for a minute. So regroups, has another think. There's still 6.5 minutes to go, so probably 7 laps, I would think, if not 8 laps to go in this race.
6 for the lead with Ben Hansey in 7th place, waiting to pick up the pieces should any drama unfold ahead of him.
Jack Lawrence getting the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. That's his first warning. That time it'll be a penalty. Not seen too many 5-second penalties applied during this weekend. We've had quite a few track limits warnings, but they've clearly been doing their job, and people have been improving their behaviour as time goes on. A back marker soon to be dealt with by the lead as well. That's going to be the 666 car of Nigel Holland. It's another BS Motorsport car, I think. So is that going to do a favour to Thomas Holland? Yeah. So let's see how this pans out. Up at Druids. Looks like Nigel doing his best to keep out of the way.
Yes, I can't evaporate, he's thinking.
Much as he'd like to at that particular point. And I think everyone's safely negotiated the slower car, and the race continues with 5 minutes or so to go. So it's Thomas Holland leading in number 74, 92 Jordan Johnson is second, 17 the double winner so far this weekend is third. He's already got the fastest lap in this race, which is then third. In fact, Matt Hallam is fourth, number 44, fifth is number 70 Michael Pearce. Andy Bailey is in sixth in the number 95 car. And we're rather focusing on this lead battle, but it is
quite compelling.
It is compelling. Johnson now just trying to use the toe, gets alongside Thomas Holland into Paddock Hill Bend.
And that's the first time that Richardson's shown the interest in actually joining into that battle, because he could see they're going to come out of it side by side, which might give him an opportunity. He's trying to claim that inside line for the hairpin. It's going to leave him on the wrong side for Graham Hill Bend, but it's all about exit speed here and keeping it neat and not exposing yourself to trouble. Oh, there's is that
it's the 19 car is the one that's got away. That's Andrew Beale, one of the BS Motorsport cars. Can't see the number. I think it's 41. Alex Quatch T that's off into the gravel over there at Clearways, and that's right on the edge of the circuit. So double waved yellows protecting that for the moment, with 4 minutes of the race left to go. So we'll see what he's done about that, if anything. But he's not going to get out of there without assistance, I don't think. Almost up to the axles in gravel. Here are the leaders. They've just gone past the scene of that incident, and it is Johnson that is alongside. Safety car, though, is now being scrambled. Yes, the safety car lights are being displayed around the circuit, the LED panels and the yellow flags being waved. So that is in response to that Alex Quatch T incident.
Johnson was over the timing line first, but Holland got the position back going into paddock.
And it was sort of 46 thousandths, which is, you know, a thickish coat of paint ahead.
Measured in microns, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, so we'll see if the officials do that. I think Holland was trying to wave to Johnson to warn him of the fact that, hold on, chap, there's a safety car panel flashing there, so you might not want to do that. And Johnson did back off out of that, so we'll see how the officials view that after the race. Now we've got 5 marshals doing their best to move that MX5. What's that MX5 going to weigh? A few hundred kilos. They're going to get peppered with gravel if they're not careful. And I think they've realised they're not going to do it themselves, despite their best efforts.
That's right, the Jerry of Marshals has failed on this occasion.
Yeah, well, good on them for giving it a go.
It was certainly a bold try.
They're retreating to their post there. I wonder if we are going to have a
checker flag.
Checker flag's being waved here, so we're going to get the checkered flag this time to Thomas Holland, who did get back ahead of Jordan Johnson, who had fallen fractionally behind. But the checkered flag goes out, and it's a first, I think, 5 Club win for Thomas Holland in the Massimo Tyres 5 Club MX5 Cup. Second place goes the way of number 92, Jordan Johnson. In third place, it's number 17, Oak Richardson. Fourth place to number 44, Matt Hallam. In fifth place, it's number 95, Andy Bailey. And rounding out the top 6 is number 70, Michael Pearce. And that safety car denying us a grandstand finish of that race. We thought we were going to have probably 4 or 5 more laps of that with that group, top 6 group, going out at hammer and tongs, Marcus.
Yeah, there we go. Well, it's one of the BS cars that was off in the gravel, and another of the BS cars that's ended up managing to win this by a fraction.
Or is that a conspiracy theory you're trying to start there?
No, very far from it. Purely coincidence.
And again, I think we've had 33 starters and 32 finished in that race. So the only one that didn't was the one in the gravel trap, Alex Quatch T. And that's often the case in MX5s. They're remarkably reliable cars. They're 35 years old now in some cases. But they are really rather reliable.
I saw them racing with the Sports Car Club of America way back when they were new, the Miata Challenge or whatever they call it over there, and it was fantastic.
Let's have a look at the results then for that race. It was number 74, Thomas Holland, that took the win, 12 laps completed. He was ahead of number 92, Jordan Johnson, by 0.644 seconds. Third place went the way of number 17, that was Oak Richardson. Fourth to number 44, Matt Hallam. Fifth was number 95, Andy Bailey. Sixth was number 70, Michael Pearce. Seventh, number 40, Ben Hansey, out to his second place earlier on. Eighth, number 848, Matt Crozier. Ninth was 128, Samuel Gorma, and running out the top 10 was Ben Smiles on his debut weekend in the championship. And it was Kevin Dengate, Chris Lovett, Ian Tomlinson, and Scott Lawrence, with Zoltan Shabai. Roger Chesnow, after his spin up at Druids early in the race, he was 16th, ahead of Jack Lawrence, Amy Worthington, Stephen Robinson and Mary Bownard rounding out the top 20. Then it was Sam Moody, Paul Bollard, Martina Ward, Andrew Robinson, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, Matt Short, Philip Barrett, and the rest on the next page. There they go. Glenn Crook, Aidan Wardley, Neil Burrows, Andrew Beale and Nigel Holland, the final finisher, albeit a lap down. So that brings the MX5 racing to an end for this weekend. They are also, like many of the championships here this weekend, back out on the Silverstone National Circuit in 5 weeks' time. Let's go down now to Josh Barrett. He's in the pit lane and he's going to speak to our top 3.
Down in the pit lane then after the third race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and a new winner this time was Tom Holland, who is congratulating his competitors. Then we've got to grab a word with Tom. Well done, Tom. A close race there, you had to fight all the way.
Yeah, JJ definitely didn't make it easy, but that was a lot of fun. Didn't surprisingly got as good a start as I did and was able to make my way up for the front fairly early, but I mean, this is what 5 Club Racing is all about. Good close racing until the end. You can't really have a second to think about it.
And the sort of you progressing throughout the weekend, and then the reverse grid helped you out a bit, I guess.
Yeah, well, I always come here for a bit of fun. I mean, everyone here is ridiculously talented drivers, and it's quite fun. Although my dad, I don't know where he finished. I mean, he might have made on the first father-son F5 Club sandwiches and out of all the drivers. So that'll be one to look on the finishing sheet.
What's your plan for this year? Because obviously you're not a British GT this weekend.
So plans have officially been announced. I'll be racing in McLaren Trophy Europe with alongside Nick Halstead. So So it's going to be a good, long, fun year, and I'm enjoying it. Different piece of machinery, new learning progress, but it's not going to stop me from coming back here. This is where I started. These are the people that helped me turn into the racing driver I am today. So I'm going to still be around 5 Club Paddock for hopefully quite a few more years.
Well done, and good luck in McLaren. I guess you're back here next month for that, so good luck with that. So second was Jordan Johnson, who, a bit like Ben Hansey earlier, didn't have a great day yesterday, but better day today, Jordan, onto the podium in the end.
Yeah, not a bad day today. I was just waiting for Tom to make a mistake all race long. I was like, as soon as he puts a foot wrong, I'm there, but fair play, he's defended well, and shame about the safety car.
You had a couple of good goes, you were fully alongside.
Yeah, he wasn't giving me the inside, obviously not, but I thought I could probably make it work around the outside of Paddock Hill a few times, which is probably not the best idea after what happened to me yesterday morning, but yeah, we had to go.
What did happen yesterday?
I got a little tap in the back bumper first corner, and it sent me across the gravel, so yeah, I think I was last coming after the first corner, so it's been a bit of a recovery weekend after that, but I've had good fun doing it.
Exactly, that's all about, isn't it? Second place, well done, and then Oak in third. Oak, firstly, we didn't get to speak to you properly earlier, so well done on the win earlier on. That was sort of a kind of dominant performance because you had no one right behind you.
Yeah, it was easy. No, it wasn't easy at all.
And this time out, obviously, you came through the field quite nicely.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Last couple of laps, it's a shame we got the safety car.
Yeah.
Like Jordan and Tom, they were having a good scrap, and I zigged when I should have zagged, and they zagged when I should have zigged, and didn't quite get through. But yeah, good fun.
And it's been almost a perfect start to the season, I guess, and sort of it all felt like a step forward from last year.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Question one thing?
Yeah.
Just say to Scott and Karen, because they should have been racing with us this weekend. Really sorry about everything that's happened, Karen. All thinking about you, and hope to see you soon.
Well done on your weekend, and best wishes to Karen as well. So racing continuing. It feels like Toyotas weren't out very long ago, but the MR2 Championship are back again here at Brands Hatch.
Yes, a much shorter than turnaround than expected between races for the Road Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, because they were due to race before the lunch break, but they didn't because of the delays early on. So they've raced after the lunch break, and there's only been 3 races in between their 2 contests. The cars are coming towards the assembly area. I think 1 or 2 might be a little bit late because of work being done to their cars between races. A reminder that in race 1 it was Sean Traynor that took the victory by half a second from Neil Stratton, and Adam Lockwood was in 3rd place. The grid for this second race on screen now, determined by the fastest lap times from the first race. So it is Sean Traynor number 27 and Neil Stratton number 84 on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is number 11 Adam Lockwood and 78 Jim Mew. Third row number 10 Andrew Baranowski and 82 Andrew Ruthven in the first of the Mark IIs. On row 4, 96 Aaron Cook and 69 Daniel Bryant. Row 5, 53 Scott Edbrook and 34 Shane Mansbridge. Row 6, 65 Vera Aldridge and 9 Tim Heron. On the 7th row, it's 37, that's Dan Sylvester and 12 Aaron Laverty. Maxine Nichols in number 17 is on the inside of the 8th row, besides number 7 Jeff Howarth. Row 9, 87 Neil Horan and 79 Jonathan Grimes. Row 10, 16 Daniel Farmer and 51 Andrew Strange. Row 11 is 30 Andy Williams and 47 Richard Dales. The 12th row, 36 Nick Lear and 20 Patrick Stoner. And on the 13th and final row, it's number 88 James Crow and number 3 Martin Collins, although I suspect he won't be there in the Mark 1 after its demise in the first race. So the cars already coming back out onto the grid as the 750 Motor Club doing their best to make up time lost earlier on in the day. I think we're now only about 20 minutes behind where we should have been, so that's a considerable improvement on where we were earlier on. So many thanks to all of the officials of the 750 Motor Club, and in particular the marshals, who didn't get much of a break today for lunch, which has brought forward one an incident was being dealt with in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy race that was red flagged. Still another race to come for them immediately after this, in actual fact. So it's as it was on race 1, Sean Traynor and Neil Stratton on the front row of the grid, and on the second row of the grid it's Adam Lockwood and Jim Mew. So Roadsters filling the first 5 places on the grid. Andrew Baranowski, the intro side of row 3, Andrew Ruthven in the sort of purple Mark II is the first of the Class B cars. So countdown procedures coming to an end. 15-minute race ahead of us. Anticipation starting to build down there on the grid. Can Sean Traynor make it a clean sweep of pole positions and fastest laps and race wins during the weekend? Race gets underway, and he's not got the best of the starts. It's Neil Stratton that's got a better start from the second row. Andrew Ruthven, actually, in the Mark II car is away well. He's up to third. Stratton and Traynor side by side as they head through Paddock Hill Bend, and it's Stratton that has the advantage as they go up the hill. Ruthven getting his nose ahead of Traynor, but he comes back up the inside into Druids for the first time. Adam Lockwood is fourth, Jim Mew fifth, I think, and Baranowski in this. Well, no, it's Aaron Cook in the 96 car that's up on the inside of Mew, so he's up to fifth place in that grey and yellow car, but it's the all-yellow car of Neil Stratton that's leading for the moment.
Yeah, Traynor appeared to lose momentum suddenly up the hill towards Druids, but he's certainly not cost him a lot of time over the course of the lap. He's still challenging for the lead, so he's nose up inside the lead car of Neil Stratton, and in fact, as they come onto the Brabham Straight, they're absolutely neck and neck over the line. It's going to be Traynor by about a front bumper over the timing line. Lead Stratton, Ruthven, Lockwood, Cook, Mew, Baranowski and Bryant. There's Andrew Ruthven in the purple Mark II, running in a really strong third place, which becomes second as he dives up under the inside into paddock, locks a rear wheel momentarily and tucks it into the apex. So Andrew Ruthven going really well.
Certainly is. Then it's Aaron Cook. Then it's Adam Lockwood next up. Then it's Aaron Cook. Then it's Jim Mew in the 78 car. He is in 6th position. Then I think it's Andrew Baranowski in 7th. And then I think it's the second of the Mark IIs, Daniel Bryant, in 8th position as they're making their way through. But Sean Traynor, he's getting away here from the rest of them. Oh, and out wide goes the second place car of Andrew Ruthven. He'd got a wheel through the gravel trap, the ex-mini racer, and that's allowed Stratton to get back alongside him, but the slightly more powerful Mark II drags back ahead, but better on the brakes is the Roadster, and Stratton gets back ahead into second place into Paddock Hill Bend, but they've both lost time to Sean Traynor as a result of that, I think. So it's Stratton second, Ruthven third, Lockwood fourth, Cook fifth, and Jim Mew completing the top six, but Sean Traynor's lead was 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap. I think it's probably already a little bit bigger than that now.
Yep, there is Ruthven still leading his class, but he's got a whole gang of roadsters up behind him, led by Adam Lockwood, then Aaron Cook. Behind Cook, you've got the cars of Mew and Baranowski. I think they have changed order. Yes, Baranowski now ahead of Mew. Oh, there's off.
Aaron Laverty, number 12. He's out of the race by the looks of it. That's up towards Clearways, isn't it? I think he's pulled off. The 38-year-old regional manager for National Lighting from Wakefield. Started MR2 racing last year, sprinted from 2019. His self-prepared J-Spec car. Meanwhile, Ruthven coming under pressure here now from Adam Lockwood for third position. Lockwood dragging alongside the Mark II as they head towards Surtees, but Ruthven holds on for the moment. Ruthven, who was in this class last year as well. He finished second in the championship to Benroe, just 5 points between them at the end of last season. Those two. Here comes Ruthven over the line again. Sean Traynor, meanwhile, he's maintained that time at about 1.1 seconds. Stratton was actually marginally faster on that occasion. So it's Traynor from Stratton. Ruthven, though, is now 1.6 seconds behind the second place car. And then it's Lockwood, Cook and Baranowski. No starters in Class A this time. It's Martin Collins. And now the safety car is getting involved, presumably because of that Laverty car that had stopped up at Clearways. So safety car has picked up the leader on the way out of Graham Hill Bend, and not for the first time this weekend. I've not been counting. We have the safety car out on circuit. So We're going to have at least a couple of laps, I would think, under caution, while they decide what to do about the Laverty car. That's stranded at the side of the road there, as you can see. 10 minutes of this race remaining for the Toyota MR2 Championship. It's been running for 17 years now. And now runs with 3 different classes for the Mark 1s, although there's none of those now racing in this particular contest. The 1.6 litre cars, the 2 litre Mark 2s, and the 1.8 litre Mark 3s that put out 138 brake horsepower. The engine's mainly prepared with the specifications laid down in the Toyota's workshop manual. All the internals must be standard or standard pattern parts, and it must be using the factory ECU, although induction and exhaust systems are free, excluding the manifolds. Free choice of suspension, but can't be adjustable with the exception of the anti-roll bars. Brakes must be standard or standard pattern. Brake pad material is free though. Standard gearbox, gear ratios and final drive. Limited slip diff is only allowed in Class C because that was standard on those cars, can't be used in other classes. And it's still a very popular and affordable way to make an entry into motorsport. These Japanese roadsters, pretty cars. 8 3/4 minutes left to go. Sean Trainer it was that was leading when the safety car came out.
Close to being clear, Ian, because I can see the truck reversing into the Grand Prix circuit with the car of Laverty in tow.
Yes.
Don't see many roadsters on the road, do you? You still see quite a few Mark IIs.
Yeah, that's true actually. I can't even think of the last time I did see her.
They're all queued up outside Road Motorsport being converted into races.
More than likely. I've started seeing a lot of Suzuki Swifts. I've spotted a lot of those now on the road. Now that there's
I saw 13 in one day a couple of weeks ago in Bournemouth, which was really worrying.
But yes, there'll be even more than that on the grid for their first round at Silverstone next month.
27 currently entered, I think. So
Yeah.
Genuine Stanley was telling me.
No, it's been very popular indeed. Great reception when it was announced. Last August it was, wasn't it? It was launched at the Silverstone International race meeting. There was a couple of them that were being run by the Darkside team, weren't they? The twins.
Yes.
And on that occasion, then we had several of them out at the championship finals, the Hot Hatch Championship final at Silverstone last October, and yeah.
Actually, James was telling me that probably 3/4 of the field currently are new to racing.
And that's exactly what that championship was designed to do, to bring people into motorsport who weren't otherwise competing, particularly young people. But people of any age are very welcome to compete and do it. There's lots of interesting innovations. We'll see more of that as we get towards Silverstone in a few weeks' time. But still 6 3/4 minutes of this MR2 race left to go. Safety car's lights are out, and it's not actually. The safety car lights are still on, which is still puzzling, slightly puzzling, because I thought that car was now clear. So we're going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car. I mean, it is kind of clear, I would say, of the circuit, but officials deciding that we need one more lap at least, under caution. Possibly now the safety car will up its tempo to maximise the number of remaining racing laps that we have. Earlier on it was, of course, Sean Trainer that won, Neil Stratton second, Adam Lockwood third, and Andrew Ruthven winning in the MR2 Mark II class.
Yes, the previous race, that had a 4-lap hiatus and then a 1-lap dash at the end of it.
How many laps have we had now? Is this the 4th behind the safety car?
This is the 4th behind the safety car, yes.
So we're going to have, again, a 4-lap hiatus, and hopefully rather more than 1 lap, because there's still 5.5 minutes to go.
I can't see look at Neil Stratton's car without thinking of its colours. It should say Yoo-Hoo on the side, after the glue of the same name. But had yellow and black packaging.
That's right. Right, safety car is pulling in this time with 5.25 minutes to go. So if we get 6 more laps out of this, I reckon. Up to the line they come. Sean Traynor heading towards the line. 8 laps completed, and away they go. And it is Ruthven with the Mark II.
Oh, Ruthven's gone off. He's gone straight off into the gravel.
He's gone straight off now. Can he keep his power down and get through that? I think he's going to. Fortunately for everybody else's race, Ruthven is going to be towards the back of the field, but it does at least mean that we're not late at this point going to get another safety car, which might have been terminal on that occasion. But anyway, it's Sean Traynor leading, Neil Stratton second, now up to 3rd place then has gone Adam Lockwood, and Aaron Cook is in 4th position now after that wild moment for Andrew Ruthven. Was that, do you reckon, over-optimism, cold tyres?
He carried a lot of speed in there, and of course he's got a lot of pendulous weight in the back of that on sort of cold rears.
Yeah. There's Aaron Cook trying to make a move, possibly. A bit further back. No, that wasn't Aaron Cook. That was sort of a bit further back down the field, but in similar colours, beg your pardon. It's Traynor, Stratton, Lockwood and Cook up to the line.
The black car, I think, is in trouble. There's coming in. Yeah, that was, I think that's was a car that was in the group by the looks of things.
Pick that up in a minute if we can. But we're working lap 10 of the race now. And it's Sean Traynor continuing to lead. Then it's Howarth, the number 7 car, Jeff Howarth, that's into the pit lane. I can see on our timing screen. And so that's on the timing tab for those of you watching the Alpha live stream on 750 Motor Club TV. Hello, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Sean Traynor leading here in the number 27 car from Neil Stratton, number 84 in second. Although Stratton's having another little go at him, trying to get an overlap through clearways. He's got Aaron Lockwood right behind as well, and Aaron Cook shortly adrift of them. Over the line they go. Lockwood almost overlapping the Stratton car there, the VTR car.
Yeah, Lockwood trying to turn in late and maximise his exit speed from paddock. And he's challenging under braking for Druids. And Cook's right with him now.
Andrew Ruthven update, he's 13th and 5th in class after his wild moment on the restart at Paddock Hill Bend. He plunged his way down through the gravel trap but came out the other side.
He could well hang on to that.
Yes, not easy. Not everyone would make it through. Aaron Cook there with a bit too much curb, I think. McLaren but it's a bit harder than he might have liked. And that keeps Baranowski in 5th place, number 10 interested. It's a good first run for Baranowski in this car. He did eventually pull into the pit lane, having seen the mechanical warning flag for an exhaust issue in the first race. That's been fixed. He's back out here for race 2, but it's his first meeting in the Roadsters, having completed his first season last year in the Mark IIs. The 35-year-old video game designer from Chelmsford. Favourite circuit is Brands Hatch because he enjoys watching the BTCC from the Paddock Hill Bend grandstand here. So I'm sure he'll be here later on in the season for that. Assuming it doesn't clash with an MR2 round, of course.
Probably sacrifice it to watch the BTCC.
Through the left-hander at Surtees they go. Dan Sylvester there, he's made his way up to 7th place in this race so far. Class B is being led by Tim Heron. We just saw a flash of the blue car. There it is again. That's the car that's leading the Mark II class at the moment.
Yeah, it's Heron, Bryant, Mansbridge, Aldridge and Ruthven, isn't it, the top 5 among the Bs now?
That's right. We had Daniel Farmer had a spin, but he's continued.
Baranowski kicked the dust up out of paddock.
Yeah, so Sean Traynor holding on here. He's going to have one more lap to go at the end of this to do so. Stratton hasn't really tried anything overly aggressive yet to try and find a way through. I think he was pretty pleased with his work in the first race, getting the 2nd place finish there. So possibly quite happy just to sit in the wheel track. But of course, if he does that all season, then Sean Traynor's going to rack up another title. So someone's going to need to try something. Last lap about to get underway.
You only have to be ahead once, and that's on the last lap when you come to the timing line. Something that both of those experienced drivers will be all too aware of.
Oh, that's Aaron Cook in the background that's had a wild moment there through Paddock Hill Bend, spreading gravel across the circuit. It's allowed Baranowski up into 4th position. Aaron Cook's an experienced driver, 2-time champion in the MR2s, but not immune to mistakes. Traffic ahead, which I don't think they'll quite catch before the end. If they do, it'll be right on the final straight, I think.
It'll be on the cusp of the straight, won't it? The big exiting clearways, and
yeah, they're just going to catch it now, aren't they, as they come through Clark Curve. It's going to be Sean Traynor up to the line once again, and it's just giving him a little bit more of an advantage. It's sort of not given an opportunity for Neil Stratton to make a last gas move. Checkered flag goes out. Sean Traynor wins, 2nd win of the day. A good start to his title defence. He wins by 0.369 seconds from Neil Stratton. Adam Lockwood is 3rd. Andrew Baranowski is 4th. And it's Jim Cook in 5th place. Jim Mew in 6th. Then Daniel Sylvester, Tim Heron, Daniel Bryant, and Scott Edbrook completing the top 10. Tim Heron winning the Mark II class as the MR2 Championship comes to a conclusion, its first round at least. Second round, I think, as we said, is at Silverstone in 5 weeks' time. Let's have a look at the results, though. Sean Traynor it is, that's the winner, number 27 in the MR2 Roadster. 14 laps completed by him. Second went the way of number 84, Neil Stratton. 0.369 seconds behind them. 3rd was number 11, Adam Lockwood. 4th was number 10, Andrew Baranowski. 5th was number 96, Aaron Cook. 6th was 78, Jim Mew. 7th was 37, Daniel Sylvester. Then in winning Class B, in 8th place, number 9, Tim Heron. 9th was 69, Daniel Bryant. 10th was number 53, Scott Edbrook. In 11th place was Shane Mansbridge. Then 12th, Andrew Ruthven. After his moment, he got ahead of Fear Aldridge, to 4th place within class before the end. And it was Maxine Nichols in 14th. Ahead of Jonathan Grimes, Andy Williams, Andrew Strange, Richard Dales, Patrick Stoner, Nick Collier, Daniel Farmer, Neil Hurren, and James Crow. 23 finishers in that race. So MR2 is back out in 5 weeks' time. Got the top drivers already heading into the pit lane. So 3 races to come here this afternoon at Brands Hatch. We've got the Takiwa Type R Trophy next, then the Gazshocks 116 Trophy, and the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship to round out the weekend. But Josh Barrett, I think, is downstairs. Let's really go down to speak to him to hear from the winning drivers.
So it was another win for Sean Traynor in the Toyota MR2 Championship, so let's see what Sean thought of that one. Sean, well done, another win. You had to get past him this time though.
Yes, I did, yeah. I spun it up off the line and then chucked it into, I think I went from 2nd to 5th, which didn't really work, no. But luckily I got a good run coming on out of Paddock Hill, and not Paddock Hill, sorry, Graham Hill, and then managed to catch him here at Clearways. So, and then I managed to make a little bit of a break, and I thought, well, that's all right, just try and go for, because we were not far away from the lap record. So I thought, well, I've got a bit of space. I'm going to look in the mirrors. Then the safety car come out, and then he's hassled me again. I had a few issues with some gears, and it was sort of grabbing, trying to go into 4th, and it's taken 2nd, and so I think we might have to have a little look at it. Luckily we got 4 weeks.
Yeah, and you had a good result here, so well done.
Yeah,
well done.
Well happy.
Well done, Sean. In 2nd place then was Neil Stratton again. Let's have a word with Neil. Another 2nd place, Neil, but you got the better start that time.
I got the better start, yeah. I think when me and Sean were running together, my wing mirror just got folded in slightly, so I couldn't see who was coming down the inside, so lost a couple of spots, I think, because I couldn't see. So managed to just sort of stick your hand out the window and push it back a bit, and from there we got past Andy. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward after that. Well, I say straightforward, it's all relative, isn't it?
But Brands Hatch always, I think, goes quite well for you, doesn't it? We normally see on the podium here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. We'll see what happens at Silverstone, but hopefully have some more of the same.
Yeah, Silverstone's always super close, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Just like a slipstreaming battle really, but yeah, no, should be good.
Well done. And then in third position again was Adam Lockwood in here. We'll have a word with Adam again. Adam, third place, same result. Was sort of a bit of a different race, I think.
Yeah, I mean it was a lot closer, wasn't it? And we had a MR2 mixed up in it for a little while, and yeah, it was definitely focusing my attention for a bit. And Neil's going so well at the moment. I couldn't even. Well, I could get close to him, but getting past a different matter. But yeah, it's quite an enjoyable race, and mixed up a little bit by the safety car. You know, it always has a little bit of spice to it, doesn't it? You know, everybody's just settling into the race, and then all of a sudden, safety car. I think it's not such a bad thing all the time.
I'm sure you're glad that sort of the first race went fine, because there was quite a small gap between the two races.
Oh yeah. We weren't really ready for that one. I was having a little sit down at the time, so yeah, straight in the car, straight out. It's all right. It's been a good day.
Get home for tea.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much.
Well done. So congratulations to our top three in the MR2 Championship. Behind my shoulder, heading out onto the circuit, is the next race. The cars that began the day, the Tyre Tyre Trophy. It's the third round of the season. Coming up next here at Brands Hatch. Yeah, second race of the day and third and final race of the weekend for the Tyre Type R Trophy. We had a race early on today and one yesterday. Yesterday, the winner was Trafford King as the green flag lap for this one gets underway. Early today, Ross Borman took his maiden Type R Trophy victory in a race that was disrupted by red flags and safety cars. But we're here for the final race of the weekend now, this triple header. The grid set by the results of the earlier race, so it's number 66 Ross Borman on pole position, and besides him is number 374, which is Kai Lindsay. On the second row of the grid it's 42 Trafford King, and 12, which is the car of Richard Jones. On the third row it's 74, which is Richard Lindsay, and 114 Dale Wharton. On the fourth row I should say, 24 is Jake Johnson, 19 Ollie Musgrave, 21 David Walsh, who climbed from the back of the grid in the previous race, so he's on the inside of row 5, next to number 93 Joe Dalgano, also climbed from the back of the grid, having been disqualified from the results of race 1 yesterday due to an overtaking behind the safety car incident. Row 6 is 16, which is Adam Huntley, and next to him is number 46 Shay Kavanagh. 77 is Luke Emmons on the inside of row 7, besides number 97 Jordan Banks. Lee Rickard in 26 is on the inside of row 8, next to number 41 Andrew Cooper, and it's Andrew Idwin number 7, and his stepson James Millward number 98 on the next row. Row 10 is Tom McFarlane in number 13, and the 60 car of Jack Munoz. Row 11 should have been the 83 car of John Labella. We won't see that though, that was very badly damaged, and we wish John well after that incident in the early race. And 15 Don de Graaf. Row 12 should have been 62 Max Martin, and 151 Andy Stevens, who may be out. Didn't spot whether he was on the grid. At the back we're going to have Mohammed Ben Lada. He was disqualified for ignoring a black flag, and the Andy Stevens car, he was disqualified for contact with Tom McFarlane, which put them both in the gravel trap at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, which brought out the safety car in the rerun of race 2 of the weekend. So Marcus Pye, we're looking forward to the Type R Trophy race with, I guess, a little bit of trepidation given the dramas earlier on in the weekend.
Just got 42 come into the pits.
Trafford King.
That's Trafford King, the championship leader, who has come down the pit lane.
Yeah, he should have been there on the inside of row 2, shouldn't he?
And he was until now. So the techies are peering inside.
And that's caused a bit of confusion behind him. The others weren't quite sure where to stop, but I think they've all moved into the correct position now. So the best he can hope for now is to start from the pit lane. But you can see, I think, Marcus, what's going on more than I can from here.
Yes, there's a whole sort of bunch of people sort of kind of burrowing into the cockpit, and
we can just see there on the screen now on the live stream the team working on this, 2 or 3 people around the car, and we can see the gap on the grid where that car should have been. It isn't. The race gets underway now, though, for 15 minutes of racing in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. It was Ross Borman on pole position. He's made a good start. Kyle Lindsay was slower away, and so he's going to drop back down. And there's contact, and there's cars sideways and spinning into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, at the first corner. Don't think Trafford King got out of the pit lane, at least not yet, but who knows, this could give him succor as the leaders then turn their way out of Druids, down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. It is Ross Borman that is in the lead of the race from in second place, the 74 car, which is that of Richard Lindsay, as they're making their way along the Cooper Straight towards Surtees for the first time.
Trafford King.
Oh, and there's another spinner on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Didn't spot who that one was. Getting back onto the circuit, and I think possibly because the safety car was scrambled, and that confused some of the drivers, Marcus.
The important thing is that Trafford King has started from his point of view, so for a restart, should there be one, and not just holding it under a safety car, that would work, but also it would allow him to charge through from the back if there is no restart. But at the moment there's that car stuck over there, which is...
We'll try and figure it out. Well, I could get the binoculars on, couldn't I, and work out who it is.
Plain silver car, that's always a gun.
It's the 24 car, which is Jake Johnson, who's getting back into his car to allow it to be towed away. He was 7th in the race earlier on this afternoon. So that car going to be removed. The race continuing behind the Hyundai safety car in the meantime. So safety car is out. A regular feature, unfortunately, of these races. I think possibly there was contact between Jake Johnson and another driver, maybe Dale Wharton, that caused the 24 car to end up in the gravel trap on the first lap.
Richard Lindsay made a really good guess away from row 3, and he was right in the mix. He was ahead of Kai as they turned in. Richard Jones is currently 3rd. Ollie Musgrave 4th, ahead of Kai Lindsay and David Walsh.
The car that spun on the back straight, that's Mohammed Ben Ladra, of course. He'd started from the back. There was some contact, I think, possibly with Andrew Widwin, but both cars have continued. I think possibly that was as the safety car was scrambled, and some reacted faster than others, as is sometimes the case. So cars weaving around to get some heat into the tyres.
Jordan King is shown at the back.
Trafford King.
Trafford King, sorry, is shown at the back, 22 seconds away from the leader as they cross the timing line. So there is Trafford King in the turquoise car that we can see just off screen momentarily.
Just looking at the recovery, the 24 car of Johnson is now at the foot of the hill, the lowest point of the circuit at Paddock Hill Bend, being pulled along by the snatch vehicle. Just trying to get it to a position of safety before we can restart. Right, just hearing from Josh Barrett that Trafford King's car popped a fuse on the green flag lap. So thanks, Josh, for getting that news to us. He also told us, too late for us to see it though, that in the earlier 750 Formula race, Bill Cowley lost his gears, which is why he retired from the 750 Formula race. But it was an electrical issue for Trafford King. He is into the race, so the fact that there is a safety car has certainly counted in his favour. Doesn't look like we're going to get a red flag. I think they're going to leave that car at the bottom of the hill by the looks of it. The snatch vehicle is moving back behind the barriers, and I think they'll continue the race with that car sort of well out of the way in the gravel trap. We'll get at least one more lap behind the safety car though while the snatch vehicle moves away, so hopefully We'll have clean racing all the way to the end. What did you spot there, Marcus?
There's a car running, silver car running 6th or 7th or something. He's got a damaged splitter on it. There you go. That's the car.
Must be the 114 car of Wharton.
It's Wharton, isn't
and
it?
that's the car we think made contact with
the right-hand
yeah.
side of the front spoiler is just dragging.
Yeah, it touched Jake Johnson's car, we think. So that does make some kind of sense. Just watching that car come past our commentary box. Yeah. Some damage to that. So we started this race with 21 cars after the earlier dramas. We're down to 20 that are circulating. I think we will get a green flag next time because the snatch vehicle is now behind the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. The car, you can see, is some way off the racing line. Certainly it's right at the edge of the gravel trap up against the barriers. So I think they've decided they'll leave that there and deal with that after the race has been completed. Black and orange flag for number 10. That's Ben Larder for some bodywork coming off. He's seen a black and orange flag earlier, or maybe didn't, as the case may be. Anyway, so it's now Ross Borman that's controlling the pace because the safety car's making its way back to the pit lane. Ross Borman won't have done this very often, leading a train of cars around behind the safety car. He had his first win earlier on today. He's got several drivers keen to relieve him of the lead in the remaining 8.5 minutes or so.
I think he's
of
gone,
this race.
hasn't he?
He has
decided to leg it. Well, he can.
Yes, so he's going to be up to the line to restart the race. He's already pulled a few lengths on Richard Lindsay in second and Richard Jones in third place. Possible change there. David Walsh up the inside of Kai Lindsay there for 5th position into Paddock Hill Bend, and he's made that work, so he's gone 5th. Walsh is someone who made a lot of ground up in the earlier race as well, so don't rule him out of a victory here either. Started from the back of the grid, having failed to take part in yesterday's race for reasons not known.
Trafford King decided very wisely not to overtake Andrew Udwine over the line, although he could have done. He hung back.
So here they come. Ross Borman leading, Richard Lindsay second, Richard Jones in third. And it's Musgrave in the orangey car with David Walsh behind him. Ex-Hot Hatch racer, had a Clio. And then it's Kai Lindsay in 6th, Joe Dalgarno in 7th. Over the timing line with exactly half of the race to go in terms of time. And it's a 56.951 the first flying lap for Borman, 56.776 the first flying lap for Walsh. So he's the quickest driver out there, as evidenced by making that position up on that lap. Borman it is that continues to lead though.
King 18th.
Yeah, so he started his steady progress through the field. He's got past the two relations, Millward and Udwine, for 18th place.
Top 10 potential, do you think?
I would think so. I think that's a possibility. But I think we'll see. He's going to be quite meticulous about this. He's not going to be sort of doing anything too rash, I don't think. That was sort of how he drove the earlier race. Earlier today, talking of not doing anything rash, that's David Walsh up the inside of Ollie Musgrave, and push to pass has seemed to have worked there. So Walsh has gone through. Musgrave has been slowed by that. So also going through as well is Joe Dalgarno in the 93 car. You've got Dale Wharton just managing to hold off Kai Lindsay as well. But Walsh making his way through rather robustly.
King 17th.
One more place made up on that lap. Ben Larder is in the pit lane. And that's how he's made up that place. Ben Larder paying heed to that black and orange flag this time. So we've got the battle coming down with Musgrave now ahead of Wharton, 6th and 7th. Wharton carrying more speed out of Graham Hill Bend along Cooper Straight into Surtees with that damage on the front of the car. He's up on the inside. Oh, and off on the grass goes Musgrave. Well, that was all by himself this time. Back onto the circuit, but he's lost a place to Kai Lindsay. And the next car behind him is the 16 car of Adam Huntley, who is the director of the construction company in Bexhill, not too far away, an hour or so away on the south coast. And there's Musgrave trying to get that place back from Lindsay. I think he's just about going to do that as well on the one through Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids. And he has done it.
Another place picked off by Trafford King and the 42, the Leighton House turquoise coloured car. Winner of yesterday's race.
Looks like Ben Lard has gone back out into the race, having had whatever bodywork it was dealt with. Oh, and Lindsay almost getting into the back of Musgrave there. Kai Lindsay, that is, with Huntley just behind. This is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th.
It's close to be close to 3 drivers in 3 laps in that part of the circuit for Ollie Musgrave.
Walsh done the best lap of the race on that lap, 55.801. We had 55.2 for Trafford King early on, so not quite got down to those times. What's off Trafford King, by the way? Where's
16th.
he? 16th. He's not perhaps making progress as quick as we thought he might do. It's a competitive field, though. And he's got a bit of a gap, you can see, to make up before he catches another group of cars.
And typically it becomes more difficult as you climb through the order.
Here's the lead battle. Ross Borman looking for his 2nd win of the day. Trying to fend off Richard Lindsay and Richard Jones.
I think that was McFarlane had a really good dive into Graham Hill Bend. Looked like he carried a bit too much speed, managed to yank it in. Car now back to smart condition after being bandaged for the 2nd race.
Yeah, over the line they go. Probably 4 more laps to go, I would think, in this race. It's going to be pretty tight on time, I think. Be about 15 minutes when the cars come around to complete their 13th lap.
Working with fastest lap now.
It is a 55.5, so he's taken another few tenths off the previous fastest lap of the race. So it's Borman, Richard Lindsay, and then it's Richard Jones, the first 3. Making their way along, and now Richard Jones is looking either side of Lindsay. His car also a little bit patched up. There probably is not many cars that are going to leave Brands Hatch pristine, unfortunately, after this opening meeting of the season for the Tiki World Tyre Power Trophy. I think it's much the same last year, if I remember rightly, as well. Hopefully things will settle down for future rounds. Borman it is that leads, pulling away now from Lindsay, who's been distracted, I think, by the attacks from Richard Jones, and now David Walsh has caught both of them. Joe Dalgarno going with them as well. He was on the podium yesterday until he was pinged for safety car overtaking.
Trafford King's 15th in a group of cars now.
So there is a possibility of more places being made up. Probably 3 laps to go, I'd think, including the one he's just started. So Walsh is in the number 21 car at the rear of that group. He's in 4th position. Ahead of him is number 12 in the mainly blue car, Richard Jones. Richard Lindsay, number 74, is next up. Richard Jones, who's the 32-year-old fabricator from Middlesbrough. Started racing 3 years ago.
I think King's got a couple more places. He's certainly looking racy again.
Yeah, he's going to be over the line shortly, I think. He's coming through. Yeah, I think he's made up at least a couple on that lap. He's come through 13th, yeah, 2 places made up that lap, but Borman there doing his best to repel Richard Lindsay again, who's got a 2nd wind, it seems, and is not giving up on this. Kai Lindsay now with the best lap of the race, 55.5.
Yeah, Kai Lindsay finished 2nd in the earlier race today, and Richard looks like he might follow suit this time round. Trafford King 13th.
Round McLaren towards Clearways they go. It's 5 for the lead now. Joe Dalgarno's joined in, and it's going to be very tight whether we get 1 or 2 more laps here. It's a 56-second lap, basically. It's 58, 57, 56 seconds to go. It's going to be 1 more lap to go in this race, I think, because there's 55 seconds left as they go across the timing line. Borman feeling the pressure here. Bit of a lock-up into paddock that time. It's fairly wide. Here comes Richard Lindsay up the inside, but not close enough, Marcus.
No, that's right. And Richard Jones is still pushing in 3rd in the car that's blue at the back and silver at the front. And then Walsh in that very nicely liveried car is in 4th place, car number 21. but it's still Borman who holds on up front. It's a case of winning your first one's difficult, winning subsequent ones perhaps not so.
Yep, around the right-hander they come for the final time. Most of the right-handers here, of course. It is going to be Ross Borman then. 15 minutes are up. Checkered flag goes out, and Ross Borman wins for the second time today in the Takiwa Tyre Trophy. It's Richard Lindsay second, Richard Jones third, then David Walsh, Joe Dalgarno fifth, Dale Wurton sixth, then Kai Lindsay, Ollie Musgrave, Adam Huntley, and the number 97 car of Jordan Banks. The top 10 covered by only 7.5 seconds at the end of an interrupted 13 laps of racing. Luke Evans was 11th in number 77 and completing the top 12 and picking up useful points there. Trafford King, having started from the pit lane. And it's McFarlane, Cooper, Rickard, Kavanagh, Reynolds, Idwin and Millward. And then I think Ben Lard is going to come through and take the checkered flag as well, having had that visit to the pits.
Yeah, so Borman could be leading the points table at this point, could he not? With,
I think he could
2
well
wins
do.
and a decent position yesterday.
Yeah, no, I think he's been fairly consistent throughout the weekend, more so than anybody else. So, yeah, it's Ross Borman that we think is likely to leave Brands Hatch in the lead of the championship. Have a look at the results if we can. There we go. Ross Borman confirmation of his victory at the end of 13 laps of the Takiwa Tyre Trophy race by 0.427 seconds over number 74 Richard Lindsay in second place. Third place number 12 Richard Jones. Fourth was 21 David Walsh. Fifth number 93 Joe Dalgarno. Sixth was 114 Dale Wurton. Seventh was number 374 Kai Lindsay. Eighth was number 19 Ollie Musgrave. Ninth 16 Adam Huntley. And Jordan Banks number 97 rounded out the top 10. And Luke Emmons, Trafford King, Tom McFarlane and Andrew Cooper. And on the next page we've got Lee Rickard, Shay Kavanagh, Jack Reynolds, Andrew Idwine, James Millward and Mohammed Ben Lard. The only non-finisher was the one in the gravel drop on the opening lap, which was the 24 car of Jake Johnson. And the Takiwa Tyre Trophy will continue, like so many championships, at Silverstone next month. So we look forward to that. We've got 2 more races to come here this afternoon. Coming up shortly, we're going to have the 90-minute race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. But now we can go down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett is going to have a word with our top 3 from the Takiwa Tyre Trophy.
So we're down in the pit lane after the third round of the Takiwa Tyre Trophy. And Ross, you've been racing with 750 Motor Club for so many years. You've been waiting for a win and got 2 in the same day. Well done.
I couldn't ask for anything better. The car is absolutely mega. So yeah, it's one of them kind of waited so long for it, and it's like London buses, they all come at once.
But it's not easy, is it? You had so much pressure from so many cars.
Yeah, it was really hard, that race, to be fair. Richard held me honest pretty much all race, and it was definitely a tough one, but the car's been absolutely mega all weekend. Couldn't ask for better. It's been spot on, so.
And probably the championship leader now heading into the next round.
Yeah, possibly. That might force me to do the rest of the season now after that, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm really happy, really happy.
Well done, congratulations. Ross Borman, our winner. In second place was Richard Lindsay. Richard, Kai did it earlier, now you've done it, well done.
Yeah, thank you. I said to him, I've got to match you, and that's what I've done. Can't believe it.
A few moments I thought you might have the win because you had a look at Ross.
Yeah, he made a few little mistakes, and I thought I'm on him, but just not quite got the pace there, but really good, really good.
And the champion this year looks totally different. There's so many people that can win races, I think.
Yeah, all the way through the grid, everyone's fast, all the way through, yeah.
Well done. And then in third place was Richard Jones, who he's behind me. Richard, well done. A podium for you as well. Is that a first podium for you in the championship?
It's my first podium in the Tyre Trophy, yeah. So yeah, pretty cool.
And again, you were right there, right on the pace to possibly win races at some stage now.
Yeah, it felt like I was sort of in the mix, whereas previous years I felt like I've been hanging on to the coattails a bit. So yeah, it was cool to sort of actually be in the mix at the pointy end of the race.
Quite difficult to overtake around here, I guess. So everyone was sort of in that train, but no one really was able to make too many moves.
Yeah, I think we were all quicker in different parts of the circuit, and as soon as you try and do anything, you lose a little bit of ground and people start catching you up from behind and stuff. So I think we were all kind of at a stalemate really to try and get past each other. But yeah.
And now we're looking forward to the rest of the year?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's there's always highs and lows in motorsport weekend to weekend, but yeah, having a first podium's definitely a big morale boost.
Well done to all of you. So congratulations to our top three in the Tyre Type R Trophy. All drivers that sort of had their best results in motorsport this weekend. So we had lots of sprint racing here at Brands Hatch, but now we go endurance racing for one time only this weekend because a huge grid is about to head onto the circuit for the 116 Trophy. Yep, it's the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute endurance race, the only endurance race in this action of this weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's a 90-minute race with 2 mandatory 60-second pit stops that can be taken between 15 and 75 minutes into the race, but they cannot be taken when the safety car is out. So they can only be taken when the safety car is not on track. A big grid of cars. We had 35 of them qualify, and they can all take the stocks. We can have a slightly larger grid for endurance races. So let's see if we can tell you about how it's going to line up after a badly disrupted qualifying session with red flags and safety cars and all kinds of things going on, which meant that there's possibly some unrepresentative lap times having been set. First event of the season, of course, for the 116 Trophy, the endurance. We had the sprint races yesterday, won by James Waring and Jack Gordon, and we'll see how things fare today, with both of those set to line up on the grid. Although one of them is on the front row, and one of them is back on row 12 of the grid. It's going to be Peter Keane that's going to line up on pole position. I can tell you, he did get a decent lap time in of sub a minute, the only driver to do so in qualifying this morning. So he's going to be on pole position. One of several solo drivers. There are quite a few 2-driver teams and a couple of 3-driver outfits at the back of the grid as well. So pole position is number 151, Peter Keane. As you can see there, and besides him is going to be the 228 car of James Waring. And you can see they're forming up in 2 ranks this time because it's a rolling start. Second row of the grid is going to be the number 173 car of Dan Lavery, and besides him it's going to be the 249 car, which is going to be started by Will Abraham. Row 3 of the grid, it's the 187 car, that's George Heeler, who was out in the 120s yesterday. He has the 666 car of Ben Wilshire besides him. On the 4th row of the grid, on the inside, it's number 5, which will be started by Alan Caulfield, and 121 is going to be started by Luke Fox. On the 5th row of the grid, it's the 25 car of Ethan Hall and Lewis Charlton in number 55. Row 6 is 252, Jamie Dunn. Besides him is 220, and Neil Fox starts that car. On the 7th row of the grid, it's going to be the number 73 car, started by Theo Tibbets, and Jonathan Baker is next to him in 232. On the 8th row, 101 is going to be started by Will Tyndall, and 325 by the Pierce is starting, that Lee Pierce. On the 9th row, it's 28, Melissa Bexley, and 83, Sammy Walton. On the 10th row, it's 22, Ryan Kefferty starting that one. He has besides him number 47, Connor Anderson. On the 11th row, it's number 93, which is the car of Lawrence Johnston, and 86, I beg your pardon, which is Pete Brand. On the 12th row, number 1 is Paul Offord. He has next to him number 71, which is Chris Godden, Jack's father, who's starting that car. On the 13th row, 31 is Sam Holman, and 333 is Ben Snee. On the 14th row of the grid, it's the car of the Udans, and it's going to be Sean Uden
starting that car. That's the 33 car. 78 is the car of James Poole. On to the 15th row of the grid, that's the 888 car. Nigel Greensall will be starting that one. 27 is going to be started by Ben Dobbs. On the 16th row of the grid, it's going to be 186, Carl Petters starting that one. And 777 is Thomas Law. On the 17th row, it's going to be 82, started by James Cannon. And 360, the car of Mark Mill, as the green flag lap gets underway. And the final car on the grid on the 18th row, 714, started by David Smith. So that is the way that the 35 car grid is lining up. The rolling lap is underway ahead of a 90-minute race. So 2 60-second pit stops to be taken during the race, but not behind the safety car. And they have to be taken between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. And obviously, if you're not making any driver changes, then you can just stay in the car for the 60 seconds. But if you've got 3 drivers in your team, then you'll need to make a driver change at both stops. And if you've got 2 drivers, well, you could make a change at just one stop or both stops if you want to swap the drivers twice during the course of the race. So they're heading around on this green flag lap, ready for the start of this race. About 15 minutes later, but in fact they're getting 2 pace laps. I'm now seeing on our timing screen, so there's going to be 2 pace laps. Ahead of this race, a big field of cars then for the 116 trophy. Matt Priestwood did a lot of the race winning last season, but he has moved on elsewhere. And we've got no Matt Hycock, who we've seen out yesterday in the 120s. He's focusing on running cars in the championship and the series now, the 116 trophy and the 116 sprint championship. The 120 Coupe Cup, winning his own car there as well. So I think we might get some different winners this season. James Waring, the teenager, he did have 1 win at Stetson last season in the 116 trophy in the endurance races. All the wins last year, as I say, 4 for Matt Priestwood, 2 for Matt Hycock, but there were about 8 or 9 different drivers on the podium during the course of the year. Peter Keane was there quite a few times, 4 times in fact, and he's on pole position here, so he's going to be one to beat, I think, in the 151 car. Red lights have now been switched on the gantry, with the safety car or the pace car at this stage leading them around in 2 ranks along the Cooper Straight towards Surtees. Anticipation mounting. Teams I can see down there in the pit lane as well, ready to receive cars and drivers when they can. So 15 minutes is the earliest you can expect to receive a car, but if there's problems, of course, drivers may make an unscheduled, non-mandatory stop, an additional stop if you like, before then. Safety car pulls in, and then the 2 ranks of cars. Peter Keane on pole position, James Waring next to him. They are side by side then as they come through Clark Curve now on to the Brabham Straight. Second row is Dan Lavery and Will Abraham in the 249 car. And the lights go out and the race gets underway for 90 minutes around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. And they'll get the best part of 90 laps out of that if there's no safety cars at all during that period. Up towards the first corner, or second corner they go. It's the 151 car that is ahead of Peter Keane at the moment. Hopefully everyone will be mindful of the fact that this is a 90-minute race. It's not going to be won or lost on the opening lap here, and no need for any rash manoeuvres. I can see that all 35 cars have cut the timing beam at the start of the race, which is great to see that we're off and running. For all of the cars out there, I say there was some incidents during the course of qualifying this morning. Like everybody has made it out. So it's Keane that leads, I think, from Waring as they make their way around towards the end of the first lap. It is indeed the 228 car of Waring in second place. It's the 249 car that's up to third place. So Will Abraham has got ahead of Dan Lavery on the opening lap of the race. George Healer has held on to fifth place. Wilshire is sixth. And everyone else down to 11th has held station, and there's been various changes further back. Good start for the 27 car. That made up 8 places on the opening lap. That's the Steve Lloyd, Ben Dobbs car. And a bad start in contrast for number 22. That's the Ryan Kefferty car. That's gone backwards a little bit on the opening lap of the race. Making our way around lap 2 then of this Gazshocks 116 trophy race for these 1 Series BMWs from the sort of mid-2000s, around about 20 years old, these cars now. They're making their way through towards the end of the second lap. Very credible one-make endurance season this that has grown in popularity over the seasons. Initially we saw some of these cars race with road sports, but they've had their own grids for a few seasons now, and they've been reliably pulling in 30+ grids at circuits across the country. Keane it is that leads, and surprisingly on the first flying lap he's got the best lap of the race, a 1:00.223. Lap record for these cars. We'll just have a look at that if we can. It is Matt Highcock, a 1:00.08, so we're only about 1400ths outside of that. We did get underneath that in the case of Peter Keane in qualifying this morning. So we'll see if we get a new lap record during the course of the race. Getting their way through to the completion of 3 laps then. It's been relatively incident-free so far. Still 0.3 of a second the gap for Keaton. He was no faster that time, still a 60.223 as he moves on to lap 4 of the race now. Keane from Waring, from Abraham in third, Lavery fourth, Healer fifth, Wilshire fifth, Caulfield sixth, Luke Fox seventh, Hall in eighth, and Dunn, Jamie Dunn in the 252 car in 10th position. And Marcus, well, we've got one that's into the pits actually. That's the 333 car of Ben Snee. I was just about to say it was all incident free so far, but Ben Snee did have to come into the pits unfortunately.
Yeah, the first part of these races is all about just finding your momentum and keeping it up, isn't it? And staying out of trouble, because all the hard work, all the winning work will be done at the end of the race, unless you lose it by a moment's inattention. It's so easy with a track full of evenly matched cars, and once they're spread out, it will be overtaking all the way, won't it?
It will, but they're not getting very spread out very quickly, are they? Because they're very evenly matched, as you say. The top, what are we looking at? 9, I think, have all done laps within 7/10 of the fastest lap of the race, which has now been set by George Healer, a 1:00.209 for the 187 car that's in 5th position. It's a black car that Healer's racing today. It was in a white 120 coupe yesterday. There you can see Ethan Hall in the number 25 car, the blue and pink car, quite striking for the student from Newdigate. That is the 121 car of Luke Fox that is just ahead of him. So 121 Luke Fox making his way through, Ethan Hall behind him, the 19-year-old. His 3rd season of racing, that 2005 built car. These two running in 8th and 9th positions at the moment. Making their way around. Peter Keane still feeling pressure here from James Waring, the teenager. And that 228 car is from Garstang near Preston. College student, only in his 2nd season of racing. As a winner at Snetton last year. Had a few podiums in the sprints as well. Won yesterday's sprint race as well. And the Matt Highcock Racing run car, looking possibly to move to single-seaters next season. And the F1000 has been mentioned, which would be something very different to the 116 trophy. Well, Abraham, who got up to third place at the start, he's still there in P3 at the moment. There have been a few place changes further down the order. Nigel Greensall's just making up 1 or 2 positions in the car that he shares with David Hudson. Nigel Greensall, very experienced racer. We know races most weekends in something modern or historic.
Yeah, I think last year he did more than 100 races. I think the year before that he did 100 races. And rallies as well in the winter because he's got spare weekends on his hands.
Well, absolutely. What else is one to do when you can't go racing? So we'll see how he fares. He's up into the top 20 now. He's got ahead of Melissa Bexley as well on that lap, and Mel Beck's racing.
Yeah, Nigel Greensall raced in the States this year. He's raced in the Middle East and raced in Portugal, I think, as well as Spain, one of those.
220 going through there. That's the Neil Fox car that he shares with Andrew Partridge. He's just in behind the 325. So that is a change, actually. There's a change of position on that with the 325 car of Lee Pearce making the move on that lap for 13th place. There's also a position made up by Theo Tippett on that lap as well. He's got ahead of Lewis Charlton for 11th, I can see. Greensall's made up another position to 19th on that lap. So there are changes going on down the order. Not a lot, as this first phase of the race before the pit stops is just about settling in, really. First 5 cars are still pretty much together, covered by about a second. It's actually the car in 7th place that's got the new fastest lap, 1:00.169. That's Alan Caulfield in the number 5 car. He shares with Anthony Seddon, who was successful in one of the 120 Coupe races yesterday.
What's the situation? There's 2 stops, 2 mandatory stops timed, but obviously that splits the race into 3.
Yes.
So one driver can do 2/3 of it, or you can stop when you like.
You can stop between 15 and 75 minutes. You have to stop for 60 seconds, and you can't stop behind the safety car. But within those parameters, you can stop whenever you like. So you could stop one lap after the other if you wanted to. And people have done that in the past to gain a tactical advantage, as they see it. Oh, and there's the first off we've seen in this race. That's the 186 car of Carl Petters.
Didn't famously Rosier do 23 hours and 3/4 or something at Le Mans, and his son did 1 lap back in the 1950s.
Right. Yes, not quite got a 24-hour race here, just a 90-minute race, but certainly it is possible to effectively work it so you could do 75 pretty much of the 90 minutes if you wanted to work it that way. Some will want to do that. They'll have one quicker driver and one slower driver. Some will just want to share the driving as equally as they possibly can.
There's no maximum stint length as such. I know some drivers are going solo, but you don't have to say, well, I can't drive more than 40 minutes or something.
Nothing like that, no. So within, let's say, those parameters of 17 to 75 minutes and not behind the safety car, you can stop when you like. So that Petters car, it was pretty much at the back anyway, I think, having had that moment. It's now a bit further at the back, but yet to be lapped, I think, but probably not too far away from it now as we're working lap 10 of the race. Peter Keane, I can see, just making his way through McLaren as we're watching there, the Nigel Greensall car coming through, which has got the South African flag on it to represent the nationality of his co-driver, David Hudson, who's from Johannesburg, I think, originally. And you can see Greensall there is about to pass, I think that's the 232 car, no, it's the 83 car, so he's made up a couple of positions. That's the car of Sammy Walton, driving from Toaster. He's getting past the top, so Greensall's made up 2 places on that lap.
Up to 15th then.
Well, you'd expect a professional driver with all of his experience to be able to sort of make up places quite readily. He clearly didn't get a representative lap time himself during qualifying because it was so badly punctuated by safety cars and red flags. So I imagine Hudson did the bit where there was actually some green flag running.
He raced in the Daytona 24 Hours one year, didn't he? In a Pro Sport Spider, the Pro Sport Spider, I think. And yeah, he'll just be gradually picking people off, making sure that he hands the car over to its owner in good nick.
That's right, as up the inside of the 325 car goes 220. 220's Neil Fox. He's trying to get up the inside of 325, which is Lee Pearce.
Of course, Greenswald did a lot of stuff in the VW Fun Cup, didn't he, as well? So he's used to all these enduros.
Yes, he's just about anything you could name he's been raced over the years, hasn't he? Certainly raced in Formula Ford 1600, I remember. Started with Mallory, started with Midlands, I remember. Did a lot of that.
3 abreast behind him there. He's got his way to the front of that group. Ben Wilshire going well in 666, in 6th place in his company.
Look how busy the circuit is there. So far into this race, 11 laps into this race. Black and white flag for 228 for track limits. That is James Waring, who's the 2nd place driver, and I know he was under some observation, driving standards observation, after a couple of issues yesterday. So you've got to be really careful. Watch his step as young James, if he's not to be penalised during the course of this race. A bit of youthful exuberance there, but he could just do with taming. Will Abraham's done the best lap of the race now, by the way, 60.137. Getting closer to the lap record.
60.008, I think you said it was, Matt Highcock.
Yeah, I think that was right. Yeah, 60.08 set this time last year, or just a little bit later in April last year that we were here. And they make their way out of Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight, this gaggle of cars. Sort of 2nd pack of cars, or probably even a 3rd pack of cars in this race. Keane, Waring, Abraham still the top 3. George Heeler now has got the fastest lap back at 60.101, so we're now only 200ths or so outside the lap record of Matt Highcock. Probably watching on from the pit wall or the garages, one or the other.
Early stopper coming in now, one of the black cars.
It's not going to be scheduled. That is the Poole car, isn't it? Number 78 of James Poole, the man from Epping. So this is not a scheduled stop, so this will be for a problem with the car. The 4040 racing car has gone straight into the garage to have some work carried out on it. So this can't count as a mandatory stop, unfortunately for him. The pit window opens in about a minute and or so's time. If he could have lasted another couple of laps, he might have been able to make it a mandatory stop. Clearly something urgently needing attention. They'll look to get it back out into the race as soon as they can. Everyone else continues to circulate though.
Pressuring the tyres while hot.
The 333 car of Ben Snee did get back out, by the way, and is running in 35th position, but sort of 7 laps behind the leaders. But, getting as much track time as he can. Here is the leading group. Peter Keane, 151, the leader. 0.4 of a second ahead of number 228, James Waring. 249, Will Abraham is 3rd, another 0.3 back. It's Dan Lavery, 173. 0.3 behind him in 4th place.
Ben Sneeze, another of those drivers, has been mentored by Coral Yellow at paddock. The yellow board was flashing.
Okay, briefly, yeah.
Ben Sneeze mentored by Nigel Greenswald. They won the Motorsport 3 Hours at Snetterton a couple of years ago. Ben Sneeze lives at Shep Shed near Donington.
Right, pit lane window is now open because we're into the 16th minute of the race. There's one car that is already coming in, and that is the James Dunn car, the Jamie Dunn car for 252. 30-year-old from Blackburn, company director. His dad runs Clodhopper Racing. I think his younger brother Dylan is going to do some racing this year as well. He's been on the pit wall before. Jamie started out his racing in autograss and did a bit of karting as well. he's into the pit lane. So we're now going to be in this sort of middle hour of the race where it's quite hard to interpret the timing screen, as some drivers have made their stops and others not. That is the 220 car that's in as well. That's Neil Fox. Doesn't look like there's a driver change going on there, I don't think. So I think he'll do this second stint as well. Tries to get a drink of water. Not easy through the helmet visor. I think Andrew Partridge will be out for the second part of the race. I think that's Andrew with his leg on the bonnet. And there's quite a few cars coming in as soon as they can. Some to make a driver change and some just to get a stop out of the way, I think. Christopher Godden's coming in now. He may well hand over to Jack, his son, who is the quicker driver of the two. Where is he? He's 23rd at the moment, so he may be one of those competitors that doesn't split the driving particularly equally.
Yeah, Ben Wilshire among those who's come in. He's running in the top 6. And the Caulfield Sudden car in as well. Among the quicker ones out there. Waring, Lavery, Wilshire, Caulfield Sudden, Hall, Charlton, Brand, Anderson, Johnson, Dobson, Lloyd, 70 and Kevity and Roundall, and the Goddens. Those two have stopped so far. Peter Keen's in now.
Yep, from the lead of the race, and Waring. What has happened to him?
He was one of the stoppers.
Oh yeah, he was one of the stoppers. Yeah, so he has come in. Well, I think it's the sort of second lap around. So it's Abraham, Will Abraham now that leads on the road from George Healer and Theo Tibbets. Of course, we're in this situation now where, other than in the one driver cars, we don't actually know who's in any of the vehicles.
Exactly.
We can possibly surmise in some cases by their lap times, but otherwise it's rather tricky.
Can't even help us with little running lights in different colours, as some of the international long distance racing teams use.
Yes, it'd be good if we could find a way. 2 to 8 has a 5-second penalty for track limits, so that is Waring, isn't it?
Yes.
So James Waring has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He's the first one to receive that during the course of this race. So Waring, who was just on the bumper of Peter Keane in the early stages of this race, has exceeded track limits now once too often, and any further indiscretions will cause those penalties to mount up and could result in a drive-through penalty ultimately.
888 of Greensall, Hudson currently running 3rd, under with a Nigel run long, and then pop David Hudson in, and the Smith, Valentina and Rainford 714 is up into 8th now, but by virtue of the fact that about 2/3 of the field has stopped.
Yes, that's right. Only a handful really haven't, including that car, which includes among its ranks Charles Rainford, who's going to be a new driver to the British Touring Car Championship this year for West Surrey Racing. Second in the Carrera Cup last season. But I think driving with a couple of drivers that he coaches more than likely, David Smith and Sheena Valentina. 73 car on screen there is Theo Tibbets, and he's now the leader of the race, with Will Abraham having gone in, so he's leading, and Nigel Greensall is up to second, excuse me. Greensall's also done the best lap of the race, 60.03. So that is now a lap record as well, isn't it? Underneath Matt Highcock's time, so a lap record for Nigel Greensall. And the 116 trophy. 220 has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. So it was Neil Fox that was doing the first part of the race for that team. So it looks like he's picked that up.
And these cars can run an hour and a half on a tank of fuel.
Yeah, no refueling, so they have to be able to do that. It's just a straight race, just the driver changes, no refueling allowed. It will be in Club Enduro when we see that underway in a few weeks' time. Croft. So I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 cars that have yet to make their stops. Some, I think, have now made 2 scheduled stops as well. They've got both of their stops out of the way early. I think Dan Lavery has done, Ben Wilshire has done, 232 car of Jonathan Baker has done, for example. So those solo drivers, you might as well just get those pit stops out of the way early. If you are sharing the car, you can't really do that in quite the same way. But yeah, so
it's a much more flexible race if you're a soloist, isn't it?
It's a definite advantage to go on your own, I think. Now there's the 888 car. So that's David now in the car, and there's Nigel out of it, helping to push David back out into the race. So Nigel has got out with about 22 minutes of the race gone. It's not to say we won't get back into it again in the final stages.
We do know who's now in it, though, don't we? So that's solved one little
yes,
conundrum.
It has, for the moment at least.
Nigel Green saw that open-faced helmet. Very similar in its colour to that of Hans Stuck. That's Formula 1 racer.
There's the Clodhopper racing car of Jamie Dunn, 252.
It's got a great graphic on the side, hasn't it, with the foot on the pedal.
Yeah.
In the large roundel on the door.
Yeah, it's quite clever, and running with sort of golf type colours as well. Now that car at the moment is in 28th, having made 2 stops, but is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7th of the 2 stoppers at the moment. It does look like a lot of the pit stops are going to be taken early. There's already about 10 drivers that have been in twice. Now some of those have not been scheduled stops. What we can't do on our screens is differentiate those. Let's head down to the pit lane now. Josh Barrett has found someone to talk to.
Down here in the pit lane after one of the first driver changes, Nigel Green saw Nigel qualify, and you didn't even get to do a lap, I don't think, so you had a real charge through the order.
It was fantastic. I love it when it's like that. Yeah, it was unfortunate that there was a few little incidents in qualifying, and David never got a flying lap, and then the only laps I got were behind the safety car. And my pace behind the safety car was fantastic. I was able to keep up with everybody. But it made for a much better race because we started like P29 or something, and it's just fantastic, you know, when you're having to pick your way through the field. And I absolutely love this. I love, you know, I brought a number of people into the series to sort of like get them started in motorsport. And as I was saying to David and Ben Snee, who's our teammates, the other chap that I brought in as well, yeah, you learn so much in this type of racing. You really do. That stands you in good stead for all kinds of things that you race in the future.
Because I know your co-driver was saying, because I think he races E-types as well, but he likes coming back here because he learned so much, like you say.
Yeah, well, David was here last weekend with his Ferrari and won his class, which was all to do with, you know, the work we've done over the past couple of years of me coaching him away from races, but then also during the races of learning racecraft and how to manage yourself, and also how to manage the cars and the other traffic.
Dare we say after this morning, everything seemed pretty clean out there in that first stint.
It was wonderful to actually get some laps. You know, we're so lucky and so privileged to go racing, and on a beautiful day in the sunshine at Brands Hatch, yeah, we're all so lucky to be here. So yeah, it's good that everyone's enjoying it.
How many races have you done so far this year?
I think we're up to about a dozen so far. You know, so yeah, so it's good to be here doing this one.
Do you know how many different cars you might be racing over the year?
I really don't know. So far this year, I raced Radicals in Abu Dhabi, LMP3 and a 67 Mustang in Sebring. And then I did Barcelona, where I raced a Corvette, 2 different Chevrons and a Morgan. And then last weekend I was here in the Equip series racing a CTR, which is built by Richard and Matthew Chamberlain. It's the car that they've built and created. And that was fantastic. You know, we had a little problem with the alternator belt, but we'd qualified on the front row, which was fantastic. So yeah, real variety.
Yeah, the variety is a big word, isn't it? That's what's so great about motorsport, and you get to enjoy quite a lot of it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's wonderful with motorsport because there's something for everybody, you know. And through the winter, I do a lot of rallying as well. So a lot of the drivers that I coach and get into the sport, I also take them rallying to help teach them car control and understanding different track conditions. And yeah, it's racing, isn't it? At the end of the day.
And Brands Hatch, always a great track to come back to.
It really is. Yeah, one of my earliest memories as a kid sitting on the grass bank over there, waiting for Ronnie Peterson and JPS Lotus to come round at the Race of Champions, and it was like seeing that inspired me to want to go racing. So yeah, all these years later, here I am, lucky enough to do it.
Obviously now you've done it for quite a long time. I guess when you started racing, that was a really big thing.
It really was, yeah, and it was something from a kid, it's all I ever imagined doing. And so it was just trying to find ways of doing it. So you have to be very creative and really positive and determined as well, and just not losing focus and just wanting to do it. So yeah, everyone can do it.
I guess it's nice when you get to work with quite a lot of new drivers and they get that experience.
You do, and it's wonderful that. And I always laugh with Nikki, my wife, we always laugh at, you see someone's true personality when they go racing, because there's the highs and there's lows and there's all the emotions and the stress and the excitement that come out. So yeah, you really certainly meet some interesting characters.
Even though you've been doing it obviously for quite a long time, your partner gets involved with all the pit stops, I saw that.
Yeah, and you know, it's sort of, for me, I get really excited when I'm at a racetrack, and yeah, sharing that with everybody is wonderful. So, and it's great when you do get the opportunity of doing passenger rides. And taking people from passenger ride around a circuit is one of the best things ever, because then they start to realise what you're going through and how much fun it is.
And with this race in particular, you getting back in the car, or is David doing the rest of the race?
I'm not quite sure. I'm going to go and get a latte now and have a cookie, and then I'll be ready when David comes in, and David will either jump out or I'll jump back in, or David will do the whole race. So yeah, we're here for David to have a good time and enjoy his racing.
Well, I'll let you go and get the drink, and thanks for having a quite long chat. So there's Nigel Greenstall out of the 888 BMW, which David Hudson is now at the wheel of.
Thank you very much, Josh. Back up here in the comment box, I can tell you that it's Theo Tibbets that is continuing to lead this race. He's one of only 3 drivers that have yet to make a stop. The other is the David Smith, Gina Valentina, Charles Rainford car, and the third is the solo driver of Mark Milne, number 360, the man from Wigan. Everybody else has made at least 1 stop, and about half of those have made 2. So quite a lot of stops have been taken in the sort of first 13 minutes in which they've been able to do that. So that's quite interesting that how the strategy's been developed. I know sometimes we're mindful of the fact that you can't take a stop behind a safety car, and then I've probably watched the other racing over the course of the weekend, Marcus, and seen quite a lot of safety cars and thought that might well be a feature of this one as well.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a lot of discipline in endurance racing, and you've got to be in it to win it. And you've got to understand the rules, you've got to play to the rules, and just keep your nose clean. It's not always difficult, not always easy to do that, particularly as with such closely matched vehicles. But this one here, you see, you make a mistake and you've lost 6 places. You know, it's all about the long game.
Now, what is significant is the fastest of the 2 stoppers is the leader of the 2 stoppers is the 173 car, which is Dan Lavery. So Dan Lavery 173 is leading the way of the 2 stoppers from Peter Keane in second. There's 3.5 seconds between those 2. Just flipping around on my time screens, it's quite hard to flip it. That's as the cars come into the pit lane now. The Smith car has now come into the pit lane. I can tell you in the 714 car, it's Lavery, Keane and Waring, who's got a 5-second penalty to be added to his time. Don't think that's been added yet. He's in third, and then it is Wilshire. Ben Wilshire in fourth.
And we have an hour to go, or a few seconds.
Yeah, 249 getting a 5-second penalty. That's Will Abraham, another of the front runners. Now he's the fastest of those that have actually stopped twice. Theo Tibbets has just made his stop now from the lead of the race, but Abraham had already served his pit stop, and he was the leading 1 stop. He was ahead by 8.5 seconds from Caulfield, but now will have 5 seconds added to his time. There's been a spinner. That's the 101 car at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend. Will Tyndall and James Allen sharing that car. Not sure who's in it at the moment. Will Tyndall, though, the 42-year-old from near Marlow. And he's the driver that developed the Escapade complex at Silverstone on the outside of Beckett's there, and has been racing since 2022. Anthony Seddon Racing prepared car. There is the 173 car, which is nominally in the lead of the race, the fastest of the two stops, the leading two stop. That's Dan Lavery. And he's just trying to find a way past. I think that's the Petters car there, the 186 of either Carl or Dean Petters.
Yeah, and the Peter Keane car is to pick up with that big white K on the bonnet. And we saw that flash through our screen there at Clearways.
And James Waring not too far behind either, but does have that penalty. There's, I think, three drivers now which have got exclamation marks next to their name in the on our timing screen, indicating that a penalty is to be added to their time at the end of the race.
And there's different kind of grades of penalty, aren't there, in terms of exceeding track limits and things like that. You get upgraded to a greater duration.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, 10-second penalties now I can see that just been gone on. Just as we're talking about that for Neil Fox and most significantly for James Waring. So I think it goes 5 and then 10, so that makes 15 in total. And then I think in lieu of a 30-second penalty, it's a drive-through penalty in an endurance race. It could be a 30-second penalty, so that can really harm a race. And of course, in a longer race, there are more opportunities to exceed those track limits. And the sensors at different points around the Brands Hatch circuit to automatically record when that happens. So there isn't really any escape. Can't rely on the fact that the observer might have blinked at the wrong moment. It's all going to be recorded. It's all going to be in the book, and I can see it's all logged, all of the track limits, infringements, and how many times that they've incurred those infringements during the course of the race. Comprehensive details are maintained.
There was something rolling across the track there on the Cooper Straight, about halfway down on the outside, away from the racing line.
Okay, possibly some debris there for drivers to be aware of as they go into this middle third of the race now. Reminder that pit stops can be made up to 75 minutes into the race. For 15 minutes from the end, to put it another way. Now that's one of the drivers that's had a penalty for track limits, the 220 car, Neil Fox, Andrew Partridge's car. I think Neil Fox was staying in that one from what we could see in the Fox Lux. Careful how I say that, to entry, and he's using this opportunity, I think, to make a second pit stop. Possibly hand over to Andrew Partridge. He's not the only driver in trouble. Number 93 is Lawrence Johnson. He's off there. Driver from London. So a few incidents all of a sudden. Just looking at the time screen again. The leading two-stopper is still Dan Lavery. Ahead of him on the time screen for the moment is the Fox and Partridge car, but that's not yet to come back out of the pits. And Abraham is the leading one-stopper. There are no non-stoppers left. Oh, and there's a car in the gravel trap now. Could this be the first safety car period of the race? It's up against the barriers. I can see the yellow flags and yellow lighting boards more to the pointer flashing to warn of that car that is off into the gravel at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. And yes, the safety car has been scrambled.
With 55 minutes to go.
And so anyone who was thinking of making a stop soon is going to be unable to do so until the safety car comes back in now. If you're in the pits, that's okay, on the basis that you can't predict the future, although in a way, strategically, that's what you need to try to do, predict the future, predict when a safety car might come in, or go out, I should say, and maybe get an advantage by taking at least part of the stop while the safety car is on circuit.
It's kind of a free pass, isn't it? Potentially.
Yeah, and there's that debut you were referring to. I'm trying to work out what that is. It almost looks like I don't know if it's the top of a corner marker.
Yeah.
Or it even looks like a drinks bottle or something. It's.
I hope it's not an oil filter or something like that. But no, it looks like it's just sort of rolled languidly into our sight a couple of laps ago.
It's not on the racing line,
No.
so it's unlikely to cause too much disruption. But I imagine a marshal might just not nip down and pick that up during this safety car period.
Safety car's waving people past.
Yeah, it's now picked up the leader, Will Abraham. So Will Abraham is that's ahead at the moment. He's sharing that car with Scott Jeffs this weekend. It's not the first time they've shared driving duties. Just looking back, it was at Croft last year the two of them shared the car to take second place behind Matt Michael on that occasion. So race neutralised with 53 minutes to go. Abraham leading, but with a 5-second penalty to be added to their time. Caulfield is in second place, 8 seconds behind, although that gap will be compressed a little, I suppose. There'll be cars between them as well. Luke Fox 1-2-1, Luke Fox and AJ Duffel third. Fourth, Theo Tibbets and father Matt Tibbets. Theo, the 22-year-old, Matt 51 in his second season of racing. Did some class 6 and 9 autograss racing. In this car that's built in 2023. Then you've got Greensall and Hudson. Hudson now at the wheel of the Treble 8 car. 325 is the Pearson Davis car. Cam Davis and Lee Pearce. Lee it was that started that car. 27 is in 7th place. That's the car of Ben Dobbs and Steve Lloyd. And the Goddens, Christopher and Jack, they are 8th. 9th, 22, Ryan Kefty and Richard Roundland. 10th, the Udans, Sean and Simon in 33. They've all done one stop. Of the two stoppers, it's Dan Lavery 173 first, Peter Keane 151 second, 228 James Rowing third, 666 Ben Wilshire fourth, and James Dunn 252 in fifth.
Teams which have a considerable discrepancy between the faster and slower drivers would actually prefer to have the slower one in now.
Yes, exactly.
While the number of laps is restricted.
Indeed. Let's go down to Josh for an interview in the pit lane. He'll be speaking to another of the drivers.
I'm down here in the pit lane with Mark Bate, the promoter of the 116 Trophy. And Mark, it's been a great first weekend of the year with the Sprint Championship yesterday in the 120 Coupes and now the trophy, big grids and everything.
Yeah, full grids. Sun's out. We've got a bit of a wind problem at the moment. We've got some Alaskan wind coming through. But yeah, we had a great day yesterday. We had some new winners, some that were expected, some that have come back. Jack Godden, he's had some car problems over the last 2 years, but with a bit of a refresh over the winter, he's come back. And we knew he was a great driver. We knew it was the car. So mechanically, the car's been sort of restored, rebuilt. He's come straight back and just straight on the pace, straight on the podium, and he's leading the championship, so he's gone away. So today he's racing with his dad. His dad's out there now, and he'll swap with Jack, and they're just going to enjoy today. So yeah, great. I mean, as far as the series is concerned, the sprint yesterday and the trophy today, it's working perfect for us.
And having it all on one weekend means if people want to, they can do both.
Yeah, they can pick and choose what they want. Our thinking was always, you're here at the track, the cars are reliable. Once we knew the cars were reliable, you can't do it without a reliable car. But you've paid to get here. It's one more night in a hotel or in the tent, and it sort of brings the price down a little bit on the sort of moving around and the mobility, and that's what can cost in motorsport. So my thinking is, rather than doing every weekend, pick 3 weekends and do the sprints and then the trophy on the Sunday. So really pack it in on the weekend, and it works.
And this is a great series for newcomers. There's always lots of newcomers every time out, really.
Yeah, what we're seeing now is a slight change in motorsport from when I first started. Young people seem to come into it. Young guys, well, not so much young girls, because we haven't really got many. We need more girls in motorsport. But the young people that come into it, they just seem to jump straight in, and they're quick. And it's like, sometimes it's sort of shocking how quick they are. But yeah, this car, I think what we're seeing is the connection between karting and motorsport. And the trophy car, as much as it doesn't look like one, it must be very similar to a kart, because if you've been good in karts or sims, trophy seems to work for you.
And tell us a little bit about the car, perhaps for people at home who might want to get involved.
It's just a basic road car. When BMW made the 116, I think people just laughed, and we laughed when we first written it down on paper. But it's turned out to be such a great racing car. The fact that it's got a very small engine and a big fuel tank lends itself to this. But it can also be a sprint car, which we didn't expect. And the series is the car. The car is the star of the show.
Thanks, Mark. The safety car's gone in now, so we'll head back up to the commentary team, back upstairs.
Yeah, the car's just been released from the safety car hiatus, and we're back underway. Leaders have done 37 laps. Leaders are working lap 38 now, and we have something like 8 cars on the lead lap. But of course they're spread out with different stop strategies, and still at the head it's the Will Abraham and Jeff's car number 249, Caulfield 7, and Fox and Duffield. Early casualty was the George Healer car, wasn't it, Ian?
Yes, that's only managed to do 19 laps and stopped out on circuit somewhere by the looks of it. So about half of the number of laps that have now been completed by the leaders. He was up there in that leading group as well, wasn't he, in the early stages of the race, just before the pit stops, which kicked in around about 14 laps into the race, 15 minutes into the race. There's about a third of the cars that have yet to make their second stop, and there are about 2/3 of them that have. Lavery is, and 3 more have just come in now. That safety car has peeled off. Caulfield's come in, Hudson's come in, and Jack Godden has come in. Now imagine Jack Godden will stay in the car. If Nigel Greensoul's still sipping his latte, then David Hudson might need to do the final stop.
I think the promoter was just saying that it's Godden Senior in at the moment.
So it will be Jack that's getting
taking
in now.
over to run to the end, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And yes, that's the third of those cars. There's the Godden car now, the 71 car. Winning yesterday in the sprints in the hands of Jack. Yes, there's Christopher strapping in his son into the driving seat and getting back out into the race. Looks like some MHR sweatshirts. MHR Matt Highcock Racing supporting the Goddens possibly this weekend. And both of those cars being pushed back out into the race. And it looks like another couple of cars have come in. Luke Fox, AJ Duffel car, 121 has come in, and the 27 Dobson Lloyd car now in as well. There is the 249 car winning alone on track with that Union flag style livery, but in silver and green. And that's leading on the timing screens, but has only made one stop and only one of 5 cars left to have only made one stop that are still circulating. There's a couple that have retired. But yeah, an ever diminishing group of one-stoppers here, with only just under half of the race left to go now.
Yeah, Lavery in 173 is running 5th. He's a two-stopper, and Peter Keane, and those two still really close together. And their strategy looking exemplary at the moment.
Yeah, Lavery, the 37-year-old from Ampthill, the all-broker, only in his second season of racing in the FSR with Anthony Seddon Racing Team. FSR stands for Full Send Racing. No quarter given nor asked. Still best lap of the race to Nigel Greenstall, that's 60.03. Just seen a personal best pop up for Pete Brand in the number 86 car. He's running in 19th position. And there's Jack Gordon back out on the circuit as well, number 71. So he's doing pretty much half of the race, and his dad did the first half. So they've split it pretty evenly between the two of them. Let's see what he can do from 17th currently, and about 13th, 12th or 13th of the two stoppers. I suspect he will progress from there. One of the quicker drivers on the grid. 18 seconds between Abraham and Tibbets in second. Those are the two one-stoppers. The Pearson-Davis 325 car is now into the pits for its second stop. They were one of the last cars to hold out from making that. And that's that car that we're looking at now. Nicely presented car for the pair from Ipswich and Bromley respectively.
Betsy at the Marsden charity logo on the bonnet.
Timing being done there to make sure that they stop for no less than 60 seconds, because if you do take a short stop, then you have to have a penalty, which is an extra stop-go, where the amount of time you have to stop is twice the amount that you short stopped for. Oh, Jack Godden, or maybe Christopher, I've got a 5-second penalty now for exceeding track limits in the 71 car. So they're the latest addition. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only the 4 with actual penalties. Either 5 or 15 seconds to be added to their times. Now that's interesting. That's Dan Lavery. Seems to be attacked there by the 252 car of Don. No, they're on. I think they're probably about to be on different laps.
Yes, they're a lap apart.
27 car, just going through, that's the Lloyd and Dobbs car. That's the car in 16th position at the moment. So a reasonable rate of reliability. We've had, I think, well, we've still got 32 cars circulating. But some started a bit late and some have been into the pits and managed to get out again. But we've had 3 retirements effectively. It's the Gordon car that we're just seeing going through. I had the 121 car going off through the gravel and continuing. That was AJ Duffel and Luke Fox. I think we're about to see another penalty as well for Thomas Law. We'll wait for that to appear. That's going to be another track limits infringement. Oh, look at that. Jack Gordon's got underneath a minute, 59.937. So he's broken the 60-second barrier. That's the first time that's been done in race conditions in a 116 trophy race.
That's with the fuel load coming down now.
It is. Well, cars will be lighter. I mean, the tyres might be getting a little bit more weary and other components, but reasonably consistent throughout the race. Cars are running the Nankang control tyres, which are extremely affordable. Oh, and that's the 186 car, one of the Petters is off. Whether it's Carl or Dan in the car at the minute, I'm not quite sure, but one of the Suffolk duo is in there. It's a team with a short oval racing background and pickup truck racing as well, I think. But that car is in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and it's in a similar position to the car that was there a few laps ago. So the safety car's being scrambled. At a point of the race where I think there's only 2 more teams that have yet to make their second pit stop. The 2 out in front, unsurprisingly, Will Abraham in the 249 car, who'll be handing over to Scott Jeffs, or possibly Scott's in there at the moment, and the 73 car for the Tibbets, Theo and Matthew Tibbets. All the others have made 2 stops, and now those first 2 can't make their stops until the safety car goes back in. I've just got to hope that happens in the next 24 minutes, otherwise they're scuppered somewhat. I've seen that happen before, where someone's not been able to make their pit stop because they just left it too late. They gambled about safety car.
Look at the car now, aren't we, that made that early stop before the window opened. So 1 or 2 more dramas with the 40-40 racing.
Yeah, that's James Paul, isn't it? Number 78. I think we're looking at. Wheels coming off, possibly. So cars in line astern once again. Yeah, 777 and 83 now getting track limits penalties. 5 seconds. 83 being Sammy Walton. 777 Thomas Law. So a couple more teams being added to the penalty list. The car, as we know in the gravel, is the 186 car of Petters. There we go. The safety car has picked up the Abraham and Jeffs 249 car once again. As you can see in the background on the live stream, the snatch vehicle has arrived to take out of the way that Petters car and bring that to a position of relative safety.
So it's only, in fact, Abraham and Jeffs, isn't it, that get to make a second stop, because the Tibbets car is in the gravel anyway, it's out of it.
No, it's not the Tibbets car in the gravel, it's the Petters car.
Oh, Petters, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tibbets car is, I think, still there, circulating somewhere.
Yeah, that's got to make its second stop.
Just looking to see that where it's in the queue. Got Gordon immediately behind the race leader. Looking for car 73. I think this is it coming towards us, possibly. The black car with the pink and blue flashes on it. There it is. That's the Tibbets car. For the father and son pairing. Relatively new to racing, only started out last year.
The Godden car is a lap adrift, is it not, of the Greensaw Hudson car at this point?
It looks like it, yes. Yeah. Yes, and this is the thing with the safety car, it can sort of disrupt progress somewhat. So it's effectively, well, it's actually on the same lap, but nearly a lap behind, if you see what I mean. Because obviously the cars behind the safety car aren't in the correct order as per the timing screen, because they're all on different laps. Most of them are within 2 laps of the lead, aren't they? Down to about 27th place, and then you've got the rest who've perhaps had some dramas along the way. A greater number of laps down. I would expect that the 2 cars that have yet to make their stops will do so as soon as the safety car goes back in. You can't follow the safety car into the pit lane. You have to have gone over the line again and then make your stop at the end of that lap, otherwise it doesn't count. But I suspect that both of those 2 will want to get in as soon as they can now, because otherwise the danger is that there's another safety car called and it's not back in again before the pit window closes. Rather dusty and dirty looking 186 car now. Like some of that Saharan dust that we've had falling on our cars as before on it, but it's all from the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. Kentish dust. Look at the 360 cars out of the race, but Pugs all round there. Mark Milne. So at least one more lap behind the safety car, although that car has now been moved. It's just the snatch vehicle wasn't quite back into its station to allow the race to continue. .34 minutes and change remaining here. Looking at where the 22 car is. Where is that in the running order? It's in 27th place, Rich Roundel and Ryan Cafferty. Rich Roundel, who's coming up to 50 years old, from Warrington, a motor vehicle technician. Started racing in 1992 in sprints at the Aintree Circuit Club. He's also raced in the old Ford XR Challenge, the Northwest Sports and Saloons, with a Vectra Challenge car that won its class in 2013. He's done some Fun Cup and a few years of 116 trophy racing as well. And he's sharing the driving with Ryan Cafferty, sometimes MX5 Super Cup racer. And Rich says that Hannah, which is daughter, informs him that Ryan can drive my car quicker than I do. He says it's hopefully not true and it's the timing device that's faulty. Car he built around about 5 years ago, bought it as a non-runner, found the whole build process quite enjoyable, he says. So, if you're looking to get into the 116 trophy, it's quite enjoyable to build your own car. Ryan Cafferty, his teammate from Leek in Staffordshire, started racing in 2009, has done Brick Car, MX5s and Honda Civic racing as well. At least one more lap behind the safety car. Whether some gravel to be swept up or something, I'm not quite sure. Ethan Hall, what happened to him? He's in 8th place now. He's one of the drivers with a penalty to be applied to his time, the 19-year-old student from Newdigate. Team 27 has among its number Steve Lloyd from Brixworth in Northamptonshire. He's 46 years of age and managing director of and owner of his company Shaw Can Limited that manufacture tin cans. Only started racing last season. Right, safety car is pulling in with 32 minutes of the race remaining. And it's Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs, the leading car, that is going to control the pace as the cars come back up to the timing line to resume combat. But shortly I expect that car to head into the pit lane, which it can do so at the end of this lap. See if it does. The car that's only made one stop and is a lap ahead of the rest is the Tippett's car, number 73, the black car with the pink and blue flashes there. You can see the Union flag lifted car. It stands out, doesn't it, that Dan Lavery car?
It does, and that's the car that's going to assume the lead when the two ahead make their final stops.
That's right, because a pit, although it's 60 seconds stationary, it's going to be 80 or 90 seconds, I would think, that you lose making a stop. And as you can see, Lavery is only
one lap adrift.
One lap and a few seconds adrift.
Yep.
And a lap is basically 60 seconds. So Lavery will, I think, assume the lead after all of this.
I think you're right. It'll be about sort of 90 in and out, won't it? Something like that.
Yeah. Now I've got yellow flags. Oh, and there's another car off. It's the 33 car this time that is off in a different gravel trap. There's the 249 car. Oh, my prediction was right. Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs in. I'm going to get a driver change here.
This might not hinder them as much, might it?
It could work.
Back out.
It could work to their advantage, yes, because it will delay the passage of time, or passage of Dan Lavery. Change the time. That's out of their hands, I think. But it'll delay Dan Lavery getting back around quite as quickly as he otherwise might have done. So that could work. I noticed that the Tibbets didn't come in though. So they are not going to have this same advantage, so that might be a tactical mistake, as it turns out. This could be tactical genius on the other hand. We'll have to wait and see. I think there's a large stroke of luck involved, whatever happens. So they've got to be stationary for 6 seconds, counting down 2, 1, and go. Back out into the race. And it's going to be touch and go. Here comes the safety car train. I've got a feeling going to have to wait at the end of the pit lane here, though. Yeah, the red light's on at the end of the pit lane, so he's going to not get back out in front of the train, which he would have been hoping he might be able to do.
It's going to trigger the timing beam, isn't it, in the pit lane, which it does.
Yeah.
Just after Lavery's gone through.
So he's going to be at the back of this queue of cars, though, but on the lead lap at least, which I think you'd have been expecting to be the case anyway. The 33 car is the one that's needing to be recovered. That's the car of the Udans, Simon and Sean Udan. So the snatch vehicle called back into action once again. This is the third safety car period in this race now. So this car will be recovered. I think Abraham's and Jeff's car is now back out onto the circuit. It's still therefore the Tippett's car that leads nominally, but has to make another stop. Safety car is waving them through. It's trying to find the Tippett's car, which is about 7 or 8 cars behind where it is. They need to wave through. 173 Lavery. Got 173 rather than 73 at the moment. I wonder if they're confused as to which car they should have behind, but they should wave through Dan Lavery and pick up the Tippett's car. And by rights, because that, although it's yet to make its final stop, is still officially on the timer screen leading the race. But it doesn't look like Lavery has been waved through yet, and it should be. Oh, and now there's another car that's... I mean, that's the 232 car, which wasn't the car immediately behind. Right, Lavery's now gone through. Right, they have waved Lavery through, but the 232 car decided to preempt it all and make up a couple of positions there. The 33 car's now been released from the gravel. I think it will probably be told to head back to the pit lane to clean itself up before it goes back out on the race.
232's Baker in 20th place.
Yeah, Jonathan Baker, the driver from Lordswood. So safety car is still waving across the right, stop there, that's it. They've picked up 73 now, which is the car of the Tippett's family, which is leading this race at the moment. Making their way around.
So Lavery has been waved through, did you say, in that previous batch?
He has been, yes.
So he's going to finish his 53rd lap before the Tippett's car has a chance to notch up 54.
Yeah.
But is still owing us a stop.
Yeah, the Tippett's still owing us a stop. The snatch vehicle is back into its station just about, not quite yet. Safety car lights are still on, so it's going to be one more lap behind the safety car anyway, I think. 26 minutes left to go. It's been quite a few laps in the safety car in this race now, quite a chunk of the 90 minutes available to us. Had no major incidents, just a few annoyances really of cars getting stranded in dangerous position, which is often the way here at Brands Hatch.
This is the third safety car interlude, isn't it?
Yeah. Lots of gravel traps for cars to get stuck in, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Tippett's car is now notched 54 laps.
Yeah, and Lavery will be basically, will complete 54 laps and therefore will assume the lead when as soon as the Tippett's car goes in, basically. Yep. 20 seconds behind. We've got 25 minutes of this race left to go. I think we'll probably get the race back underway this time. We'll have the Tibbets car coming in, presumably as soon as it can, which won't be when the safety car comes in. It has to be the next lap after that. It can't follow the safety car in. Well, it can do, but it won't count as its mandatory stop. But the safety car is going to go in this time, and we will be about therefore to start our 56th lap of the race. It's Tibbets then that leads them around, and the race gets back underway then. Over the line they go. The car immediately behind them is almost looking like it's going to make a move into the corner. I think that was the Don car possibly that's right there behind. Here they come. Oh, in fact it's the 83 car, isn't it, of Sammy Walton. So the cars all stream uphill.
There's still nothing between Lavery, Keane and Waring, is there?
No, quarter of a second between Lavery and Keane, and 2 seconds between Keane and Waring. Waring does have that penalty hanging over him of 15 seconds though. It's the 83 car of Sammy Walton that's right behind Tibbets here. Now is Tibbets going to go into the pit lane at the end of this lap?
Penalty for Waring will drop in behind Ben Wilshire, won't it?
It will not gone in this lap. Well, can't afford to leave it too many more laps. There's only 8 minutes left before the pit stop window closes. There's Ethan Hall. He's under pressure from the 31 car of Sam Holman for track position. Yeah. And 6th position on the racetrack.
Hall's got a penalty to serve.
Penalties to Lawrence Johnson now, and 55 and 28 as well. That's Lewis Charlton and Melissa Beckley. They've all got track limits penalties as well now. We've got the 73 car alongside number 93. It is, in fact, that's one of the cars that's just got the penalty. Lawrence Johnson, not Sammy Walton, as I said. And it's this is not for the lead of the race because they're on different laps. Indeed, Johnson is 2 laps behind, but he's now got ahead of the 73 car. Ethan Hall has also got through. I'd rather think that this might mean that the 73 car would be trying to get to the pit lane, but he's now got cars on the side of the track that are going to block him from getting there, potentially. So no, he's staying out for at least one more lap, Tibbets. I really thought he might have been in by now, Marcus.
Yeah, might have clung to the inside, I think, at that point. Thought, you know, I'm going in. Ethan Hall's just hit trouble, hasn't he?
Yeah,
and he's pulling off now.
It's a mechanical issue of some kind, you would think. 25 car for the student from Surrey. The smoke coming out of the back of the car there, but he's hit trouble. He was in about the top 6 when that struck. So it's looking like Lavery by 0.2 of a second from Keane. We'll perhaps try and pick up on where the 173, the Union flag car, is of Lavery at them in a moment, because that's the car that's going to be effectively leading this race, and it's only 0.2 of a second ahead of the rest. There's the car that's 2 laps down, just ahead of the 252 car of James Dunn. We're going to see though if the Tibbets car, the 73 car, comes into the pit lane this time. The answer to that question is yes, it is going into the pit lane at long last. So let's head down to Josh Barrett, who's down in the pit lane, to see that all happening in front of him.
So the final pit stop, we think, final scheduled pit stop is about to take place. One of the family-run teams, the Theo and Matt Tibbets duo. So they're going to have the driver change first of all. So the belts come off, steering wheel as well comes off, just to make it easier for first driver to get out. So I think that's the father, which is Theo Tibbets. Matt Tibbets jumping into the car now, in sort of traditional BMW livery as well, so great looking 116 trophy car this is. I think I can tell you the safety car has been deployed again, so this might work out for the team, it might not. We saw a similar situation with the previous pit stop for Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs, where they just got caught the wrong side of the red lights. We'll see what happens this time. So the seatbelts going on, so it can all be done in a fairly sort of safe manner with the 60 seconds mandatory stop time. you can see the cars come in at a 45-degree angle. It's a very empty pit lane, unlike the pit stops earlier on. The door gets closed now, and then the countdown will begin by the team. And 60 seconds is up, so the car gets pushed back. The safety car goes past in the background, so I think they are going to have to wait at the end of the pit lane when the red light shows. So that is the completion of, we think, the final scheduled pit stop of the day.
Yes, and you're quite right, Josh. The safety car has come out because Ethan Hall's car needed to be recovered. Just before that came out, there was a moment where it looked like Peter Keane was going to try and get past the car of Dan Lavery for the lead of the race, but of course had to back out of that when he saw the yellow flags and the safety car signals. So it's Lavery still leading from Keane, Waring with that penalty serve, and Ben Wilshire in the 666 car, the man from Hampshire, still there in fourth. The running order now, then, we can probably give you this with a little bit of confidence now. The top 10: 173 Dan Lavery leading, 151 Peter Keane in second, 228 James Waring third, but with a penalty to be added. 666 Ben Wilshire in fourth, 252 Jamie Dunn in fifth, 31 Sam Holman in sixth, number 5 Alan Caulfield and Anthony Seddon, and only the first two driver team in seventh, number 5, 8th 121 Luke Fox and AJ Dovell, 9th number 71 Christopher and Jack Godden, and 10th number 249 Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs. But only those cars are being waved through again, I think, aren't they? We'll have to wait and see how many cars are actually on the lead lap by the time we get to it. There's the Lavery car, you can see that on screen now, but I think we're going to have a proper grandstand finish when the car as well properly released from behind the safety car and into the final 15 minutes or so of the race. 1-2-1. AJ Duffel and Luke Fox has now got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well, so there's quite a few drivers and teams now that do have those penalties. The safety car has not yet picked up the race leader Dan Lavery. There's more cars that it will need to wave through. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars I think it will need to wave through before it picks up Dan Lavery in the 173. The Ethan Hall car's now out of the way. Safety car does wave through more vehicles.
This is going to boil down to about a 15-minute sprint, isn't it?
Effectively, like all the other races we've had today, we could have saved ourselves an hour and a quarter here. But that's effectively what it's going to be. In the end, there's the Lavery car, the Keane car behind it, and the next car is, I think, a lapped car, probably, rather than the next car on the timing screen. So we've got a batch of cars now trying to catch the Crocodile. In fact, two batches of cars trying to catch up with the Crocodile, which is a relatively short one behind the safety car. Hopefully they'll all more or less combine into one queue, and it is pretty much, I think, going to be a 15-minute race, maybe slightly less than that. Don't think the safety car lights are out yet. No, they're still illuminated, so there'll be one more lap at least behind the safety car. I think probably they're just waiting for these cars that have been released to get back into the queue.
Get the stragglers on board.
There are, as a result of all of this, 14 cars on the leading lap though. Admittedly, there's about a minute between the first and last of those at the moment, but that gap will come down.
Yeah, it will, because more of them will join the queue, won't they?
Yeah. So it should be relatively compact. There goes Lavery again, 61 laps completed. Waring is 2.4 seconds off the lead, Wilshire 6.9, Dunn 11.2, 13 seconds behind. Fox and Duffel 16, the Goddens still waiting for them to come through. Bit more than that. Hopefully out of contention. No, they are. They've just got across the line now. 32 seconds behind. They're in the next group of cars, which isn't quite catching the rest of the train fast enough. So,
safety car in this lap.
Yep, it is. Lights are out. So it's going to be 14 and a half minutes or so of racing. So probably get 15 laps out of it, assuming there's no more interruptions. think we're getting some cars which will have to serve stop and go penalties as well now for exceeding track limits as well. By the looks of things, we'll get confirmation of that soon. Right, green flag waves, race back underway. So it's the 2 cars for the lead that you can see now. Dan Lavery and Peter Keane. They are heading through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time after this restart, the 63rd time in all. There was a quarter of a second between them at the start of this lap. Peter Keane in the 151 car, the driver from Reading. Had success in some of the sprint races last season. Had a few podiums in the endurance races as well. There's battles going on a little bit further back. There's James Waring, you can see in the 228 car, but it's side by side for the lead of the race down the Cooper Straight this time, and it looks like Peter Keane has got his nose in front and he retakes the lead of the race. So Peter Keane, who led at the outset of this race, has got back ahead now of Dan Lavery in the 173 Union Flag liveried car. And Peter Keane, can he now start to pull away from his rival? We'll wait and see. James Waring has got a slower car to try and find his way past, and he's got a penalty to overcome as well, which will be tricky. Number 93 has got a stop-go penalty, I can tell you. That's Lawrence Johnson. So he's going to have to call into the pits. And we're hearing that it's been deemed that the 249 car, their second stop, was deemed to be under the safety car. That's Abraham and Jess. Well, I thought they made it in just before the safety car, but they're getting a penalty.
Two kind of Siamese kind of safety car stints, weren't they?
Yeah. Obviously, the officials have taken the view that the safety car boards were out already when that car came in, so that's going to drop them down the order. They were 9th, so not really contending in any case. Only 13 minutes of the race left to go, and it's still Peter Keane leading from Dan Lavery in second. The question is who's going to be third. James Waring needs to get his foot down if it's going to be him, because he's got to overturn what I think is a 15-second penalty that he's got in total.
Yeah, 666 Ben Wilshire now looking good for a podium as a result of that. Because he got bumped Waring a couple of places yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he did for indiscretions. Yeah. So 12 minutes still to go. Lavery's not giving up, is he? He's still sticking with Peter Keane here. Keane not having
That's all he can
this
do.
all of his own way. There they go, turning their way through clearways towards Clark Curve. Put a gap back now to the next car on the road, which I don't think yet is James Waring. It is up one of the lapped cars. It is the third car that is coming through. Just checking to see which one that is. It is the 83 one, so Sammy Walton that is. And then it's Waring, that's the next car after that, the 228 car with the Matt Highcock Racing colours. And he's got Wilshire 2.7 seconds behind him, so I think in the next group of cars, probably Ben Wilshire. There is Waring though, the DDC Group Engines car. Still struggling to find his way past this slow car, and this is one of the problems with endurance racing in evenly matched cars. It's quite difficult to overtake, especially at a circuit like Brands Hatch. Looking at their respective lap times in this race, Waring's done a 60.175. The 83 car, which is a lap down, has done a 60.867, so there's not a huge amount to choose between them. Difficult to find his way past. He's having another go, is James Waring. Eager to try and get as much distance between himself and the next car as he can, but he's now got the 232 car chasing after him as well. That's Jonathan Baker. He's also a lap down as well. Finally, he's made it through though, as Waring. Here are the top two. They've pulled a long way clear, 9 seconds clear now. So 6 seconds clear of Waring. There he is. He's not going to catch the first two, I don't think, in the remaining 10 minutes of this race. That's the 73 car of the Tibbets, which is now running in 18th place after its pit stop, the last of the cars to stop.
So they're skirting the dust on the outside.
Someone just heading back out into the race as well. The number 93 car, Lawrence Johnson. I think that was because he'd been serving a penalty, stop and go penalty for an early infringement. So we've got 23 or 24 cars, I think, within the first 2 laps of this race. Keane and Lavery, here they go, still only a quarter of a second behind them. Peter Keane thought he was going to get away and you know, come home with a comfortable victory. It's not been the case here. Lavery has seen to that. There's the 232 car, which is the lapped Jonathan Baker in 15th position. 228, Waring is the one in 3rd. Benamouche 666 is 4th. Jack Gordon is on the case. He could make up another position.
He's
here.
one of 3 cars in successive positions have penalties.
Yes, that's true.
Depends on their severity, really, as to how that order pans out.
It does. But you've just got to get as far up the order as you can on the road, get us home as quickly as you can. And about the penalties afterwards. Down towards Downhill Bend, the contenders go once again. 325. The Callum Davis Lee Pierce car now has a 5-second track limits penalty.
14 cars on the lead lap with just under 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's good going. It shows how competitive this All 6 trophy is.
It's close to half the field, isn't it, on the lead lap?
Yeah, that are still circulating. I think there's probably something like 28 cars circulating. So yeah, probably it's about half of the field that are still on the lead lap. All 6 trophy goes to Thruxton next on the 4th of May. And then to Snetterton in June, Cadwell Park in July, Silverstone on the international circuit in August, Croft in September, and Donington Park in October to round out the season. At most of those events, they're accompanied by the Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup as well, but that isn't the case at Croft. But the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup do go to Alton Park for BMW Live instead.
Going to bat at that Croft meeting, so the Thruxton meeting. So that's going to be quite exciting to see how they cope with the flat-out sweeps of Hampshire.
Certainly will.
Very different circuit to Brands Indy circuit.
That's right. They've got the Sprint on the Saturday, and on the Sunday it's the Enduro.
I guess that'll be pretty hard on tyres.
I expect so. Let's see how these tyres hold up around there. The Lankangs. 173. Dan Lavery's now got a black and white flag for track limit. He's not got a penalty for that yet. He can ill afford one, given that he's still hanging in about 0.3 per second behind Peter Keane. Is he going to try and make a move here before the end of the race? There's just under 6 minutes to go, so probably 6 laps to go from the one that's about to start. There's Theo, I think it's Theo Tibbets back in that car, isn't it? Making his way around. That 73 car that's in 16th position. Just looking for any potential further changes. Gordon's quite close to Holman now. Holman, one of the cars that's not got a penalty though, whereas Gordon has. They're only 0.2 of a second between those two, 6th and 7th.
Dunn's pretty close to Wilshire as well. 252 is Dunn in 5th place, within 3 seconds of Ben Wilshire. actually one of the earliest to set a really quick lap back on lap 6. Now working lap 72.
Yeah, some have set their best laps in this most recent stint since the last safety car ran back in. As fuel loads have come down. There's Jack Gordon. Has he made up another position? I think he's got past Holman now, certainly. Jack Gordon in the black and orange 71 car. There he goes across the line. Yes, he's ahead of Holman. He's up inside the top 6 before penalties are applied. Sun now starting to set at Brands Hatch, getting a bit lower in the sky. As we get up towards 5:45 in the evening. There's Gordon. He's with the 252 car done now. So this is going to be for position as well. 252 car of Jamie Dunn. 30-year-old from Blackburn in the Clodhopper racing car. So we'll see if he can make up any more places. Here we go. This is the fight for 5th. Clearways. And towards Clark Curve. He's going to slot his car alongside there. At Clark Curve. And he's going to get his car, I think, completely ahead before they get to the timing line. So it looks like Jack Gordon has got that done. He goes P5 before penalties are applied. And he's now got 2 seconds to make up to Wilshire, but only 3 minutes of the race to do it. Probably 4 minutes of the race, 4 laps of the race left to go. Have a go. See if he can make it up into 4th before corrected times. Lavery still in 2nd place, still only just behind Peter Keane. The gap's gone out a smidgen since we last saw it, up to about half a second.
And there's no traffic imminent for the leaders.
No, that's the one thing that you think might change the change things around here between these two. If there was some traffic that compromised Peter Keane in that 151 car.
Lavery lap braked a little later that lap into Paddock Hill Bend. He's done the same at Druids. Not going to let Keane off the leash here.
Yeah, out of Graham Hill Bend towards Surtees they come. 2 laps to go at the end of this. Jack Gordon has taken 1.5 seconds out of Ben Wilshire on that last lap, so that gap down to 0.6 of a second. So it could go P4 here. Try and keep an eye on that one. In fact, there the 2 of them are just coming through shot now. The 666 car and the 71 car you saw going through shot. Keane and Lavery meanwhile have started their penultimate lap. Car 27 is getting a 5-second penalty now.
It's the Thompson Lloyd car from 13th place.
Yeah.
Wilshire and Gordon together.
They are. Up the hill they come. There's the Wilshire car, there's the Gordon car to the outside line. Through Druids. I'm not going to get through there, or I don't think at Graham Hill Bend. No, might have a nibble. Meanwhile, the leaders are together. They're about to start their last lap. They're catching the Udan car, but might not quite get with it before the end of the race. I don't think it's going to come into play. Not nothing that much more slowly than the 2 leaders. Ooh, dust kicked up by one of them there, and Gordon
dives up the inside.
Dives up the inside. Yeah, may well have made that work. Here are the leaders though. Up the hill, that's the Udan car, 33. Here's Peter Keane with 3/4 of a lap to go. He made that move on Lavery very shortly after the safety car restart. The last of the safety car restarts. We've had 4 of them during the course of this race. He led the race before the first pit stops in the first 15 minutes as well. So I think he's been basically the quickest driver throughout. He actually just did his personal best lap on the last lap, a 59.957. Only the 2nd driver to go below the minute mark along with Jack Godden, who did a 59.937. But with Udan just probably going to finish ahead of them on the road. He's going to have to do one more lap, but it's going to be Peter Keane that comes up to the line and takes the checker flag and wins the opening round of the Gas Shocks 116 trophy for 2025 by 3/4 of a second from Dan Lavery in second place. Here's Jack Gordon still coming through. He's got ahead of Wilshire, I think. He's not going to get Waring. He's not going to catch him because he's going to come through. He has come through now to take third place on the road, but we're going to have penalties to be applied here in a moment. Peter Keane, though, arm out of the cockpit, celebrating his victory, Marcus.
Yeah, exemplary drive from Peter Keane. And he led at both ends of the race, the important one being the checkered flag end. And that gap after 77 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, 0.771 of a second. Wilshire has gone to third with the application of penalties for Waring and Godden, so 666 Wilshire is third, 228 Waring is fourth, 252 Dunn is fifth, and 31 Holman sixth. The Goddens have dropped to seventh with their penalty.
Yeah, and then Pete Brand 8th, Luke Fox and AJ Duffel 9th, Thomas Law completing the top 10 in the treble 7 car. And actually the Uduns didn't actually complete the race because they seemed to come back into the pit lane before completing their final lap. They finished just ahead on the road, if you like, of Peter Keane, who is our race winner. Let's have a look at those results then. Peter Keane is number 151 that takes victory. 77 laps completed, and he was 77 hundredths ahead of Dan Lavery at the end of that race. Lavery in the number 173 car. Third was 666 Ben Wilshire, 23 seconds behind. Fourth was the 228 car of James Waring after penalties applied, but only a second behind Wilshire. Fifth 252 Jamie Dunn. Sixth was 31 Sam Holman. That's a good showing from him. Then the Goddens 7th, Christopher and Jack, the first 2 driver team home. 8th was number 86 Pete Brand. 9th Luke Fox and AJ Duffel. 10th 777 Thomas Law. Nigel Greensall and David Hudson came home in 11th place. 12th was the 27 car, Steve Lloyd and Ben Dobbs. Then it was the Pierce car 325, that of Callum Davis and Lee Pearce. And the Theo and Matthew Tippett's car 73 was in 14th place, the last car on the lead lap. Jonathan Baker 232 was 15th. Caulfield and Seddon, who were the leading 2-driver car at one point, they were 16th in the end, ahead of Connor Anderson, number 1 car of Paul Offord in 18th. Will Tyndall in the 101 car he shared with James Allen was 19th, and Sammy Walton, number 83, completed the top 20. 22 cars we had within the first 2 laps, and the rest of them were 2 laps or more behind. And there you can see some of the non-finishers on screen at the end of that 116 trophy race. That continues, as we said, at Thruxton in 4 weeks' time. Not as the 750 Motor Club organised event, but guesting elsewhere. We've got one more race to come this evening, but before that, let's have a word from our successful drivers in the 116 trophy with Josh.
So we're down here after the opening 116 trophy race of the season, and a close race right to the end. We're going to have a word with Peter Keane, our race winner. Well done, Peter. A hard race, and it might come down to the sort of a 15-minute sprint.
Yeah, it was a very tough race, but yeah, the car was good, just stayed consistent the whole race, so it was great. Obviously pit stop wise, managed to pit at the right time, I think, and just got out, obviously with the safety car, etc, but yeah, the car was mega, flying all day. Yeah, so super happy.
Tell us a bit about how you managed to grab the lead right there near the end.
So Lavery made a mistake at Graham Hill. He just went a bit wide, and I've sort of been pushing him the whole time, just waiting for him to make a mistake, because obviously it's very difficult to overtake around here. So just waiting for him to make a mistake, and then as he went a bit wide, I just managed to get my nose in front, just get past him, and once I got past him, I could just keep, I could pull away a little bit. Then I could just manage the lead, manage the tyres, etc. Just drive round, just literally get it to the finish. And the car was mega, didn't fault. It was flying. I think we went faster at the end of the race than we did at the beginning, bizarrely. So yeah, it was good, and yeah, really happy.
Doing 90 minutes round here by yourself, is it pretty hard work?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've done it a few times now before. doing it on my own. Sort of get used to it after a while, but yeah, you sort of start to think, oh, where's the checker flag? Come on. But yeah, I mean, it was great, but the car was on it. I didn't really have to struggle with it too much, so it wasn't really hard to drive, so I was just sort of floating around. And at the end, they just sort of kept it calm, collected. But yeah, it was mega, the wicked day, so very happy.
Well done.
Thanks very much.
So there's Peter Keane, our winner. Second was Dan Lavery in 173. We'll go around the back of the car, I think, to grab a word with Dan. Dan, well done. First podium yesterday and almost a win today.
Yeah, it was very close, but Brand was brilliant. Once I made a mistake, he was done, and I couldn't keep up. So just every lap, it was just a slightly larger gap. So he deserves it. Congratulations to him.
A really good race and obviously good strategy that helped you get here.
Yeah, well, we were fourth going into the pits and we came out in the lead. Like, I think we made up 4 or 5 seconds in the pits. So yeah, team did a great job and gave us a really good chance.
And how did you find doing 90 minutes round here by yourself?
I really want a beer, but now I'm going to have to drive home. So so no, it was great. It was very, very challenging. It's tough. It's a long time, but safety cars helped and gave us a bit of a breather.
Looking to sort of do the full season this year?
No, I'm thinking kind of 4 rounds, in and out, bits and bobs. Racing the Masters as well, so kind of in and out. But yeah, I'm pleased. It's been really great.
Well done on second place. And in third place was Ben Wilshire, who's over here. Ben, well done. You got third position now. I think James got more penalties towards the end, and that's so important here, isn't it, not to get track limits?
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to keep things clean, and I could hear on the radio that James had some penalties, and I think at one point the gap was exactly 15 seconds. So I just kept pushing at the end and tried to keep out of trouble. Getting through some of the back markers was obviously costing me some time, but yeah, I'm super happy with that. First podium in 116, so yeah, really happy.
Because obviously it's so difficult around here because there's going to be lots of traffic and it's not easy to overtake anyone.
No, not at all. You just got to make sure you get clean moves really on the exit and just be decisive. And yeah, like having obviously a great mix of drivers on the grid, but working back through the traffic is the hard thing to keep the times going well. So yeah, that was the main challenge for me.
Today, your first podium. How do you sort of feel in yourself? You've progressed since last year.
Yeah, I mean, last year I was running with DTO. This year we've moved over to Matt Highcock's team, MX5 Motorsport. They've done an amazing job. Had Tyler on the radio as well. His first time on the radio. He did really good, keeping me updated. Matt, everyone's done a really good job. And yeah, I was actually surprised. I thought I was maybe running 5th or 6th, and then so to get a podium's a nice way to top off the weekend for sure.
Doing the Thruxton next round?
Yeah, I'll be at Thruxton, Alton Park, and hopefully for the rest of the season as well.
Thruxton's going to be so different to here, isn't it?
Very fast, I've heard. I've not actually raced at Thruxton before, although it's my local circuit. So yeah, I'm looking forward to using 5th gear.
It's all known to be a tyre killer, so that could add a bit of strategy, I guess.
Yeah, I guess the smoother drivers will get rewarded, and just try to work as a sort of train through the pack. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, really looking forward to it.
See you there. So well done to our top 3 in the 116 race. There's one more race to go here at Brands Hatch from the 750 Motor Club. Over there are the cars for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
Yes, it's the second race of the day for the 750 Motor Club Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, round 2 of the 2025 season. The grid for this race set by the second fastest qualifying times from this morning. The result of the earlier race was a win for Andy Hiley in the Kronos, number 53, from Anton Landon and Neil Turner, who won Class B. Stuart Murch and Trevor Harbour winning their respective classes. The grid for this one is as follows though. On the front row it's 53 Andy Hiley and 64 Anton Landon beside him. Second row 2 Neil Turner and 27, who again is not there unfortunately, Andrew Hayward, missed the first race as well. Stuart Murch number 7 on the inside of row 3 besides number 38 Jamie Bracher. On the fourth row of the grid, it's number 30, last year's champion, a 2-time champion, Stuart Thompson, and 69 Gerard O'Donoghue in the MEV. 24 Marcus Crook is on the inside of the fifth row of the grid, ahead of another MEV, 58 Mickey Scott. And on row 6, it's 70 Trevor Harbour and his Caterham, and 65 is Martin Hayward. Then on the next row, it's number 10, Nigel Brown, and 79, Sylvia Much. Row 8 is 26, Alan Robinson, and 199, which is Nigel Liddell. Row 9 is 49, Simon Dodd, and 21, Paul Barker, and 41, Derek Hambley, as at the back. We're waiting for the race to get underway then. 5-second board is about to be shown to drivers. Red lights will shortly go on. Revs will be starting to rise, and the lights will go out for the final time today here at Brands Hatch. The race is underway. A good start by Andy Heine in the Kronos. Anton Landon not particularly quickly well. Again, it's a good start from Neil Turner in the Caterham from the second row of the grid, and they drop their way down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time in this race. It's Heine from Turner in second, Landon taking chunks of time out of Turner as they go up. He's locking up his Turner in that Caterham. Landon's trying to drive around the outside of him at Druids, but he can't quite make that work. There's some more dust and smoke being kicked up by somebody, we know not who. The car in fourth position is the number 38 of Jamie Baker. It's Stuart Thompson in fifth position as the cars now head through Surtees for the first time then. So another good start for Andy Hiley, another good start for Neil Turner, and at the moment he's managing to hold on from Anton Landon in the Sana. Stuart Much is the best of the Mevs. He's got himself ahead of Stuart Thompson now, and we'll see who it is that's leading in Class D when they come through to complete the end of the first lap. There's Landon. He's got back ahead of the Class B car of Turner, so he's dispatched the Caterham 7 of number 2 Neil Turner, the 57-year-old, 58-year-old now from Gorleston, in his 1995 Ford Duratec engine Caterham. The Simon Dodd car is sounding very drop-to-cylindery, or plug leads come off or something like that, but it's sounding distinctly ill, and it was the last finisher in the first race as well. Stuart Thompson has Marcus Crook for close company here, and very close indeed, because Crook in the 24 car trying to get up on the inside of Thompson, and he's done it. That's for positioning class, for third positioning Class B that we're talking about there. This class is split on power to weight, as we say. 330 to 350 brake horsepower in Class A, 270 to 280 in Class B, 220 to 230 in Class D, with the Class C cars all the MEV XSX.
Yeah, 2 of which are turbocharged, 2 of which are supercharged, from what I saw on the entry list. And they continue on to the third lap with Andy Hiley stretching away from Anton Landon. And in third place is number 2, which is Turner from Brochard, Stuart Much, and Marcus Crook going well in the 24.
Stuart Thompson has just been relieved for another position. Mickey Scott has gone through to take 7th place from him, but they're in different classes, of course. Scott in Class C, and within Sports Specials, points are scored within your individual class, although it's limited somewhat by depending on the number of starters within your class as well. Class B being the most populous this weekend of all of them, and smaller numbers in the other 3 classes. Hopefully that will balance itself out as time goes on. There's a few notable absentees from Class A this weekend. Hopefully we'll see some of all of those out at later points in the season. Back down to Paddock Hill Bend goes Mickey Scott, Stuart Thompson behind him. Then it's the number 70 car of Trevor Harbour, who does lead Class D. One of the trio of cars in that class this weekend, Nigel Liddell, and off goes the GTM of Derek Hambley into the gravel trap, creating an enormous dust storm on the exit of Clearways towards Clark Curve. Car's well stuck in the gravel there. That's going to need some outside assistance.
He was off at Surtees and McLaren, wasn't he, in the earlier race?
He was.
And no problem. And had multiple spins this morning. Quali had a very, very difficult day.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's getting out of the car, which is good to see. Wait and see if we have any intervention here. There's yellow flags locally at the moment while that incident's being dealt with. But we don't yet have the safety car or anything like that being scrambled. Andy Hiley's done the best lap of the race, 51.523. He was in the 50s in the first race, wasn't he? Yeah, 50.9 he got down to. There's Gerard O'Donoghue, who's got himself ahead of Trevor Harbour on that previous lap, but again not for class position, although continues to lead Class D. Slightly almost embarrassed to have won his class earlier on. Not too much opposition in that class today. But nevertheless, you can only beat who turns up to race against you. Hiley, Landon and Turner have gone through to complete 5 laps. Side by side a bit further back though over the line. We can see from our commentary box window that's Stuart Much getting ahead of Jamie Bracher for 4th position overall now. And only just behind them is Marcus Crook, who was spectacular in the first race. Here's that trio now, climbing up towards Druids. Bracher having a look up at the inside of Scott into Druids, and he goes through. And this is where cars with very different characteristics are going to be have an intriguing battle at different parts of the circuit.
That's right, and the Crook car at the back of that trio's got plenty of grunt in a straight line, but look at Much go down the back straight as he closes onto the back balance of Bracher with this ex-Tony Southgate Fisher.
Yeah, that's got some pedigree. Tony Southgate, the legendary race car designer, still president of the 750 Motor Club.
Designed some splendid Formula 1 cars down the line, and Le Mans cars as well. Hugely successful designer.
He's got behind him the Stuart Much Mev, the man behind that company, and Freaky Parts as well, championship sponsors. And Marcus Crook just behind him in the RB and RE Motors prepared Fisher Fury. He's good friends with Neil Turner, who's a little bit further up the order as Marcus. Only started racing last year in this X1 Vessi and Marcus Roskill car. It's Ford Focus ST170 engine, which has proved reasonably rapid.
I haven't seen so much of Nigel Brown this weekend. He's in the field, but normally runs a bit higher than this.
He was very strong at Mallory Park in the last round of last year.
And a change again as Stuart Much outbreaks Bracher into Paddock Bend. Takes the place back. Sarkar ahead of them.
Yep. So the 38 car of Bracher, the Silver Phoenix, chases after it. Then you've got the Fisher Fury.
Yeah, the Phoenix and the Fury look very, very similar. They're all kind of evolved from a similar core, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. You know, and they were really quite dominant, weren't they, in sport specials and kit cars before that. Among the lots of these out there. But that's evolved sport specials over the time.
Either side of the tail ender they go there.
It's Paul Barker, isn't it, in the 21 Auto Tune.
Auto Tune in Germany. Made up in Rishton in Lancashire by Anthony Taylor's company.
It's now got a 2-litre Zetec engine aboard rather than the 1600 Crossflow that it had for hill climbs, this particular car.
With a bit more punch.
But Paul himself started racing in 1980 in mod sports, did 4 or 5 years of that, and raced in 750 Motor Club kit cars between 1990 and 96. But returning to racing, 71 years of age, the man from Crewkern. Enjoying his sport, although he's clearly not the fastest combination out there. That Simon Dodd Formula 27 is persisting, in spite of clearly being very much off song. Well, this little battle is still building, isn't it? You've got the Crook car threatening Bracher there.
Yeah, it's entertaining. They can't live with the Merv in a straight line, can they? But they catch it up in the corners.
It's the 199 car of Nigel Liddell that they're coming up towards lapping. Nigel, one of those drivers in the lower powered Caterhams that it'd be great to see more of, joining him and Trevor Harbour in that class. It's very suitable for them.
One of them's broken on the back straight by the looks of things.
That's a shame. Pick up on that in a sec. Well, here's Much coming through. The orange roll cage, selling it early, is developing the new car that we might see soon, based on the Mazda MX5 Mark III running gear.
Crook got closer to Brasher that time, coming up onto the Brabham Straight, and they were side by side into the braking area, but Brasher's prevailed on the inside as they continued to chase the man on the screen, which is Stuart Much.
Yeah, there you can see in the background confirmation it is Brasher ahead, but up the inside comes Marcus Crook. As we just followed Scott around, they're still side by side, those two. Here we go, down to Graham Hill Bend. And it's Brasher holding on.
Having a wonderful time, aren't they? It's really entertaining, this, because they're doing incredibly similar lap times. There goes Crook up the inside into Surtees. He's got the place. Can he do anything about Stuart Much?
Good question. Brasher eventually, I think, has to, or does he give best? Not really, no. The 27-year-old, birthday tomorrow, I think, from Castle Carey, who prepares historic racing cars and owns Iconic Alloys based in Somerset. They supply and distribute performance and OE aftermarket wheels for various European, Asian and American marques. You can follow his racing journey on his Instagram account, J Brasher Racing, if you'd like to. But it's Marcus Crook that's now got ahead of him. Driver from East Anglia.
Slightly smoky Mev up ahead. Is reeled in the corners. Oh, none of the Mev's in trouble there at the hairpin.
Gerard O'Donoghue, wasn't it, who was off the road briefly by the looks of things. He was running in 9th place out of the 16 cars that we have running in this race, or 15 that remain running. Derek Hambley having only completed a couple of laps before he went off at Clearways. That's Stuart Thompson and Mickey Scott. So this is a battle for position for 7th place, in fact. Stuart Thompson, the reigning champion of Sport Specials.
Race leader in the back of the picture there, which is Andy Hiley, of course.
We've not seen much of Andy Hiley during the course of this race. He's dominated proceedings here.
Lapping all his lonesome, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done a best lap of 51.047. He's 6.4 seconds clear of Anton Landon, who's done a best for 51.5. Off onto the dirt, getting out of the way was Stuart Thompson there.
Quite obliging, wasn't it? Really drive the car up on the curb.
It is a big car, that car of Hiley's, isn't it?
It's certainly wide, yeah.
It's visibly larger than some of the cars around it. Not sure what it weighs, in actual fact. You've got the sort of more 7 style cars around it. Caterhams, the MK Indy, the Mavs, of course, and the Mudguard type wheel arches.
Some really good battles in this race, aren't there? Not the biggest field, but there's certainly several squabbles going on.
No, and there we go, we've got 3 cars side by side, not all on the same lap.
And Anton Landon in 2nd place, looking at where do I go now? The whole track's blocked.
Scott seems to have lost steam there. O'Donoghue had got past him, and Scott's in trouble, it would seem to me.
Yeah.
So his Mev might be not so much exit, but exit. Leaving the circuit at the next available opportunity. So yeah, it's been an entertaining race for those that have taken part.
That's what it's about, isn't it? They're getting their money's worth.
Exactly, and they'll have probably seen the early delays and thought, oh, are we even going to get our second race? But it's thanks to the hard-working 750 Motor Club officials to get this meeting through very quickly, actually, with minimum of delay after that long delay this morning.
There was a spate of problems, weren't there? But tenacious work by the 750 Motor Club team.
I think we were about 12 minutes late starting this race in the end. And thanks to the marshals as well, because they forewent their scheduled lunch break. They did have a slightly shorter early lunch break, but many thanks to them for all of their efforts today to keep this meeting running smoothly. We're indebted to you as ever. Just over a minute to go in this race. Hopefully a couple of laps for Andy Hiley, who's still leading this race. He's going to win Class A. It looks like we're going to have our same class winners as we did in the first race across the board. Hiley, Turner, Stuart Much. and Trevor Harbour. It's the four of them. There's Landon in the Sienna. He's put a lap on these battlers. Stuart Thompson and Joe O'Donoghue battling for 7th. MK Indy is running sort of various different specifications as the regulations have changed over time. I think this is the car that Matt Booth had at one point, isn't it?
It is. It's been around a few years.
Marcus Crook has not given up on getting 3rd away from Stuart Much, we could see there.
That's right. He's having a go on the outside of the hairpin. There is our leader.
On to his last lap now as well, because the clock counted down to 0. There's Kronos, that Andy's raced for several years now. He's raced in sport specials and kit cars for a long time, hasn't he?
Loosely based on the old Tadec that he used to.
That's right. Had many wins in that car as well, didn't he?
And that in itself was loosely based on the Tadecs that raced in the European 2-litre Championship back in the early 70s with the likes of Peter Hansen and others.
So here he comes through Clark Curve for the final time. Checkered flag is made ready to wave at the end of this 750 World Cup race weekend. Andy Hiley wins the 2nd round of the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. A convincing win again over Anton Landon, 5.7 seconds. He just throttled back towards the end a little bit. He takes 2nd, then we've got this battle further back coming across the line now. That's Stuart Thompson getting 7th, Gerard O'Donoghue 8th. Waiting for Neil Turner to come across the line to take 3rd, which is still yet to do. As others are coming through. Trevor Harbour has come through to win Class D. Waiting for Turner and Scott to come through for Class Honours. There's Stuart Much. He has won Class C and he did finish ahead of Marcus Crook by 0.4 of a second in the end. Well, Marcus, it's been an entertaining weekend here at Brands Hatch. A good start to the 750 Motor Club season.
Absolutely. This is race meeting 1 of 17 going through to the traditional Burkitt 6-hour team relay at Silverstone in October. I'm looking forward to being at several of them over the year, but this has been a typical Brands Hatch thriller, hasn't it? With thrills and spills and plenty of drama, but some wonderful racing, plenty of new winners, which is always nice over the weekend. A lot of people very happy to be on the podium for the first time.
Indeed so. Thank you very much, Marcus. We'll look forward to working with you again later in the year. Let's have a look at the results of that final race of the weekend. The Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship was won by number 53, Andy Hiley. 18 laps completed. He was 5.693 seconds ahead of number 64, Anton Landon in 2nd place. 3rd was number 2, Neil Turner. 4th was number 7, Stuart Much. In 5th, number 24, Marcus Crook. Jamie Bracher was 6th, Stuart Thompson 7th, Gerald O'Donoghue 8th, Trevor Harbour 9th, Nigel Brown rounding out the top 10, so Neil Turner, Stuart Much and Trevor Harbour the class winners. Further back, Sylvia Much, Nigel Liddell, Alan Robertson and Simon Dodd were the final finishers. So that's it. Once again, thanks to all the marshals who've done sterling work this weekend, and thanks to all of the other officials who work so hard behind the scenes to keep these race meetings running as smoothly as they do. And thanks to all of the team at the 750 Motor Club office that make sure we've got entries in for these meetings. We're back at Donington Park on Easter Monday, live on Alpha Live, but join us at the circuit if you can. From Marcus Pye and myself, have a good evening, and we'll leave you in the hands of Josh Barrett, who's going to speak to our top 3 from the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship.
So the last winner of the weekend was Andy Hiley. Andy, more of the same, and I guess, like you said earlier, we want more competition out there, and which would help you score more points as well, of course.
It would help me score more points as well. Yes, that's not been missed. I thought Anton was going to come this time because he's going pretty well, actually. I thought he might just pick it up a little bit more. So it went okay. Ref counter failed as we started it to go to the grid, so didn't know how well I'd get off the grid. I nearly made a mess of that, so yeah, but apart from that it went fine. The light was just beginning to become a problem though, so you couldn't see the marshal posts very well in the last 2 laps. going towards Surtees. So apart from that, it was okay, yeah.
You expecting more cars out for the next round, or not sure yet?
I'm not sure. I just hope there will be, but I'm not sure.
You in the full season again?
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah.
That's the intentions, yeah.
Any particular rounds you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to Anglesey. I like Anglesey, it's really nice, even though it doesn't really suit my car, but it's a great little circuit. What else we got? What else have we got? We've got the Snetterton, Silverstone International, Silverstone National, not looking forward to that at all. Mallory, can take it or leave it, but yeah.
Looking forward to the trip to Anglesey.
Yes, yeah, well, yeah, you know, it's not too bad from our end. It's 150 miles, so it's not too bad.
Nice place when you get there.
If it's like this, it'll be wonderful. Yes.
Well done this weekend, and hopefully we'll see more cars out later in the season. Class winners again in Class D was Trevor. Trevor, I think you lapped everyone else in the class that time.
Yeah, it was a bit of a lonely race, but was able to have a race with some others. But yeah, let's get some more in Class D.
Tell us a bit about the specs of your car.
Yeah, it's an old Caterham Academy car, 8-valve Vauxhall. It was a 100 horsepower class, brake class. Done that for about 14 years with it. Then there was none left, so yeah, just tuned it a bit, and it's got a bit more, but it's still the same with the Itel back axle.
Car you've owned for a long time.
Yes, a very long time, yeah.
And you like it because you keep coming back.
Yeah, I intend to keep coming as long as I can, yeah. As long as I get past the medicals, we'll be here.
Yeah. Glad you managed to get to Class wins, and hopefully we'll see more cars out next time.
Thank you.
Class B win, a bit more dominant this time was Neil Turner. You tell us about, it was a bit lonely, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great race from my point of view. Brilliant start, and just got ahead of all the other guys and got my head down and let them scrap it out, really. So perfect championship race, really. Good.
I guess the champions go better than last year because you're at the first round.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So hopefully we're on a nice run now. Everything's nice and smooth and stable, and yeah, it's great to be back, isn't it?
Absolutely. Tell us a bit about the specs of your Caterham.
The specs. So we're standard Duratec engine, straight out of a Focus, something like that. Nice throttle bodies, 189 horsepower, a little bit of ballast, and yeah, really simple to get into. If you've got a Caterham, come and have some fun. It's just great.
And it's a little bit less chaotic than only one make Caterham racing, isn't it?
We did that back in the 90s, and that's something you do as a very young man. and then come and enjoy yourself. Where, you know, I love the 750 Club. No one takes themselves too seriously, and we all love a good race. And it's just really good, clean racing.
And I think, like driving this car you've had for a while as well.
Yeah, it's a bit like Trigger's Broom now, though, Josh, to be honest. There's bits of it that are 1995, when it started out as a 1400 Super Sport, which, yeah, I raced everywhere for 4 or 5 years with it in the 750 Club. And then it's just got different bits on it. Hey, come on, it's a Caterham. There's so many bits on it.
Well done, and good luck for the rest of the year.
Oh, thank you, Josh.
So that's Neil Turner, and then our Class C winner was Stuart Much. And Stuart, you probably had more action than the other class winners because you had a couple of Class B cars right in your tail all the way through.
Yeah, those Class B cars are quick round here. They can get on the power earlier, they're lighter, they move around quicker. I'm just waiting for the car to bite before I can get on, and the two guys behind me, Sparky and the blue car, Jamie. Yeah, wow, they were on it, and I thought if I can just back one up to the other and let them two fight it out and let me disappear, which sort of started to happen. Then one of them got a break, and he was just on me all the race. But yeah, it was really enjoyable, that one. Really good battle with the Class Bs.
So that's what's a good thing. You've got lots of different types of cars, so even if you are in a different class, you can still find someone to race with who's similar on a lap time.
Yeah, you race the guy next to you. You don't. Class racing is good because you've got your own group to race with, but you're always racing the guy next to you, and you always want to beat him. So yeah, it's good.
And we have a few more cars out for later in the year?
Yes, yeah, we've got 3 or 4 more in build, and we've been speaking to a couple of potential customers here today as well. So yeah, all going well. Should have some more MEVs on the grid.
That'll be good. Well done today. So there are our 4th class winners for the Freaky Part Sport Special Championship. That ends the racing here at Brands Hatch, the opening 750 Motor Club event of the season. There's lots more to come though, and the next few 750 Motor Club events are all live streamed too on 750 Motor Club TV and Alpha Live in just over a couple of weeks on Easter Monday, the only live streamed racing I think in the world. That day will be the 750 Motor Club, and that will be at Donington Park. So join us then in a couple of weeks at Donington Park. But for now, it's good night from Brands Hatch and good night from the 750 Motor Club.